The Akkadians are part of the lineage of the Semitic, who inhabited the region of northern Syria. The Akkadians arrived in Mesopotamia around 2550 BC. They were probably looking for fertile land to settle. Right at the beginning of their expansion, the Akkadians and Sumerians had some quarrels, followed by a period of peace, which was very fruitful for the Akkadians. They kept their trade alive, and an exchange of cultural linguistic relations with the Sumerians, adopting and adapting the style of cuneiform writing. But, unlike the Sumerians, who valued the development of the arts and sciences, the Akkadians were bellicose people, and held war in great esteem. The Akkadians were also polytheistic. As time passed, their gods mixed with the Sumerian deities. A good example is the goddess of fertilization Ishtar, who for the Akkadians originated from the goddess Namu, who was the goddess of the seas for the Sumerians. The Akkadians then regarded their kings as deities, or referred to them as envoys of the gods to command their subjects on earth. The Akkadian kings also held the title of supreme priests. The coexistence between Akkadians and Sumerians had reached a point of harmony. Nevertheless, the Sumerians controlled much of the region's trade, which prevented the development of the Akkadian cities. The Sumerians were always surrounded by enemies. There were the enemy kingdoms of the Elamites and the Hurrian, and many other nomadic tribes that kept invading Sumerian lands. Also, the Sumerians had internal wars, with one city-state trying to defeat the other. Then, around 2375 BC, the Sumerian king, Lugal-Zaggisi, unified all Sumerian cities after several battles. Lugal-Zaggisi ruled the Sumerians for about 30 years. During this period, the Sumerians and Akkadians already lived almost as one people, having several members of the nobility of both peoples sharing positions in society. Suddenly, in the Sumerian city of Kish, Sargon emerged, who later became known as Sargon the Great. The origin of Sargon is not clear. The text written in clay at the time is incomplete, and it's also not clear how he managed to ascend to the throne. On the clay plate, the following was written: in Akkadian, Sargon, whose father was a gardener, the cupbearer of Ur-Zababa, became king, the king of Akkadian, who built Akkad. He ruled for 56 years. After taking power over the city of Kish, Sargon declared war against the Sumerian king Lugal-Zaggisi and attacked the city of Uruk, which was conquered after a fierce battle. Lugal-Zaggisi was captured during the battle, and Sargon, as a sign of his superiority and disdain for the enemies, he put a collar around the neck of the defeated king and dragged him to the gates of his city. After that major victory, Sargon and his army kept conquering the other Sumerian cities and territories of the Elamites and Hurrians, creating the first empire in history, the first Mesopotamian Empire. Sargon's fame was so vast that he started to be called Sovereign of the Four Corners of the Earth, and his empire spread from Syria to the Persian Gulf, and even reached the Mediterranean Sea. Sargon was so powerful and influential that he's even mentioned in Babylonian texts. Exalting his deeds, the Babylonians wrote, "Sargon had no rival, no equal. His splendor spread upon the lands." At the same time of Sargon's grandiose achievements, war was a frequent reality for the peoples of Mesopotamia, which generated efforts to improve the military equipment used by the Akkadian soldiers. The Akkadians worshipped lions, had sculptures and paintings of these animals in their temples and palaces, and some records refer that these animals were captured to be used in battles. Sargon died around 2215 BC at about 85 years of age, a very impressive age for the time. Soon after his death, many uprisings took place throughout the empire, and Sargon's offspring failed to maintain power for long. Little by little, the Akkadians were subjugated by the Goths, a tribe of nomads from the Zagros Mountains at the top of the Tigris River. After 2 centuries of existence, the first great empire in history collapsed. Sargon the Great was a powerful figure and inspired the kings of the Middle East for many generations to come. The history of the human race is filled with civilizations and empires, but that wasn't always the case. At the end of the Neolithic period, a great share of people still had a semi-nomadic lifestyle, wandering from one region to another in search of hunting and other food sources. With the dominance of agriculture and the domestication of animals, human beings began to create ever larger settlements, which allowed a considerable spike in population numbers. Around the year 4000 BC, some tribes started to settle in the south of ancient Mesopotamia. a region between Iraq, Iran, and Syria, bathed by the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. These tribes gave birth to what is probably the most important civilization in history, the Sumerians. The Sumerian civilization was fascinating, responsible for most of the breakthroughs during the Bronze Age. The Sumerians were pioneers in the drainage of swamps and irrigation system for crops. They possessed an intricate and properly developed language, which facilitated trade and the exchange of knowledge with other peoples. The Sumerians also stood out for their artistic ability, developing fine crafts and having great skill as artisans, marble and wood sculpting, and creating beautiful bronze sculptures. And perhaps most importantly, they came up with the idea of writing. The Sumerians developed the cuneiform writing, with small, wedge-shaped objects and clay tablets to engrave the symbols. Cuneiform writing was sophisticated for that time. Using it, the Sumerians recorded the important events, even crafting poems and law codes. The texts written by the Sumerians ranged from mathematical calculations to the study of astronomy and medicine. Later, the cuneiform writing was adopted by other peoples such as the Babylonians, Hittites, and Assyrians. The Sumerians are also known for the improvement of tools such as hammers, mattocks, and picks, in addition to bronze weapons with an impressive quality for that period. The Sumerians worshipped many different gods who were called Anunnaki, a group of deities responsible for the creation of humanity. These were associated with natural disasters, such as floods and earthquakes, as a form of punishment to humans for their sins. To the Sumerians, the Anunnaki were heavenly beings who came to Earth in search of gold, and to facilitate the mining of the precious metal, they gave birth to the human race. The fact that the Sumerians were considered the inventors of astronomy and studied the movement of the planets in the solar system fueled the belief in modern times that the gods Anunnaki were extraterrestrial beings who visited our world long ago and taught the early peoples how to grow food and build larger cities. The Sumerians founded the cities of Kish, Nippur, Uruk, Eridu, Lagash, and Ur, which became important cultural and commercial hubs in the region. But these cities did not belong to a single kingdom. Each had its autonomy as city-states, being ruled by its kings and maintaining its cultural traits. The city of Ur was particularly important among the Sumerian cities as an important center of trade in the region, with several religious temples, such as the famous Great Ziggurat of Ur. The Sumerian kings often maintained peace, but sometimes they fought wars for the domination of new territories. The wealth of the Sumerians began to incite the ambition of other neighboring peoples, such as the Elamites and Amorites, who constantly attacked to plunder the Sumerian cities. These conflicts gave rise to the first written war in history. The war took place in 2700 BC between the Sumerians and the Kingdom of the Elamites. The Sumerian king of the city of Kish was called Enme-Baragesi. He led a Sumerian contingent against the Kingdom of the Elamites. Back then, combat tactics could already make all the difference between victory or defeat. The Sumerians had trained and relatively disciplined soldiers who fought in shield wall formations when needed. Probably the most fearsome weapon of the time was the war chariots, with 2 axles and pulled by 4 animals, horses, or donkeys. It is easy to imagine that the number of casualties was high during these battles. There was little protection, and the combat was fought in close proximity. Also, there were carriages with units shooting darts, spears, and trying to run over the less fortunate soldiers. The Sumerians won the battle, and recorded on a clay tablet, "We continue to plunder the weapons of the Elamites." Over time, other peoples of Mesopotamia developed large cities and increasingly bigger and well-trained armies. The Sumerian civilization did not resist the military advance of several kingdoms and ended up succumbing. It is believed that climate change also caused a major drought in the region, which contributed to the decline and disappearance of the Sumerian culture. Albeit their tragic end, the Sumerians played a key role in the cultural and social development of the peoples of Mesopotamia. These new kingdoms made good use of the Sumerian legacy, and thanks to their heritage, their names will be forever in history. On the edge of the Aegean Sea, there is a large island. It was named Crete and was home to one of the most incredible and developed civilizations of the Bronze Age. This civilization almost remained forgotten in history, and its discovery was the consequence of major efforts of Arthur Evans. Arthur John Evans was an English archaeologist. He inherited his father's fortune, who was also an archaeologist. He traveled to Greece to study the rubble of the city of Mycenae. In his studies, he found evidence of an unknown civilization at the time, which led him to different places in Greece in search of answers. Finally, Arthur reached the island of Crete, where, guided by stories of the population, found the site of the legendary palace of Knossos, which belonged to King Minos of the legend of the Minotaur. The excavations of the site yielded discoveries that would make Arthur dedicate his entire life to his research. Arthur Evans called the people he discovered Minoans. It was named after King Minos, who, according to Greek myth, was the son of Zeus. The Minoans likely arrived in Crete from Anatolia, where Turkey is today. That migration also occurred in the Middle Paleolithic period, in 128,000 BC. However, the Minoan culture only started to develop after having mastered agriculture, which occurred around 5000 BC. As the Bronze Age advanced, the Minoans began to develop a culture based on sea trading, using their incredibly advanced ships for the first time. The Minoan vessels were elegant and robust. They could carry food and goods. Thanks to their ability to sail for days at sea, the Minoans began to trade with people from Anatolia, Phoenicia, Greece, Egypt, and Africa. Its culture soon began to flourish in many ways. Since the island of Crete offered natural protection, it did not endure invasions from other peoples for centuries. Around 2000 BC, the biggest source of income for the Minoans was agriculture. They produced olive oil, wines, and ceramic items with beautiful paintings. Minoan art highlighted all the sophistication of those people. Their paintings had a unique style and exhibited a deeply advanced artistic level. The beauty of women was exalted in several depictions, with large, dark, and wavy hair, colorful dresses, and lip and eye makeup. Men were usually depicted with dark skin, athletic bodies, and defiant posture. The Minoans also produced gold and silver jewelry, even pieces made of crystal. Although they did not have a war-oriented society, the Minoans used warriors to protect palaces and ships, to fight pirates and possible invaders. The Minoans were deeply attached to physical and athletic development. They had sports competitions like swimming, boxing, and racing. The most impressive sport was perhaps dancing around and jumping over an angry bull. This practice is called tarokathapsia and consisted of grabbing the horns of the bull during its attack. When the bull shook its head up in an attempt to free himself, the athlete took advantage of the impulse to make acrobatic jumps over the animal. To the Minoans, the bulls were sacred creatures, constantly exalted in sculptures and paintings. The religion of the Minoans appeared to be matriarchal, with the figure of a goddess holding two serpents as the supreme divinity. During the excavations of Arthur Evans, clay slabs were discovered with unknown writing, a large part of which cannot be translated to this day. To Arthur's surprise, and all those involved in the excavations, the palace of Knossos was much bigger than expected. Knossos Palace has over 700,000 square meters, 3 times larger than Buckingham Palace in England. The excavations discovered the possible throne of King Minos, the oldest in all of Europe. The oldest paved road in Europe was also discovered. It was located at the entrance of the city, divided into streets surrounding the houses and temples. Some parts of the city had a water drainage system, which worked as a sewer. And something surprising was found below the palace, a labyrinth. This labyrinth contained several massive jars, used to store grain and wine. Some parts seem to have been used as a dungeon for prisoners. Designs of mazes and the Minotaur were also engraved on their coins, emphasizing the odd legend about this monstrous creature. The island of Crete is in a seismic region. To this day, there are earthquakes and strong sea waves. Around 1750 BC, there was an earthquake in Crete that destroyed much of the Minoan buildings. The Minoans remained on the island and rebuilt their palaces and houses. Historians Herodotus and Thucydides claim that the Minoans became lords of the Aegean Sea, ending piracy in the region. They colonized other islands near Crete. Thucydides tells that King Minos sent his sons to rule these islands. By the middle of 1700 BC, the Minoans were already a famous and respected people. Even the kingdoms that arose in Greece, such as Mycenae and Athens, recognized the independence of the Minoans. Crete had become a must-see stop for countless boats coming from many regions. Merchant boats from Egypt were selling their products in Crete. From there, these products were taken to Greece and Anatolia. The same happened with products from other regions. In Minoan society, the imbalance between rich and poor was not clear. The people were always depicted working together. Women were also portrayed as an important part of the kingdom, and not just wives or daughters, as in other cultures of the same period. But what does the history of the Minoan civilization have to do with the legendary Atlantis? Atlantis appeared in a story written by Plato between 428 to 347 BC. Plato found inspiration in something that happened 1,000 years before his time. During Plato's period, the Minoans were already part of ancient stories. Due to this, and because it was based on exaggerated tales, Plato imagined and described an ancient kingdom more advanced and powerful than the kingdoms of his own time. But not everything was a product of Plato's imagination. The Minoans were indeed advanced and ingenious people. There were many theories of where Atlantis would be. Most likely, it was the Minoan city on the island of Santorini. The island of Santorini was one of the most important for Minoan trade. There was a huge volcano on it. When the volcano erupted, it almost completely destroyed the island and its buildings. A large part of the island sank into the sea, dragging everything with it, which greatly affected the Minoan trade with northern kingdoms. As if that were not enough, a huge cataclysm occurred shortly after. A strong earthquake, followed by a tsunami with waves of up to 20 meters, affected all of Greece, and especially the island of Crete. The devastation was much greater than that caused by an atomic bomb. The houses and palaces were yet again destroyed. With such seismic activity, the volcano of the island of Santorini erupted again. Despite the distance, its ashes invaded the island of Crete, blocking the sunlight and generating a toxic mist that killed crops and animals, and famine brought revolts and violence throughout Crete. It reached a point of despair, and there were reports that the Minoans resorted to cannibalism. Unfortunately for the Minoans, not even they could fight against the forces of nature. One of the most advanced societies of their time fell into savagery. A disaster of such proportions served as inspiration for Plato to create his story about Atlantis. There probably never was the city of Atlantis, which is a myth. The Minoan people were brave and still attempted to rebuild their cities, but the economy was already feeble and the Minoan kingdom was losing its wealth, while other kingdoms were growing. The Greek kingdom of Mycenae kept conquering almost all of Greece, already moving towards the Aegean islands. It is unclear whether Mycenae took Crete by force or offered help in exchange for giving up the territory. The fact is that Minoans and Mycenaean merged their cultures. 2 centuries later, started to recover the island of Crete. According to Homer, in his epic poem about the Trojan War, the Mycenaean ships commanded by King Agamemnon set sail for Troy from the island of Crete. In 1200 BC, the Mycenaean Empire went into decline, largely due to pirate attacks that destroyed everything in their path. Even the mighty Egypt suffered great losses against the Aegean Sea pirates. The last inhabitants of Crete abandoned their cities and took refuge for over a century in the mountains of the island. This allowed other peoples from Greece to occupy the ancient Minoan cities. no longer able to withstand invaders, one of the most splendid cultures of the ancient world came to an end. The Minoans are considered to be the first European civilization. Their influence was enormous for the Greek people who appeared afterward. Due to them as well, the trading and relationships of many civilizations became possible in the Bronze Age. Great civilizations do not disappear overnight, as in the legend of Atlantis, but their stories can be as incredible and rich as those imagined by the best writers. The Age of Bronze was marked by the rise of great civilizations responsible for the development of new technologies and breakthroughs for humanity. Some ancient peoples, like the Sumerians, Babylonians, and Egyptians, stood out for their contribution to the improvement of agriculture and architecture. Other peoples, like the Phoenicians and Minoans, developed new forms of art, commerce, and writing. But there were also warlike civilizations which became prominent in the art of war, like the Mycenaean civilization. The Mycenaeans formed the first advanced civilization in continental Greece, with a well-organized system of city-states, urban organization, works of art, and writing system. According to DNA analyses, the Mycenaeans were part of the same group of tribes that migrated to Greece in the Middle Paleolithic period. These tribes spread to the islands and the region of the Peloponnese, originating the first Greek settlements. On the island of Crete, for example, one of these tribes founded the kingdom of the Minoans, which was Plato's inspiration for creating the legend of Atlantis. The famous Greek poet Homer used different names to refer to these tribes in his famous epic poem entitled Iliad. According to Homer, the tribes that stood out the most in that period of Greek history were the Achaeans, the Danaans, and the Argives. Over time, with the dominance of agriculture, commerce, and bronze metallurgy, these tribes founded the first city-states of Greece. The largest and richest of those Greek cities was Mycenae, whose name was the basis for naming an entire civilization. The city of Mycenae was found in 1876 by the German archaeologist Heinrich Schliemann. Heinrich used Homer's account as the basis for his investigations. To the surprise of many scholars of the time, the accounts were right. In his poems Iliad and Odyssey, Homer described the land where Mycenae and other cities were built and the surrounding landscape. With these descriptions, Heinrich and his team discovered the sites where the ruins of the cities of Mycenae, Tiryns, Pylos, and Troy were located. Around 1750 BC, the Mycenaeans and Minoans of the island of Crete created a busy line of trade between their main cities. Trade between the two kingdoms added new influences to the Mycenaeans, who began to copy the Minoan style of art and writing. For this reason, the historical period is known as the Creto-Mycenaean period. However, unlike the Minoans, who had a culture focused on commerce and navigation, the Mycenaeans were openly a warlike society. Little is known about the beginning of the Mycenaean civilization, but legend has it that the founder of Mycenae was the hero Perseus, half-brother of Hercules, famous for killing the Gorgon Medusa. There are indications that in 1500 BC, Mycenae was already a well-structured city, with strong walls in all of its extension. The excavations in Mycenae revealed much important evidence for the understanding of Mycenaean society. The Mycenaeans buried their kings in secret tombs known as tholos, which were excavated inside natural hills. In all, 9 tombs were found. A large part of them was intact, and many objects could be rescued for study and taken to museums. A curious and unusual fact is that the Brazilian Emperor Pedro II traveled to Greece to visit the excavations. He was invited by Heinrich Schliemann for a lunch organized inside one of these tombs. In 1350 BC, the walls of Mycenae and some nearby cities were rebuilt to house the rapid growth of the population. The stones used to build the new walls were so big and heavy that the walls became famous for being built by a giant cyclops. Many myths and fantastic stories of ancient Greece happened during the Mycenaean period. Heroes and demigods such as Perseus, Hercules, Theseus, Odysseus, Achilles, and many others were part of the Mycenaean world. Many Greeks of the classical period looked to their Mycenaean ancestors as a people closer to the divine lineage and capable of great deeds and achievements. Although they lived in Greece, the Mycenaeans were vastly different from the traditional image we have of the ancient Greeks. Their clothes, architecture, weapons, and armor were more rustic and robust. Many times they valued a more aggressive appearance. The Mycenaeans used many weapons made of bronze, including spears and axes with threatening shapes. Their swords were incredibly well made, and the most beautiful had engravings and handles made of gold. The shields used by Mycenaeans were large and heavy. Some were fully coated in bronze. The warriors' armors were the main highlight, with a great variety of shapes, sizes, and colors. Their helmets were meant to express the courage and strength of the warriors. They were adorned with horsehair and horns. They also used animal skins, such as bovine leather, for their shields, and feline skins, such as lions and leopards, to complement their armor. The Mycenaeans had the best armors of their time. Some covered almost the entire body, being made with large bronze plates that made them quite heavy. To fight while wearing these armors, the warriors had to truly be strong. The Mycenaeans also made recurrent use of war chariots, spreading terror on the battlefields when they tried to run over their enemies. In Mycenaean society, the king was the military and political commander. The people were divided between free workers and slaves. The Mycenaeans produced and exported wheat, oil, wine, ceramics, and bronze, using gold to create jewelry and decorative pieces. Among the pieces produced in gold are the famous funeral masks, made to cover the faces of the deceased and preserve their image. The variety of products produced by Mycenaeans allowed them to develop a great sea trade route. Mycenaean objects were discovered in Syria, Egypt, Cyprus, Italy, and the Iberian Peninsula. As time went by, the Mycenaeans replaced the elegant style of the boats used by the Minoans and began to create stronger ships focused on combat. Little is known about the original religion of the Mycenaeans, but they created the basis of Greek mythology as we know it. The main deity of the Mycenaeans was Poseidon. At the time, he was considered the god of the seas, land, and earthquakes. Around the year 1370 BC, several earthquakes occurred in Greece and nearby regions. The earthquakes caused so much destruction that the island of Crete was devastated. The Mycenaeans took the opportunity to claim the right to rule the island, considering that it was an important commercial port in the Aegean Sea. In the following 2 centuries, the Mycenaeans incorporated the Minoans into their culture, further expanding the influence of the Greek kingdoms. The most famous of the Mycenaean kings was Agamemnon, who reigned in Mycenae. His brother Menelaus reigned in the young city of Sparta. Both kings married Spartan princesses. Agamemnon married Clytemnestra, and Menelaus married a woman who would leave her name in history, Helen. Agamemnon spared no effort to expand the maritime trade routes with other kingdoms and empires. This caused Mycenaean ships to travel to ports in increasingly distant and exotic cities. One of these cities was in a privileged geographic location. Troy was to the west of Anatolia, where today is Turkey, more precisely in a region called Hisarlik. As there are strong winds in the region that constantly change the tides, many boats needed to slow down their pace or even find refuge in some pier for several days, waiting for the calm of the sea. Taking advantage of this situation, Troy collected taxes from the boats and goods that passed through its territory. Many of these goods were sold in the city itself. If the merchant refused to pay, his goods, boats, and all his money were confiscated by the Trojans. But who were the Trojans? We know little about Troy and its inhabitants. It is believed that they were a part of people known as Dardani, or at least they built their culture together with them. We know that the city of Troy welcomed travelers from different regions. For this reason, Trojans had various styles of clothing, jewelry, and military equipment. One of the few documents of antiquity that quotes the Trojans was written by the Hittites, who referred to them as Wilusa. Troy remained an unknown entity for a long time. It was first found by Frank Calvert in 1863. In 1870, Heinrich Schliemann led the excavations of the city. To his surprise, there was not only one Troy, but 9 cities, one built above the other. Heinrich's excavations revealed that Troy had been invaded, plundered, and destroyed countless times over the centuries. The city was rebuilt several times over the rubble of the previous incarnation. At the time of the Trojan War, the city was already in its sixth phase. According to Homer, it had strong walls and divided into 2 or 3 sections, which made the city an exceedingly difficult fortress to be torn down. The taxes charged by Troy were considered abusive by other kingdoms. This generated conflicts between kings and traders. In particular, the Mycenaeans were quite displeased, for they were a kingdom of proud warriors who considered the Trojans disrespectful. Troy was ruled by King Priam, who sent his son Paris on a diplomatic mission to Sparta to try to appease the situation with the Mycenaeans. Paris was marveled by Queen Helen, wife of King Menelaus. There are 2 versions of the story of Paris and Helen. One says that Helen was kidnapped by Paris. Another says that she would have left of her own free will with the young prince. King Menelaus was furious at the offense and asked his brother Agamemnon, who had the largest army in Greece, for help. Agamemnon identified the perfect opportunity to declare war on Troy and end this abusive tax collection. Agamemnon gathered his army and assembled a fleet of ships. According to Homer, the impressive array had more than 1,000 warships. King Agamemnon also called the legendary heroes Achilles and his group of warriors known as the Myrmidons. The Mycenaean army sailed the Aegean Sea and surrounded Troy, starting a war that would last almost 10 years. The Mycenaeans launched several attacks against the city, but all failed. In one of these attacks, Patroclus, a friend and lover of Achilles, was killed by Prince Hector of Troy. To avenge Patroclus' death, Achilles challenged Hector to one of the most famous duels in history. Homer describes an epic struggle. 2 of the greatest champions of his time fought to the death, near the gates of the city of Troy. Finally, Achilles delivered the fatal blow and killed Hector. Achilles, still furious at his friend's death, tied the feet of Hector's corpse to his chariot and made 3 laps around the perimeter of the city, dragging his body on the stony ground before all the Trojans. After this, the morale of the Trojans was extremely low, but even so, they did not surrender the city. Then the Mycenaeans conceived the plan of the famous Trojan horse. Using the wood of some of their ships, they built a great wooden horse and took it to the Trojan gates, where they put it as a gift for the Trojans, who had great esteem for horses. The Mycenaeans returned to their ships and faked their retreat. The Trojans, relieved to have escaped the siege, opened the gates and brought the wooden horse into the city and started a big party to celebrate the victory. Later at night, practically everyone in the city was plunged into an alcoholic sleep. At that moment, a hidden door in the belly of the wooden horse was opened. Out of it came Achilles and his warriors. The invaders easily killed the sleepy guards and opened the gates of Troy. The Mycenaean army, hiding behind some hills, finally managed to enter the city. The city was looted and burned. Practically all men were killed, including King Priam. The women and children were enslaved. According to the legend, Achilles died in Troy, wounded by a poisoned arrow that hit its heel, shot by the cowardly Paris. Other versions say that Achilles survived and headed to new battle and novels. The sordid Paris was killed that night. The Mycenaeans returned victorious to Greece, but many were punished by the gods and could never go home. King Menelaus took Helen back to Sparta, but after Menelaus' death, Helen was expelled from the city, having died alone in exile. One of the few survivors of the Trojans was the warrior Aeneas. According to the ancient Romans, he fled to Italy and gave birth to the Roman lineage. Much of this narrative comes from the poems of Homer. Although the works include gods, they are not entirely fictional. The evidence points to a real war in that region, and Troy was looted and burned. The texts written by the Hittites say that a people came from the sea and attacked the city of Troy. The texts of the Hittites also mention a Trojan prince named Alexandros, who may have been Paris or served as inspiration for him. Another possibility is that there are a new wave of seismic activities in 1300 BC, causing the decline of many civilizations. The siege of Troy will have happened in that period, and historians believe that part of the city wall fell due to an earthquake. The Mycenaeans camped outside the city did not suffer much damage and took advantage of the chaos to invade Troy. Coincidence or not, the god of the Mycenaeans was Poseidon, who was also the god of earthquakes. As such, from the point of view of the Mycenaeans, Poseidon helped them conquer Troy. The Trojan War told by Homer is a fantastic saga. Completely true or not, it traveled throughout the centuries, and to this day we use expressions, "beware Greeks bearing gifts," or Achilles' heel. Still, because of these earthquakes, many people migrated from one region to another, and many kingdoms completely failed. All these series of natural disasters, wars, and migrations caused the collapse of the Bronze Age. And, in Greece, a warrior people known as Dorians left Macedonia to conquer the cities of the Mycenaeans. The Dorians had equipment and weapons made of iron, which was an enormous advantage over the Mycenaeans, who still used bronze. After the fall of the Mycenaean kingdom, Greece entered a period known as the Greek Dark Ages, of which little is known. Slowly, it gave rise to classical Greece, making the Mycenaean civilization an important link in Western history. Many empires emerged during the Bronze Age. Some became famous as the Babylonians. Others, however, were buried by the sands of time and were almost forgotten in the course of history. The Hittite Empire was one of the most powerful and influential of its time, and yet it remained concealed for a long time. The Hittites were an Indo-European people who, in 2000 BC, settled in central Anatolia, where Turkey is today. They called themselves Hatti, and as soon as they arrived in the region, they dominated the other tribes. This domination was enforced. Diplomacy was only used when feasible. The Hittites were proud of their warrior society and had great esteem for horses. Those responsible for breeding and training horses had a prominent place in society. One of the first accounts of the Hittites is in the Greek tale The Odyssey, where the Hittites are called Ketas. In the Bible, the Hittites are quoted in the Old Testament as Heth. There is even the story of Uriah, Bathsheba's husband, who served King David. Uriah and Bathsheba were Hittites. The Hittites are also mentioned in Asian and Egyptian texts. Even with so many accounts, the Hittite people were only officially discovered in 1880 by archaeologist Archibald Henry Sayce. Even though he found evidence, Archibald was a laughingstock within academic society, who said he was trying to make up the existence of the Hittites. Its discovery was only confirmed years later in excavations carried out by the German archaeologist Hugo Winkler. By 1650 BC, the Babylonian Empire, the Egyptian Empire, and the Hittite Empire had been consolidated. The Hittites were in a very privileged geographical position, since they could trade with different nations of different cultures. Merchant vessels from Greece, Egypt, and Mesopotamia passed through the ports of the Hittite cities. Even though they were surrounded by powerful kingdoms and empires, the Hittites were never conquered, and it is said they never lost a battle. In 1274 BC, the Hittites fought the Battle of Kadesh against the Egyptians. Both fought fiercely without gaining a decisive advantage. The battle ended in a draw, and the powerful Egyptians were forced to retreat. Pharaoh Ramses II signed a peace treaty with the Hittites, recognizing the Hittite Empire as being of equal military power to Egypt. On several occasions, the Hittites stopped Assyrian, Babylonian, Egyptian, and Greek invasions, and even completely defeated the enemy troops. Their equipment consisted of bronze helmets and weapons, as well as heavy armor made of small bronze plates. The Hittites are also known as the first civilization to dominate iron metallurgy. The Hittites also had the reputation of owning the best war chariots of their time. They could carry 3 warriors and were pulled by 2 or even 4 horses. The tactic used by these carriages was efficient. There was a driver for the horses, a warrior with a long spear and heavy armor. Also, a third warrior carried a shield to protect the other 2. Sometimes, this third warrior used bow and arrows for attacks at a distance. A combination of speed, attack, and defense undoubtedly made the Hittites fearsome. Some records mention that even the famous city of Troy paid tributes to the Hittites. The Hittite society was incredibly advanced. They had their own hieroglyphic writing, later changed to the cuneiform writing copied from the Assyrians. They had a very detailed art style, as well as established and severe laws that punished with death crimes like murder. The capital city of the empire was Hattusa, whose ruins still exist today. In politics, there was the king, who showed social and military skills. Also, there was a council of noblemen called Pencus, which prosecuted the crimes or decided on minor day-to-day matters. Among the Hittites, even the slaves had rights in society. In religious matters, the Hittites were incredibly tolerant. They worshipped gods of various peoples and even respected the beliefs of their enemies, which earned the Hittites the epithet of people of the thousand gods. At its peak, the Hittite Empire extended from Turkey to a part of Lebanon and Syria. Shortly after the Battle of Kadesh, the Hittite Empire entered into eternal conflicts, and other peoples took advantage of this instability. The Hittites were destroying their cities and villages in the civil war. The Assyrians kept increasing the pressure with their attacks. The Hittite population began to flee from their homes and migrated to other regions. After burning Hattusa, their capital, the Hittites became easy targets for groups of pirates and looters. One of the most developed Bronze Age empires ended in ruins. As for the survivors of the Hittites, it is not clear where they went. Probably they lived in small tribes or sought refuge in cities of other kingdoms. Although so much time has passed, the Hittite Empire is still barely known and deserves to be remembered for its great historical importance. Much is said about the importance of Greek culture and how it has served as a basis for the development of Western thought. But the Greeks were influenced by others, ancient and exotic peoples, who are still a mystery to this day. The Phoenicians are among the most developed and influential peoples of antiquity. Their culture had a great impact on subsequent civilizations. The Phoenicians inhabited the coastal region of ancient Canaan, today the maritime coast of Lebanon, Syria, and Israel. In ancient times, they were known as the Purple People. The term Phoenicians comes from the Greek phonikes, which can mean crimson or purple, a color considered quite luxurious at the time. Around 1200 BC, Egypt lost some territories due to popular uprisings. The Phoenician culture started to flourish during that period. The power vacuum in the region allowed the Phoenicians to build their own trade routes and fortify their armies. Like the Sumerians and Greeks, the Phoenicians had many city-states. These remained independent with distinct cultural traits. With the development of a culture based on maritime trade, the Phoenicians came into contact with many different peoples, such as the Minoans of the island of Crete and the Mycenaeans in Greece. With the expansion of their domains, the Phoenicians colonized new territories. They founded important cities, among which Tyre, Sidon, and Beirut. One of the greatest contributions of the Phoenicians is related to writing. They created a model alphabet that is considered the ancestor of all modern ones. This alphabet is called the Phoenician Phonetic Alphabet. It reached Greece through the island of Crete. The Greeks, in turn, added the vowels to the Phoenician alphabet, creating the Greek alphabet. The Phoenicians thrived with the trade of wood, slaves, and glass, but their most valuable product was the Tyrian purple. The Tyrian purple is a natural dye extracted from sea snails. This dye is purple red, a color much appreciated by all the ancient nobility. But the value of the Tyrian purple was much more than the beautiful color. This dye did not fade from the garments with the passage of time. Instead, it became stronger and livelier. Another valuable source of income for the Phoenicians was high-quality wine. The Egyptians, for instance, could not grow grapes due to their hot climate. They paid in gold for the Phoenician wine jugs. The Phoenicians still traded in silver, copper, tin, and bronze, while also producing jewelry and sculptures made of colored glass. With so many different products in the markets, the Phoenicians accumulated a truly amazing wealth. All this was possible thanks to the incredible boats developed by the Phoenicians. The Phoenician galleys were called biremes, as they had 2 rows of oars. Other models with 3 rows were called triremes. This was the best type of ancient vessel. Its style was copied by the Greeks, Egyptians, and then by the Romans. The Phoenicians had a polytheistic religion. They worshipped a great number of gods and holy deities. Albeit having a sea-orientated culture, the Phoenicians did not seem to have sea deities. The Phoenicians also conducted animal sacrifices during religious festivals. This was very common at the time in practically all religions. However, the Phoenicians also sacrificed human beings, including children and newborns. Like the Minoans of the island of Crete, the Phoenicians had this duality. They were developed, but with an odd connection to primitive customs. The Phoenicians managed to travel awe-striking distances in the sea for their time. They sailed all along the coast of Africa, reaching the Iberian Peninsula, where today Spain and Portugal are located. It is believed that the Phoenicians also reached Great Britain and traded with the Celtic tribes there. 65 years before Rome was founded, the Phoenicians founded the Carthage in North Africa, a city that one day managed to terrorize Rome. There was a theory that the Phoenicians also crossed the Atlantic Ocean and reached the Brazilian Northeast. But this theory has already been cast aside and is considered an exaggerated fantasy. The Phoenicians are also often quoted in the Bible. The most famous is perhaps Princess Jezebel, daughter of King Ithabal of the city of Sidon. Jezebel became famous for marrying King Ahab of Israel, exerting much influence as queen and priestess. Even with all their fame and wealth, the Phoenicians did not have a unified military force. They could not offer much resistance against the attacks of the emerging Persian Empire. In 539 BC, Persia was ruled by King Cyrus II, known as Cyrus the Great, who conquered Phoenicia without much difficulty. Although the Phoenician cities were kept, many people moved to cities further away from Persian rule. Carthage was one of the main shelters. Its population grew substantially. In 332 BC, Alexander the Great conquered the Phoenician city of Tyre, at the time under Persian rule. Alexander was cruel, ordering the death of 2,000 citizens, among them Persians and Phoenicians. Shortly after, Phoenician culture disappeared from its country of origin. The ancient region of Phoenicia was then dominated by other powers such as the Greeks and Egyptians. Carthage continued to develop and prosper, creating its own cultural identity. Its citizens became known as Carthaginians. In essence, they maintained their Phoenician origin. The Bronze Age was responsible for several technological breakthroughs in ancient civilizations, allowing the emergence of great empires. Some of these empires became extremely rich and powerful, like the Babylonian, Egyptian, and Mycenaean empires, which dominated large territories for hundreds of years. At the time, nothing seemed capable of shaking these great military and economic powers. But, as the saying goes, history is written by the winners. Around 1259 BC, the world was experiencing a period of relative peace. The Egyptians, commanded by Pharaoh Ramses II, had signed a peace treaty with the Hittite Empire, which ended a war that lasted for many generations. Other powerful kingdoms followed similar examples, and for half a century, there were no great battles. Trade flowed between nations. The island of Crete was an outpost for many merchants, providing plenty of profit and prestige to the kingdom of Minoans. But everything would change, and the world would plunge again in a vortex of chaos and unprecedented violence. In a period that lasted about 40 to 50 years, the climate of the Earth suffered sudden changes. Although we do not have exact information, historians believe that there were several successive natural disasters, such as earthquakes, tidal waves, and volcanic eruptions. The Aegean islands suffered a great impact, with earthquakes and even tsunamis. Crete, once home to the legendary Minoan kingdom, was probably the most affected by this great cataclysm. Its cities were devastated by earthquakes and reduced to rubble. Climate changes also caused periods of drought in Egypt, Israel, Phoenicia, and part of Anatolia. All these natural disasters disrupted trade routes between the empires. Many, like the Kingdom of Mycenaean in Greece and the Hittite Empire in Anatolia, went bankrupt, generating revolts and violence among the population. But something much worse happened afterwards. Climate change and the destruction of cities forced the migration of many different peoples who were looking for new regions to conquer and establish themselves. Large groups of pirates began to attack coastal cities, devastating everything that had resisted the earthquakes. These violent and bloodthirsty pirates were nicknamed Sea Peoples, being responsible for the fall of many powers of that time. The truth is that we do not know the original place of the Sea Peoples. It is highly likely that they were a confederation of tribes who, out of necessity or opportunism, united to attack a considerable part of the most powerful kingdoms in the world. The few contemporary sources left by the Egyptians and Hittites refer to the Sea Peoples by the name of Shurden, which may suggest that these pirates were from the islands of Sardinia and Sicily. Another hypothesis is that the Sea Peoples originate from the coastal tribes of western Anatolia, having organized themselves as a single horde to attack the continental kingdoms. The fact is that, at the end of the Bronze Age, the Sea Peoples attacked almost all the kingdoms that could be invaded by the sea. The Minoan kingdom, which was already very weakened, was an easy target for the pirates, who killed a good part of the island's inhabitants and destroyed the remaining cities. In Anatolia, the situation was not that different. The Hittite Empire, which was already quite fragmented, was shattered, even being completely extinguished due to the sudden attacks on the pirates. In Greece, the Mycenaean states suffered some attacks around 1190 BC, but they managed to get back on their feet for some time, collapsing definitively when they were invaded by the Dorians, a warrior people who dominated a substantial part of Greece. Egypt was one of the few empires that sustained the attacks of the Sea Peoples due to the enormous military skill of Pharaoh Ramses III, who expelled them definitively from his lands. The Assyrians were the least affected by the calamities. In a way, they were able to take advantage of the weakening of the neighboring kingdoms, further expanding their domains and beginning the Middle Assyrian Empire period. Although we know little about the Sea People, they had an enormous reputation as warriors and navigators already in antiquity. During the Battle of Kadesh, between the Egyptian and Hittite forces, the Shurden mercenaries were hired to fight for both sides, which proves that these coastal warriors were renowned. But not all the invaders of the Sea Peoples wanted only to plunder the decaying cities. There is a theory that some groups established permanent settlements on the coast of the ancient Canaan. The new inhabitants of the region became known as Philistines, a name well known in Old Testament biblical stories. Natural disasters caused the fragmentation and decay of the Bronze Age, but the Sea Peoples were responsible for the final blow to many empires. Another reason that made it impossible for the empires to recover was their highly centralized systems of government, where direct intervention by kings and emperors was necessary to solve all territorial issues. Because of the collapse of the Bronze Age, the world entered a kind of dark age, which we know little, but it was certainly turbulent and full of violence. New kingdoms were gradually organized during the Iron Age, with new models of government and armies composed mainly of well-equipped infantry. Around 750 BC, arts and writing began to resurface among the Mediterranean peoples. It is also during this period that the history of classical Greece and Rome begins. The Bronze Age had come to an end, and with it, an era of great discoveries, powerful empires, and legendary heroes, which become part of the history of the past. But it is important to remember that, without the Bronze Age, humanity would not have developed as we know it. We must be proud of the heritage left by our ancestors. At a time when powerful kings ruled with an iron fist and wanted to expand their influence to create great empires, a newly emerging force began to gain ground in the Iranian lands. The earliest accounts of the Persians are found in Assyrian writings, where they are referred to as Parsua. The Persian tribes, along with other peoples such as the Medians and Babylonians, spent a long time under Assyrian rule. However, around 609 BC, these peoples launched a huge revolt that had such an impact that it caused the collapse of the Assyrian Empire. During this time, the semi-legendary figure of the first Persian king, called Achaemenes, emerged. Although not much is known about Achaemenes, he founded the Achaemenid line that would rule over one of the greatest empires of the ancient world. Among the many Persian tribes, the Achaemenids were the most powerful, and for many years they ruled smaller tribes and conquered more territory, but they were still under the rule of the Median Empire. By 559 BC, Cyrus II, better known as Cyrus the Great, became king of Persia. His rise was troubled, however, and the precedents tell a surprising story to say the least. The Greek historian Herodotus tells that Astyages, Cyrus's grandfather, ruled Persia. One night, he had a dream in which he saw that Cyrus would become ruler of all Asia. Fearing that he would lose his authority, Astyages ordered his butler to take Cyrus, who was still a baby, to the mountains and kill him there. But the butler could not find the strength to carry out this cruel task, and handed the baby over to be raised by a shepherd. Astyages was furious when he heard this, and had the butler's son killed. When Cyrus was old enough, he returned to his country. After revealing his identity and amassing popular support, he dethroned Astyages and presented his claim to the throne, sparing his grandfather's life in the end despite everything. Cyrus the Great was an expansionist king, and under his reign the Persians conquered the capital of the Mediterranean Empire and ruled over an incredibly large territory rich in natural resources. But there was still an obstacle from the Mediterranean that threatened Cyrus's sovereignty: the Greeks. After the collapse of the Hittite Empire in the late Bronze Age, Anatolia was settled by Greek colonies that formed the Kingdom of Lydia, which refused to be ruled by the Persians. Initially, the Greeks attacked the Persian territories, believing that the Greek cavalry was superior. But, to their surprise, the Persians were quite effective with their horse and camel-mounted archers. The Persians brilliantly defeated the Greeks, and the Kingdom of Lydia was ruled by Cyrus. As early as 539 BC, Cyrus and his army besieged Babylon and captured it. The Persians were welcomed as liberators by the Babylonians, who suffered from an abusive rule by King Nabonidus. The Persians not only restored political order in Babylon, but also liberated the Jews who were captive in the city, ending the famous period of Babylonian captivity. Thus, Judea became an allied kingdom of the Persians, and its territory served as protection against the Egyptians. The Persians also developed a good relationship with the Phoenicians, who were great traders and navigators. Cyrus the Great was also known for being a generous and benevolent king. He forgave his defeated enemies, and even placed them in positions in his army or government. He was also known for respecting the religious beliefs of the peoples he conquered. Perhaps one of his most memorable acts was the abolition of slavery during his reign, an act that clashed against all the customs of his time. To reinforce his noble decision, Cyrus issued a decree that is considered the world's first human rights law. The decree states, "I will prevent slavery, and my rulers and subjects are enjoined to prohibit the exchange of men and women as slaves in their spheres of government. Such a tradition shall be eradicated throughout the world." This decree is a bit of clay in cuneiform writing, known as the Cyrus cylinder. In fact, many peoples were happier and better off under Persian rule. Cyrus ruled a variety of different cultures and societies in good harmony, a feat unprecedented in human history, earning him the title of the later Shepherd King. Cyrus died in December 530 BC. Not much is known about his death, but all signs are that he died from injuries sustained in a battle against nomadic equestrian tribes. He is buried at Pasargadae, in an incredibly modest tomb for a man who commanded such a large and wealthy empire. After his death, the Persian Empire continued to expand and, at its peak, encompassed some 8 million square miles, covering Asia, Africa and Europe. The military superiority of the Persians was due to their natural warlike culture, in which warriors and generals were praised for their strength and bravery in battle. The Persians were known to have the best horses in the world. They bred a breed called Nicaean, which was famous for being large, agile horses with fiery and aggressive temperaments, perfect for the battlefield. It was said that a true Persian learned 3 things from childhood: riding, archery, and telling the truth. Telling lies, being dishonest, or observing corruption was punishable by death in some cases. Those who observed truth and honor were highly respected in society. The main strength of the Persian army was in their archers, whether on horseback or on foot. They also made good use of camels, as the size and smell of these animals frightened the horses of the enemy army. Since the Persian army spanned many different countries, the army was composed of many peoples of different cultures, including Persians, Medians, Phoenicians, Chaldeans, and even Egyptians and Greeks in the military ranks. The elite warriors were the Immortals, a force of 10,000 highly trained men who served as the royal guard. The Immortals followed the Persian model and wore colorful clothing, heavy armor, helmets, sometimes even masks, a spear with an iron tip, and a counterweight on the other end. They also carried bows and arrows. The Immortals fought in a disciplined way and never backed down from the enemy. Whenever a warrior fell in battle, he was immediately replaced by one of his fellows, giving the impression that he was returning from the dead. As a system of government, the Persians maintained many capitals, a fine method to keep control over the vast territory of the empire. Persepolis was the most luxurious and impressive city of the empire, whose edification was initiated by King Darius I. The Persepolis Terrace is more than 125,000 square meters, and the walls of the palaces are up to 20 meters high. Another impressive fact about Persepolis is that it was built by free laborers. Men and women were paid according to their role in the construction. The Persian religion was Zoroastrianism, founded by the prophet Zarathustra and considered the first monotheistic religion in history. Zoroastrianism also includes belief in a divine paradise, a hell and its demons, belief in the coming of a Messiah and resurrection, and a final judgment in which all souls will be judged. Zoroastrianism exists to this day and is worshipped by some people living in Iran and India. In 499 BC, the Persian Empire was already unbelievably large. However, with such a huge territory, problems also increased. Especially the problems with the Greek cities in Macedonia, Thrace, and Lydia, which led to constant revolts. The Greeks were always proud of their freedom and fought with all their might to defend their city-states. The Persian king Darius I was a great king and accomplished many things for the Persian people and the nations he ruled. Darius I vowed to conquer all of Greece, but to do so he would have to cross the Black Sea with his huge army. This would take many months and give the Greeks a chance to strengthen their defenses. To solve this problem, Darius applied an ingenious solution. The Persians assembled many ships and built a bridge that connected Anatolia with Europe at a place called the Bosphorus Strait. According to Herodotus, Darius I managed to cross about 70,000 or 80,000 Persian soldiers in this way. Despite some victories in Macedonia, Darius I had difficulties against the Greeks. He planned to retreat to Persia and return with more soldiers, but he finally died a natural death before he could achieve his dream. The one who took the throne and continued Darius's wish was his son, Xerxes I. The famous King Xerxes was the son of King Darius I with Queen Atossa, being the grandson of Cyrus the Great. In the biblical texts of the Old Testament, he is called by the name Ahasuerus, and it is known that he married Esther, who was of Jewish origin. Xerxes continued the war against the Greeks, in a period that has gone down in history as the Median Wars. Several epic battles took place, such as the Battle of Marathon, the Battle of Thermopylae, the Battle of Salamis, and the Battle of Plataea. Under Xerxes, the Persians fought against King Leonidas and his 300 Spartans, supported by another 6,000 Greeks from various cities. After defeating the Spartans at the Battle of Thermopylae, Xerxes and his army managed to sack the powerful city of Athens. Enraged by the stubborn resistance of the Greeks, Xerxes ordered Athens burned to the ground, even though this violated Persian custom to protect conquered cities and their inhabitants. Much of Athens was destroyed, including the sanctuaries. The next day, after appeasing his anger, Xerxes repented and had Athens rebuilt. In response to this attack, the Greeks assembled a large fleet of ships, commanded by the Athenian general Themistocles. The Greeks destroyed the Persian ships, and Xerxes had to quickly retreat to his territories to avoid being trapped with his army in Greece. Xerxes returned to Persia, psychologically devastated at losing so many men and the chance to conquer Greece, and was finally murdered in 465 BC in a political conspiracy devised by one of his ministers. After the death of Xerxes, the Persians gave up trying to conquer Greece, which probably saved much of Europe from being swallowed up by the Persian Empire. After many years of battles and turbulent successions, all was not well in the empire. The Egyptians, who were under Persian rule, revolted, and many other kingdoms followed suit. Until 336 BC, the Persian Empire was ruled by King Darius III. However, in 334 BC, Alexander the Great left Macedonia and began his campaign, conquering many territories that had previously belonged to the Persians. After years of fighting, King Darius III was defeated by Alexander at the Battle of Issus and fled with his family to the city of Ecbatana. Alexander went to Mesopotamia and eventually captured the city of Persepolis. Although Alexander was not in favor of unnecessary destruction and violence, things became chaotic in the Persian cities taken by the Greeks. Persepolis was sacked and burned down, and the same happened in Pasargadae. The story goes that Alexander went to Pasargadae to visit the tomb of Cyrus the Great, a man Alexander began to admire because of the stories he was told. When Alexander arrived, he was confused and angry to learn that Cyrus's tomb had been desecrated and looted, probably by Persian priests. He had Cyrus's tomb rebuilt and punished the priests. The ruler of Ecbatana betrayed King Darius III and had him assassinated, which marked the end of the last of the Persian kings of the Achaemenid line. Although he was his enemy, Alexander held a grand and righteous funeral for Darius III and cruelly punished those who ordered the death of his rival. Although some works of popular culture portrayed the Persians as bloodthirsty and cruel invaders, the truth is that they were very sophisticated for their time, especially in social areas and systems of government. Many historians agree that Alexander the Great did not build an empire, but conquered one that the Persians had established centuries before his birth. Whether as skilled warriors, wise kings, or ruthless conquerors, the Persians have left a precious legacy to human history. Mesopotamia is considered the cradle of the first great civilizations. Among them are the Sumerians, who created well-organized kingdoms at the beginning of the Bronze Age. Obviously, at that time, human beings did not only live in Mesopotamia. They were in much of the globe, and most lived as nomads or in small villages. Some tribes migrated to North Africa in about 5500 BC, where they created villages and spread out along the Nile Valley. More precisely, in the regions now known as Upper Egypt and Lower Egypt. The region was chosen for the existence of the famous Nile River. Besides being the most extensive river in the world, it was also responsible for the development of Egyptian culture. The ancient Egyptians called the Nile River Iteru, meaning Great River. They considered it a gift from the gods to all living beings. Every year, the Nile River has periods of high tide, irrigating the soil around it. The debris makes the land dark and fertile, and makes it possible to farm and graze rural animals. One of the names that the Egyptians used to refer to their land was Kemet, a term that can be translated as Black Earth, underlining the importance of fertility in the soil. The most prominent region is the delta of the Nile, where the river is divided into several branches, flowing into the Mediterranean Sea, where the largest number of settlements are. As with the Mesopotamian peoples, the dominance of agriculture was the main stimulus to boost trade and cultural development of the early Egyptians. As time went by, settlements became independent cities. Soon, the first rulers began to emerge, who declared themselves sovereign kings of their territories. In 3100 BC, a king of Upper Egypt began a military campaign against the other cities. The identity of this king is discussed among historians. Archaeological records indicate the existence of a semi-legendary king who, according to the beliefs at the time, would be a descendant of Horus. This mysterious king was probably known by the name of Narmer or Menes. There are strong indications that Narmer would be the name used. More complete studies indicate that Menes was an honorary title, which means he who perseveres. Narmer was successful in his campaign and unified the people of Lower and Upper Egypt under his command. He was the first pharaoh of Egypt. Narmer began the first Egyptian dynasties. This was followed by 30 dynasties over the centuries. The city of Memphis was founded by Narmer. For a long time, it was the capital of ancient Egypt, due to its geographical location, which guaranteed a strategic control point in Egyptian territory. The city had a port on the banks of the Nile River, where factories and workshops are built, producing ceramic jars, clothes, or dyes that were transported to the neighboring cities by boats along the river. Even in this period of their history, the Egyptians already had conflicts with the neighboring peoples. For example, some Nubian and Lebanese tribes who did not accept the dominant power of the Egyptians in most fertile territories. These tribes constantly rebelled against the Egyptians and attacked smaller villages and cities, provoking violent fighting and making it difficult to distribute goods throughout the region. It is possible that Pharaoh Narmer married Nithotep, a princess from North Africa. The marriage would have political objectives to appease disputes on Egyptian territory. Nithotep was the first queen of Egypt. Perhaps she was the first female pharaoh after Narmer's death. If so, she was the first woman in history to rule a dynasty. Nithotep's name was found in several places, such as tombstones and sacred objects. This underlines its importance as co-founder of the first dynasty. She is the oldest queen of ancient Egypt, whose name is known by historians. During the great history of ancient Egypt, the pharaohs played a more important role than traditional figure attributed to kings and emperors. The Egyptians considered us sacred beings to the Egyptians. According to the beliefs of the time, the pharaohs had inherited divine blood. They were descendants of Horus, and for that reason, only those who belonged to that same lineage were entitled to the throne. This explains why some women have taken over throughout Egyptian history. In contemporary peoples, only men had the right to rule, but the Egyptians always chose a woman with divine blood over a man without that trait. The pharaohs were not only in charge of governing, they were also the supreme commanders of the army, the highest magistrates, and the highest priests. The pharaoh was the human figure closest to the gods. Despite all the benefits available to the pharaohs, their lives were not particularly easy. Some took on the burden of governance of a nation before the age of 12. The heir to the royal throne was prepared from childhood to fill the position. He had to learn military tactics, the history of kingdoms, and military conquests. He also had to learn to read, write, and memorize religious rites. Despite the authority of the pharaohs, they rarely remained in power for long. Their reign was often interrupted by invaders or coups. To prolong the reign of the pharaohs, every year ritualistic festivals took place, the Opet festivals. The objective was to rejuvenate the pharaoh and his bond with the gods. When a pharaoh was able to remain in power for about 30 years, a great party was organized to exalt his reign. At death, he was honored with parties, songs, and rituals of passage to the other world. Around 2686 BC, the phase known as the Ancient Empire, also known as the Pyramid Age, began. In this period, Egypt was already established as an empire, having commercial relations with the Lebanese, Palestinian, and Mesopotamian peoples. Egypt had become a land of great riches. During the ancient empire, there were great artistic and architectural breakthroughs. The paintings that adorned the temples and palaces were made with great skill, whose proportions were calculated with high precision. The dye came from the extract of plants and minerals. Insects and animal blood were even used to achieve more vivid colors. As a result, many paintings maintain their colors and splendor today. The paintings could represent from everyday life to great events, such as bountiful harvests, the crowning of pharaohs, or natural disasters. The gods and sacred rituals were prominent in the artistic representations. Many of the most famous stories of the Egyptian pantheon were told through paintings and carvings of palace walls and tombs. In the economy, all production was accounted for and recorded, which enabled a more accurate allocation of resources. Government officials collected taxes, recruited peasants to work on crops or in construction, and headed the legal system, commanding patrols of soldiers and prosecuting crimes. During the ancient empire, the military area also progressed. The soldiers already had breastplates made of wool or leather, shields made of wood and covered with leather, and the iconic Khopesh sword, also of this period. Around 2200 BC, there was a great period of drought in Egypt, which lasted 140 years. It caused hunger in the population and a decline in economic and social power. Instability ravaged Egypt, and the pharaoh's government lost control of his territories. Some provinces further away from the capital revolted and declared independence. The leaders of the rebel provinces stopped paying taxes to the central government and began to enrich their own coffers. In the end, a kind of mafia leader was born, as they hired criminals and deserters as personal protectors. Two groups stood out. One commanded Lower Egypt, from the city of Hierakonpolis, and the other commanded Upper Egypt, from the city of Thebes. Around 2055 BC, the forces of Thebes, commanded by Mentuhotep II, defeated the rulers of Hierakonpolis, unifying Egypt again and beginning the period of the Middle Empire. The sands of Egypt hold secrets and stories that awaken our imagination and will to unravel the past of one of the greatest civilizations in history. After the difficult times of the ancient empire, the Egyptians managed to recover their ancient territories and trade routes. It was the beginning of a new era of prosperity. This new phase in Egyptian history is known as the Middle Empire, between 2050 BC and 1710 BC. After re-establishing military control in Egypt, the economy had to recover. New irrigation systems were built, besides new monuments to the gods. Pharaoh Mentuhotep II began a military campaign to conquer Nubia, a region rich in gold and precious jewelry, and very lucrative for the debilitated Egyptian coffers. The fight against the Nubians lasted many years, and, despite their insistence, the Egyptians were unable to totally subjugate their opponents, proving the great military capability of the African tribes. Mentuhotep II died after reigning for 51 years. He was buried together with his 6 wives in a funeral complex in Deir el-Bahari. After Egypt regained its financial power, without facing great external threats, the empire entered an erudite period. During the Middle Empire, the concept of life beyond death gained notoriety. Dying, something that was already seen as a rite of passage, became even more important in the daily life of the Egyptians. The rulers also recovered the habit of erecting pyramids as tombs, ordering the construction of ever larger monuments. The construction of the pyramids began in the ancient empire. Djoser's pyramid was the first, built around 2630 BC, located northwest of the city of Memphis. The Djoser pyramid and its tomb complex are considered the oldest monumental structures in the world, designed by architect Imhotep. During his life, Imhotep was probably one of the most important men in Egypt, with knowledge in several areas, such as medicine, architecture, religion, and carpentry. Imhotep belongs to a small group of plebs who received the status of deities in Egypt. This distinction was usually reserved for the most important members of the nobility. Imhotep's historical existence is proven through 2 contemporary inscriptions on the base or pedestal of one of Djoser's statues. Imhotep was such an important figure that even after his death, he continued to be revered. His grave was hidden in complete secrecy and remains unknown to this day. So far, 123 pyramids have been found and accounted for in Egypt, some of them already practically in ruins. The decision to build pyramidal tombs is justified because this is the safest way to erect a monument, because the base is wider and heavier than the top. Even so, some pyramids collapsed in antiquity, due to irregularities in their shape or the wrong choice of terrain. When this happened, the builder responsible for the work was executed. There is also the famous bent pyramid, which remains to this day. However, its shape has changed during construction. The construction of the pyramid required great physical effort and complete logistics. Each granite stone weighs approximately 2.5 tons, having been extracted from quarries, sometimes located 800 kilometers away from the construction site. They were then placed on barges and transported along the Nile River. After being unloaded, the stones were transported with ropes and sleds to the construction site. There, they were cut and sanded until they reached the necessary shape. Only then, they were dragged on ramps to the final destination. The exact number of workers participating in construction is unknown. It is believed that more than 30,000 men took part in the efforts to erect these monuments. The majority were freemen, who received a salary and tax exemption. Many slaves were also used, entrusted with the most arduous and tiring tasks. The pyramids were built by order of the pharaohs, who wanted to use them as a tomb and symbol of power and authority. The pyramids also had a symbolic character for the Egyptians, who believed that the origin of the earth came from a primordial mount in pyramidal form. The most famous pyramids are the pyramids of Giza in the necropolis of Giza near Cairo. The necropolis has 3 pyramids. The highest is Cheops, the middle is Khafra, and the smallest is Menkaure. There are still some smaller monuments near the pyramids, known as the Pyramids of Queens. The Great Sphinx is also part of the necropolis. At their peak, the pyramids were finished with a cover of polished white limestone, which reflected the sunlight at great distances, and at the top were placed stones adorned with hieroglyphic writing. Possibly, some pyramids would have a top made of or coated in gold. It was a breathtaking vision. The Pyramid of Cheops was an impressive 146.5 meters high. Today, there are 138.8 meters left. It is the oldest of the 7 wonders of the ancient world, and the only one that still exists. Almost all the pyramids were plundered, inside and out. The limestone cover and the granite stones were removed for use in other buildings over the centuries. The justification for this enormous dedication to building gigantic funerary monuments lay in the religion of the ancient Egyptians, which strongly influenced the people's view of life and death. The Egyptians left no written sources that clearly explained their beliefs. For this reason, modern historians use the paintings and scriptures left in temples, pyramids, and tombs as their source. Another source of this research are the 3 collections of hieroglyphic texts from different periods. These texts are the Book of Pyramids, the Book of Sarcophagi, and the Book of the Dead. The ancient Egyptians believed that those who had divine blood could be resurrected after a few hundred years, recovering their place as rulers. This concept of death and rebirth explains why the pharaohs created environments where they could preserve their bodies and return to life. Mummification was intended to preserve the body that would be retrieved by the sovereign. In the pharaoh's tomb were also placed precious objects, clothes, and jewelry. During the ancient empire, his personal servants, animals, and priests were also sacrificed. In many cases, his wife or wives were also buried together with the pharaoh. But this practice has lost importance in the Middle Empire. The sarcophagi were also vital importance in the incarnation of the pharaoh. The pharaoh's face was carved into the sarcophagus with the greatest possible precision. Thus, when the spirit returned to the body, he could remember what his physical appearance was like in life. Today, Islam is the official religion of Egypt. Most of the population follows Sunni precepts. Even so, there are neo-pagan groups that follow religion and the ancient gods. This practice is known as Kemetism. The last pharaoh who ruled Egypt in the Middle Empire was Amenemhat III. During his reign, he allowed for tribes of Semitic Asiatic peoples to settle in the delta of the Nile River. These tribes sought refuge from the growing threats of the Assyrian Empire. These people were known as the Hyksos, a term that can be translated to shepherd kings. In 1650 BC, uncontrolled floods in the Nile destroyed part of the Egyptian plantations, affecting the economy and weakening the empire again. The Hyksos took advantage of the instability and controlled some cities built in the Nile Delta. The Hyksos established their dynasty and elected a pharaoh, following the Egyptian model of government. The Egyptian rulers retreated to Thebes, where they were trapped between the Hyksos kingdom in the north and the Kushite kingdom in the south. This phase of Egyptian history became known as the Second Intermediate Period. Despite being invaders, the Hyksos also added their influence to the Egyptian culture, bringing good quality horses, more advanced war chariots, and new weaving techniques. For 30 years, the Egyptians fought against the Hyksos. Then, the military pharaoh Amasis won several military victories and expelled the Hyksos from Egypt. This regaining of power by the Egyptians started the new kingdom. Egypt, the land of pyramids and the pharaohs, full of lavish stories and impressive deeds, which survived in time thanks to the paintings and monuments built by the ancient Egyptians. During the New Kingdom, it became clear that the Egyptian pharaohs and their military forces were not up to foreign threats. As a solution, the Egyptians started to hire troops of mercenaries from Nubia and Libya. As a reward for their services, the mercenaries received land, where they put their families to live and work for the pharaoh. Prisoners were also used in the army, usually on the front lines. Better combat tactics were also developed. Autonomous troops of up to some 6,000 men were commanded by well-trained officers. Soldiers from humble families received a salary for their enlistment, but they practically had no chance to advance in their military career, as this right was reserved for the children of nobler families. Also, during the New Kingdom, the Egyptians began to develop their maritime fleet. The Egyptians already had well-designed and maneuverable boats. However, they were not enough to carry many soldiers and equipment. This led to the creation of beautiful war galleys with a slender and threatening design. The pharaohs of the New Kingdom created a period of unprecedented prosperity by protecting borders and strengthening diplomatic ties with their neighbors. Military campaigns, led by Pharaoh Thutmose I, led to the conquest of new lands, guaranteeing the dominance of Palestine, Syria, and Lebanon. Thutmose I ordered new constructions in several cities and elaborated new works of art, among them a stela, where his achievements as a ruler were recorded. His successors maintained territorial control, fighting rebellions in the conquered lands. His grandson Thutmose III was considered one of the most important pharaohs of ancient Egypt. Thutmose III had a great military activity, with more than 17 campaigns, and maintained his grandfather's building momentum. During the reign of Thutmose III, there was a revolt in Canaan. The Canaanites were led by the king of the city of Kadesh and assembled troops to expel the Egyptians from their territories. This dispute originated the famous Battle of Megiddo, which has enormous archaeological importance. It was the first battle to be recorded and detailed in writing in history. The Egyptians described the details of the battle on the walls of the temple of Amon-Ra, which today is in the city of Luxor, the ancient Thebes. Thutmose III gathered his army and fought against the rebels in a plain. His victory caused the Canaanites to retreat into the city of Megiddo on top of a hill. The battle ended after Megiddo was besieged for 7 months, which led to the surrender of the city. Also in the Battle of Megiddo was used for the first time the compound bow, a more effective version than the bows used previously. The victory was very profitable for the Egyptians. According to the reports, they captured 894 war chariots, 2 of them covered in gold, and 2,000 horses. After this victory and subsequent conquest of the territories, Egypt reached its peak. Its territorial domination started at the Euphrates River in Syria and went to Napata in the Kushite territory. Thutmose III still attacked the kingdom of Mitanni that belonged to the Horites. He won again and annexed new lands to Egypt and a new contingent of captured soldiers. Thutmose III is believed to have visited the Greek city of Crete, probably the first pharaoh of Upper Egypt to travel by sea and visit a foreign nation. But not everything went well for the Egyptians during the New Kingdom. A turbulent period erupted when a new pharaoh took the throne. Pharaoh Akhenaten was one of the most controversial figures in Egyptian history, and his life is full of mysteries and questions. Akhenaten wanted to extinguish the cult and traditional deities of Egypt. He challenged more than 1,500 years of religious traditions when he decided to adopt only one god, decreeing that the god of Aton was the only creator of all things and living beings. The god Aton was the personification of the sun, source of light and warmth to the world. The pharaoh chose Akhenaten's name, which can be translated as "he who praises Aton." Akhenaten was a sloppy pharaoh in diplomatic and military relations. Neighboring kingdoms severed relations with Egypt, and some became threats again. The ancient Egyptians later referred to Akhenaten as the Mad Pharaoh. The monarch constantly showed his religious fervor, affirming, "Aton lives, there is no other except him." This behavior infuriated many priests and citizens, causing riots and violence in parts of the new kingdom. Akhenaten's main wife was Queen Nefertiti, who became world-renowned when her bust was found in 1912 by German archaeologists. Nefertiti is believed to have been a beautiful woman. The sculpture was never finished, with one eye missing, so that her image would not provoke the anger and jealousy of the Egyptian goddesses. After Akhenaten's death, Nefertiti disappeared from the historical records, and her fate is unknown. Akhenaten reigned for about 17 years. This time was enough for Egypt to lose much influence and dominion. Akhenaten's cause of death is unknown. There are suspicions that he was murdered by a group of priests who worshipped the ancient gods. Akhenaten had many children. One of them would have a special prominence in Egyptian history. His son was the famous Tutankhamun. After Akhenaten's death, Egypt went through a troubled period. His son was still too young to assume the throne, and his daughters could not take power because there is a living male heir. An enigmatic figure took over, Smenkhare. There are debates about whether Smenkhare was actually Nefertiti, who would have assumed the throne and changed her name. Another possibility is that Smenkhare was Akhenaten's son-in-law, taking the throne by marrying one of the daughters of the former pharaoh. Noble Ai and a general named Horemheb also appeared. Both served Akhenaten and Nefertiti. It's probably that Ai was Nefertiti's father. Ai aspired to reach the throne and had members of the royal family murdered. The young Tutankhamun and his half-sister Ankhesenamun were rescued and taken to Thebes. Tutankhamun was crowned pharaoh at only 9 years of age. To strengthen the lineage, he married his half-sister, who was only 11 years old. Due to Tutankhamun's age, Ai ruled Egypt with the position of vizier, a kind of regent. His government was supported by General Horemheb. As the years progressed, Tutankhamun had a more active and authoritarian voice, ordering the construction of temples for the ancient gods of Egypt. This allowed to restore the cult of different deities. In 1324 BC, Tutankhamun died at the age of 14. The reason for his death has given rise to various speculations: disease, poisoning, or murder. The last option was not unlikely, because Tutankhamun was a threat to Ai's plans. Another event that reinforces the hypothesis of murder is that right after Tutankhamun's death, his wife, Ankhesenamun, sent letters to the king of the Hittites, asking him to send one of his children to marry her and be crowned pharaoh of Egypt. The Hittites and Egyptians were always enemies. This shows that Ankhesenamun's request was motivated by fear and urgency. With reluctance, the king of the Hittites sent one of his sons to meet Ankhesenamun. But mysteriously, this prince never entered Egypt. It is likely that he was murdered by spies, following Ai's orders. Ankhesenamun ended up marrying Ai, most probably against her will. A few months later, after her marriage to Ai, poor Ankhesenamun died abruptly. It is not difficult to deduce that this too was the order of the cruel Ai. Tutankhamun has a great importance for the history of ancient Egypt. His tomb, although small in comparison with other pharaohs, was almost intact when it was discovered. Tutankhamun's tomb was found in the Valley of the Kings in 1922 by Howard Carter. The tomb was not desecrated by thieves, and this originated the famous legend of the Tutankhamun curse, in which if someone violated the pharaoh's tomb, he would suffer a terrible death. In the tomb were found 3 amphorae of wine, one of them with white wine, and a dagger whose blade was created with the iron of a meteorite. The tomb also had baskets with cereals, jewels, clothes, statues of the god Anubis, and 2 small mummies of female fetuses, probably daughters of Tutankhamun, born prematurely. The mummy of Tutankhamun was kept in 3 sarcophagi. The smaller one, which kept the young pharaoh's body, was made of gold. Although short, Tutankhamun's story is full of murder, betrayal, and intrigue. It deserves to be known and remembered to this day. As for Regent I, he seems to have died of old age. As he had no heirs, he was succeeded by General Horemheb. Horemheb, although he was a military general, was accepted by the people as a pharaoh because he successfully served Egypt in the wars. Egyptian history would still have many twists and turns in the future, and the arrival of famous pharaoh Ramses II would cause fear in the hearts of Egypt's enemies. The great Egyptian pyramids have remained firm over the centuries. Their monumental splendor showed the effort of the Egyptian people to maintain the glory of their empire. After the tragic reign of Pharaoh Tutankhamun, Egypt was ruled by a former general named Horemheb. Horemheb established order in Egypt, creating stricter laws, which included, as punishment for crimes, cutting off the nose of the evildoer and exiling him into the desert. Horemheb continued the struggle to re-establish the cult of the ancient gods. He even tried to erase the records of Akhenaten's reign, referring to the ancient pharaoh as a demon who wanted to destroy the beliefs in the true gods. Horemheb had no heirs, so he was named as his successor Ramses I, his closest friend and a general of the Egyptian army. Ramses I assumed the throne at about 50 years of age and reigned for only 2 years. He was replaced by his son Seti I. Seti I fought against the Hittites and conquered the city of Kadesh. The Hittites established a peace agreement with the Egyptians that lasted 15 years. Seti I recovered other territories that had belonged to Egypt before the reign of Akhenaten, but Seti I also stayed a short time on the throne, as he died at only 40 years of age. The mummy of Seti I is considered one of the most beautiful and most preserved until today. It is currently in the Egyptian Museum in Cairo. Seti I's successor was his son, the famous Ramses II. There were 11 sovereigns named Ramses in the history of Egypt, but only Ramses II is known as Ramses the Great. He is considered the greatest pharaoh in Egypt, and his reign was the most prosperous and extensive in Egyptian history. When Ramses II was about 10 years old, his father took him with him in the military campaigns. Ramses was present in battles in Libya, Canaan, and Sinai. Ramses grew up as a young warrior prince and was considered impetuous and arrogant. At the beginning of his reign, he traveled to Phoenicia to define new boundaries for the Egyptian territories. However, he entered the territory of the Hittites and claimed the lands conquered at the time of Thutmose III. The proud Hittites considered it an offense, and the war between 2 empires started again. The king of the Hittites summoned many soldiers and asked for reinforcements of cities and towns allied to the Hittites. Ramses II also had a large army, composed of Egyptian soldiers, African and Lebanese mercenaries. Ramses had a strong and impatient personality. This made him take the initiative and march towards Kadesh, which had been reconquered by the Hittites. The Egyptian army was organized in 4 divisions. Although they were numerically inferior to the Hittites, they were better trained and disciplined. Suddenly, 2 Hittite soldiers gave themselves to the Egyptians. They claimed to be deserters, but in fact they were spies. After gaining the trust of the Egyptians, the spies passed the false information that the Hittite army was still far from Kadesh. Ramses wanted to take the opportunity to quickly reconquer the city and advance with his personal guard and a division of his army, while the other Egyptian forces advanced in slower pace. Already near the city of Kadesh, Ramses realized that he had fallen into a trap. The Hittites emerged from different directions and surrounded the Egyptian troops. It was such an unexpected event that it was recorded as the first military ambush in history. Even surrounded, Ramses and his personal guard used their war chariots and managed to make way against the enemy troops, breaking the siege. Meanwhile, the Egyptian infantry contained the advance of the enemies. Ramses managed to regroup with the other divisions of his army that came to his aid. Then he launched a counterattack that quickly dispersed the Hittites. That day, the king of the Hittites lost his brother, who was killed during the battle. Finally, the two forces retreated, both with many casualties and exhausted soldiers. Ramses retreated to Egypt, and King Hittite to the north of his territory. Technically, the fight had ended in a tie, but both leaders declared to have come out as winners of the battle. After a few more years of conflict and hostilities, Egypt finally signed a peace treaty with the Hittite Empire. It was a remarkable event, as it was the first peace treaty in history. The peace treaty was also motivated by the growing threat of the Assyrian Empire. They were increasingly strong and were a danger to Egyptians and Hittites. In the peace treaty, the Egyptian Empire and the Hittite Empire promised to support each other against external threats, something that delayed the advance of the Assyrians for some time. For almost being defeated, Ramses II became wiser and more cautious. During his reign, he maintained the alliance with the Hittites. Strange as it may seem, Ramses II married 3 or 4 daughters, but there are discussions about whether this really happened. Also, during the reign of Ramses II, the cities grew in size and population. Many temples and other works were built, bringing more prosperity to Egypt. Today, the name Ramses II became famous for being used in Hollywood movies, where he is pointed out as the pharaoh of the biblical Exodus, responsible for imprisoning and enslaving the Hebrews in Egypt. However, more complete studies point out that Thutmose III as the pharaoh of the Exodus. Ramses II will have died at over 90 years of age, something quite unusual at that time. After the death of Ramses, Egypt entered again an unstable period. His children died abruptly, and the Egyptian throne became empty several times, something very dangerous for a powerful nation. The responsibility was assumed by Merneptah, the 13th son of Ramses II. Merneptah was already over 60 years old when he assumed the throne. He did not have the strength to govern the great number of cities and provinces. With the government weakened, the priests of the Temple of Amun came to have even more political power, since they claimed to be the link between the gods and the people. To further complicate matters, Egypt's wealth attracted other greedy kingdoms. Egypt was attacked by pirates from the coast of the Greek islands of western Anatolia. These pirates became known as Sea Peoples. The Sea Peoples were no ordinary pirates. The brutality and frequency of their attacks destabilized the economy and the government of the Great Bronze Age empires. They destroyed almost the entire Minoan and Mycenaean kingdom. They also devastated the Hittite Empire, which was already weakened after several civil wars. We don't know if the Sea Peoples were a single tribe or a confederation of tribes that joined together to loot and invade the Near East, but they were numerous, skilled sailors and combatants on land. The invasions of the Sea Peoples are probably motivated by natural disasters, earthquakes, and tsunamis that devastated the Aegean islands and the coastal regions of Greece and Turkey. These natural disasters destabilized much of the dominant kingdoms and were responsible for the decline of the Minoan civilization on the island of Crete. Pharaoh Meneptah managed to stop the invasion of the Sea Peoples in the Battle of the Delta, but some years later, Pharaoh Ramses III managed to expel the Sea Peoples from Egypt. The Sea Peoples continued to devastate and dominate territories in Palestine. The impact of these invasions was so great that the Sea Peoples are held responsible for the collapse of the Bronze Age. Finally, Ramses III followed the Egyptian tradition of turning enemies into allies. He established agreements with the Nubians and the Libyans. Egypt started to hire mercenaries from the Sea Peoples. Ramses III was the strong pharaoh, but his reign was turbulent. He was murdered at the age of 65 in a coup organized by one of his wives, who wanted his son as the next heir to the throne. Egypt was financially exhausted. Its coffers were emptied by the war against the pirate invaders. The situation was so bad that the population's food was rationed. During this period, the first labor strike in history occurred. When workers from various areas did not receive their grain, they refused to work for the pharaoh. Egypt has entered a vertiginous decline marked by hunger, violence, and corruption. The empire was devastated for about 2 decades. Egypt was again divided into different dynasties. Ambitious leaders confronted each other in small battles to dominate territories. Egypt entered a phase known as the Third Intermediate Period. During this period, chaos reigned. Part of Egypt was commanded by pharaohs of Lebanese origin, while another part was ruled by pharaohs of Nubian origin. The cunning priests of the Temple of Amun took advantage of the situation and controlled Thebes and other nearby territories. The Assyrians also took advantage of the fall of the Hittite Empire and the weakening of the Egyptians. They invaded Egypt, and in the conquered cities, they placed Assyrian rulers to control the population. Under the rule of the foreign forces, the once proud Egyptian empire was subjugated and impotent, but it would not be the end of its history. There were still many unexpected events. Throughout its history, Egypt went through periods of glory and power, but it also faced difficulties during the terrible droughts that brought hunger and suffering. The wealthiness of Egypt also attracted the attention of many powerful realms. Many enemies wanted to invade the Egyptian territories. In 525 BC, the Persians invaded Egypt, commanded by King Cambyses II. The Persians had already defeated the Babylonian Empire, and nothing seemed to satisfy their ambitions for new territories. The Persian domination of Egypt lasted until 332 BC and was overthrown by a young and ambitious conqueror, Alexander the Great. Alexander seemed unstoppable. He conquered city after city, winning battles even under unfavorable conditions for his army. He dominated many Persian territories, and, after defeating King Darius III in a great battle, besieged the city of Tyre in Phoenicia. After a great siege, the city was conquered. Alexander destroyed it as a punishment for non-surrender. Alexander and his army headed for Egypt. The Persian ruler who commanded Egypt had the good sense to surrender without offering much resistance. Alexander was received by the Egyptian people as a liberator. He was proclaimed as the son of the god Amon, receiving many treasures. Alexander spent a short time in Egypt, but during his stay, he founded the city of Alexandria, one of the most important cities of the ancient world. It would become the capital of Egypt in the following 1,000 years. With Egypt's dominion secured, Alexander set out for Mesopotamia to attack the heart of the Persian Empire. After the death of Alexander the Great, the Egyptian government was controlled by the Macedonian general Ptolemy I. He declared himself pharaoh of Egypt and began the Ptolemaic dynasty. The influence of Greek culture brought by Macedonians influenced much of Egyptian life, but this happened in a natural way. The Macedonian rulers respected and encouraged the traditional customs of Egypt. Over the years, pharaohs of Macedonian origin were represented as Egyptians. Marriages between Greeks and Egyptians became common, and gods of both cultures were merged. One example is the deity that received the name of Amon Zeus. The military equipment of the Egyptians almost completely assumed the Greek style. Even commercial boats and war galleys began to be built in the Greek style, which was more advanced and robust. All the male pharaohs of this period of Egyptian history used the name Ptolemy to honor the founder of the Ptolemaic dynasty. The Ptolemaic established a great trade route, mainly by sea, and this made Egypt prosper again. During the Ptolemaic dynasty, the famous Alexandria Library was also built, which had thousands of papyruses and clay tablets with the most diverse registers and studies in areas of mathematics, philosophy, and architecture. The Ptolemaic kingdom went into decline with Ptolemy. He was a detestable king, lazy in political affairs, easily corruptible, and cruel. He had relatives killed, including his brother, father, and mother. At the end of the Ptolemaic kingdom, Egypt was plunged into political chaos. Many Ptolemaic pharaohs were cruel tyrants. Murders within the family were common. While Egypt was going through another turbulent period, a new threat from the Mediterranean Sea was aimed at reaching the land of the pharaohs. Rome had already conquered vast territories in much of the European continent and wanted to further expand its domains. The Roman Senate decided to intervene in the political situation of the Egyptians because Rome depended a lot on grains exported from Egypt. If another civil war occurred, Rome would run out of food for its legions. The famous Cleopatra was not the first with this name. She was part of the Ptolemaic dynasty, direct descendant of Ptolemy I. In her childhood, she studied with Greek teachers and was educated in religious cults of different cultures. It was said that Cleopatra could speak 8 languages. Cleopatra became queen at 18. Despite sharing power with Ptolemy XIII, her younger brother, she seems to have dealt with the kingdom's problems alone. At the beginning of her reign, she had serious problems. Egypt was facing another drought and period of hunger. As time went by, Cleopatra's younger brother began to confront his sister. He had the support of his childhood tutors and other nobles who preferred a male ruler. Cleopatra married Ptolemy XIII, but it was a merely symbolic marriage, for they never had a good relationship, nor did they consummate the union. Ptolemy XIII eventually removed Cleopatra from her position and began to reign alone. The Egyptian population revolted, and of course, Rome was watching everything, fearing another civil war in Egypt. In 48 BC, Julius Caesar arrived in Egypt with his troops, staying in the palace of Alexandria. Cleopatra, knowing the fame of the Roman general, did not waste time and sought to establish an alliance with him. Cleopatra was successful in her negotiations with Julius Caesar. The two became allies and lovers. Now they needed to overthrow the usurper brother and recover the Egyptian lathe. Caesar called troops to besiege Alexandria. This was followed by a series of clashes between the Romans and Ptolemy XIII's troops. Finally, a great battle took place on the west bank of the Nile River. Ptolemy XIII had about 20,000 men, and Julius Caesar had a smaller number of troops. But Caesar advanced with his army, which received Greek reinforcements. Both military forces advanced by land, while the boats traveled along the Nile River. It was a battle that took place on land and water. Caesar and Ptolemy followed the movements of the troops as they sailed on their boats. The battle on land was brutal. Ptolemy's troops were on higher ground and forced the Romans to retreat. Many Roman soldiers fled and swam towards the boat. During the confusion, Caesar's galley capsized with the weight of the men who climbed aboard. Julius Caesar had to swim to the riverbank to survive. At the height of this confusion, the Greeks arrived to support Caesar. The Romans managed to regroup their troops and counterattack with the help of the Greek allies. They conquered the Egyptian camp where Ptolemy's troops were. With this turnaround, Ptolemy's troops fled to the Egyptian boats. Ptolemy's boat also capsized. Ptolemy was not as lucky as Caesar. He drowned because of his heavy armor, which dragged him to the bottom of the Nile. After the battle, Cleopatra returned to the throne. Most of the conspirators were arrested or executed. In 44 BC, Julius Caesar was murdered in the Senate of Rome. Cleopatra sought a new alliance with General Mark Antony. Mark Antony and Cleopatra were married in Egypt, but Rome never considered this marriage official, since Mark Antony was already married to a Roman. Mark Antony offered Cleopatra vast territories that belonged to Rome. In his will, he affirmed his desire to be buried in Alexandria. The Roman Senate rebelled and gave General Octavian permission to go to war against Mark Antony and Cleopatra. To face the situation, Cleopatra joined her army to that of Mark Antony. It was the largest maritime fleet ever seen in history. They left for Greece, where they were intercepted by the fleet of Roman ships. The maritime battle was disastrous for Mark Antony and Cleopatra. Their naval fleet was destroyed by the Romans. Luckily, both managed to escape alive. A year later, Octavian besieged Alexandria and defeated the city's defenses without much difficulty, destroying the plans and ambitions of Mark Antony and Cleopatra. Cleopatra was an enormously powerful woman. She managed to keep Egypt united and, throughout her life, protected the territory from being swallowed by Rome. Cleopatra's life and personality were so remarkable that they continue to be an inspiration to this day. In our channel, we have a mini-series that tells in detail the incredible story of this great woman. Take a look at the videos. After millennia of existence, memorable battles, and political intrigues, Pharaonic Egypt lost its independence and became a province under Roman rule. The legacy of the ancient Egyptians is extremely valuable to human history, and of course, Egypt will continue to be remembered as the cradle of one of the greatest civilizations ever.
A maritime power arose in the beating heart of the ancient Mediterranean, rivaling the greatest civilizations of its time, the Carthaginians. Hailing from mysterious Phoenicia, these seafaring masters established Carthage, a prosperous city on the North African coast. With unparalleled naval skills, trade networks spanning seas and continents, and an insatiable hunger for expansion, the Carthaginians excelled in their epic rivalry against the rising might of Rome. The Carthaginians originated in Phoenicia, a Levantine region that largely covers modern Lebanon and parts of Syria and Israel. The Phoenicians were renowned for their navigational skills, establishing several colonies along the Mediterranean coasts. Carthage, meaning new city in Phoenician, was founded at the end of the 9th century BC by Phoenician settlers. The city of Tyre, a major Phoenician city-state, is often pointed to as the starting point for the founding fathers of Carthage. The legend of Dido, also known as Elissa in Phoenician tradition, is rooted deeply in the founding stories of Carthage and in the classical narratives of antiquity. The tale of Dido combines myth, legend, and possibly some historical truth. Originally, Dido was a Phoenician princess from Tyre. Following her father's death, the king of Tyre, her brother Pygmalion took over the leadership. Some versions of the legend say that Pygmalion had Dido's husband killed for greedy or jealous reasons. Dido fled Tyre with a few loyal followers to avoid her brother's machinations. She landed on the coast of North Africa, trying to buy some habitable land from a local ruler. To be clever, the ruler told her that she could only have as much land as she could cover with a piece of leather. Proving her wit, Dido cut the leather into extremely thin strips and arranged them in a circle, outlining a sizable area, where she founded Carthage. Dido's legend is also known for its connection with Aeneas, the Trojan hero. According to the Aeneid, the epic by the Roman poet Virgil, Aeneas and his followers roamed the Mediterranean after the fall of Troy. While traveling, he arrived in Carthage, where he was warmly welcomed by Dido. The two quickly fell in love. Yet Aeneas was told by divine messengers of his destiny, to establish the city that would become Rome. He reluctantly left Dido and set off for the Italian peninsula. Shattered by Aeneas's departure, Dido erected a funeral pyre, proclaiming that she was joining her first husband, who had already died a few years before Aeneas's arrival. Dido then drove a dagger into her own body and threw herself onto the burning pyre, whereupon she perished in the flames. The Aeneid was originally penned to legitimize Rome's divine ancestry and its connection to the ancient heroes and gods. The tragic love story between Dido and Aeneas was used to stress the unavoidable nature of the conflicts between Rome and Carthage, both cities with similar origins, but fated to wage decades of bloody wars. As the influence of Phoenician cities in the Levant region started to decline due to invasions and the growing influence of empires such as the Assyrian and Babylonian, Carthage prospered and rose as the main heir to the Phoenician heritage, evolving from a simple colony to a powerful empire. Profiting from their strategic location and their seafaring prowess inherited from the Phoenicians, the Carthaginians established an extensive web of colonies and trading posts along the Mediterranean coasts. These colonies, comprising sites in Sicily, Sardinia, and the Balearic Islands, and the coast of present-day Spain, acted as trade and production centers, as well as naval bases. Carthage boasted one of the most impressive fleets in the ancient world. Not only did this enable them to protect their trade routes from pirates and rivals, but they also enforced control over key trade routes. levying shipping fees on other powerful cities, such as Rome, Athens, and Alexandria. The Carthaginians traded a wide gamut of goods. They imported cereals, especially from Sicily, metals like tin from Iberia and Cornwall, and silver from Spain, but also exotic products from Africa, such as ivory and precious stones. Carthage was also famous for the Phoenician purple dye, extracted from a specific type of sea snail, which was highly regarded in ancient times. Mago, a Carthaginian general and leader and member of the important Maganid dynasty, authored a 28-volume treatise on agriculture. Mago's agricultural work, although lost, was highly regarded in antiquity. It was translated into Latin and influenced Roman agricultural philosophy. The Punic alphabet, a variation of the Phoenician alphabet, came into use in Carthage and its colonies. Whilst the Punic language itself eventually died out, the alphabet made an impact on the development of other writing systems. Carthage was one of the first Western Mediterranean city-states to mint its own currency, which made trade and economic integration easier between its different colonies and territories. Trade was not just about goods. There was a continuous cultural exchange. Agricultural techniques, crafts, and technological developments were also spread through Carthage's trade routes. The Carthaginian religion, anchored in Phoenician traditions and customs, was a crucial part of daily life and Carthage's cultural identity. While much of what is known about Carthaginian religion is drawn from external sources, especially Roman and Greek, which frequently viewed Carthage through hostile or exotic perspectives, it is still possible to pinpoint core elements of this religious practice. As with their Phoenician predecessors, the Carthaginians adored a range of deities. The main were Baal Hammon, often associated with fertility and agriculture, and Tanit, a goddess of the moon, fertility, and in certain contexts, a funerary figure. Tanit became particularly prominent in Carthage and is often represented by a specific symbol that bears a resemblance to a female figure with her arms raised. Temples were hubs of religious activity, and many were found in Carthage and other Carthaginian colonies. Offerings, frequently of an agricultural nature, were common. Archaeological and written evidence of animal sacrifices also exists. Some sources, especially classic Roman and Greek authors, affirm that the Carthaginians practiced human sacrifices to honor their deities. Studies of recent archaeological evidence have suggested that, while cremation rituals were common, the extent and context of human sacrifice are still up for debate. While some argue that it was a ritualized practice during times of crisis, others imply that it may have been less common than ancient sources imply. The Carthaginians did believe in an afterlife. Exquisite burial tombs and funerary offerings hint at a conviction that the dead would need material goods in the afterlife, such as clothing, jewelry, weapons, and personal items. As far as Carthage interacted with other cultures, there was a certain level of religious syncretism. Carthaginian deities were often identified with gods from other traditions, such as Greek or Egyptian. Carthage's territorial and naval growth led to conflicts with other Mediterranean powers. The most famous of these were the Punic Wars against Rome, which lasted from 264 to 146 BC. These clashes were key to the course of ancient history, as they established Rome's primacy in the Western Mediterranean and led to the complete destruction of Carthage. The First Punic War occurred between 264 and 241 BC. The primary cause of this war was the scramble for control of Sicily, particularly the cities of Messina and Syracuse. It was mostly a naval war, with some land battles in Sicily. Carthage, with its powerful navy, had the upper hand initially, but Rome quickly adjusted to naval warfare and introduced the corvus, a kind of mobile pontoon bridge to board and capture enemy ships. The war ended in victory for Rome. Under the Treaty of Lutatius, Carthage was forced to abandon Sicily and pay a large indemnity to Rome. The Second Punic War took place between 218 and 201 BC. The origins of this conflict can be traced to Carthage's ambitions in the Iberian Peninsula and the famous Carthaginian general Hannibal Barca, who defied Roman rule. This war is remarkable for Hannibal's audacious crossing of the Alps to attack Italy itself. Hannibal went on to secure several decisive battles on Italian soil, such as the Battle of Trebia, the Battle of Lake Trasimene, and the Battle of Cannae. Nevertheless, Rome pursued a scorched earth strategy and prevented a decisive battle until they were ready. The final showdown took place at Zama, near Carthage, where the Roman general Scipio Africanus defeated Hannibal. Carthage was soundly defeated, forfeiting its territories in Spain and paying a huge indemnity. Despite his initial series of victories, Hannibal was eventually overwhelmed by Roman resilience and strategy. The Third Punic War, between 149 and 146 BC, was the last large-scale military conflict between Carthage and Rome. While Carthage had been severely weakened after the Second Punic War, Rome still perceived it as a threat, mainly due to its economic recovery. After a drawn-out and brutal siege, Carthage was overrun and sacked by the Romans. It was utterly destroyed, with many of its inhabitants killed or sold into slavery. Legend has it that the Romans threw large amounts of salt on Carthage's farmland to make sure nothing would grow there again. The Punic Wars signaled the rise of Rome as the dominant Mediterranean superpower. The annihilation of Carthage wiped out a key rival, and the territories and wealth that Rome gained nurtured its growth and expansion in the centuries that followed. Carthage was one of the strongest and most influential city-states of antiquity. Its legacy, while often overshadowed by the Roman domination that followed it, still stands as a reminder of the beautiful tapestry of civilizations that shaped the Mediterranean's history.
Constant wars and armed conflicts forced many ancient peoples to build great walls to protect their cities from outside threats. Some kingdoms put all their trust in the strength of their walls and created true, almost impregnable fortresses. But there were also those who preferred to live freely on the plains, far from the restrictions imposed by the urban lifestyle. The Scythians lived mainly as nomadic horsemen and developed a warrior culture based on the strength of their warriors and tribal leaders. Of Iranian origin, the Scythians inhabited the steppes of a vast region where Ukraine, Russia, Siberia, and Mongolia are located today. The Scythians also inhabited lands near India and China. The Greek historian Herodotus is credited with giving the name Scythians to the steppe people, as well as to the region where they lived, long called Scythia. The name derives from the Greek word skolatoi, which can be translated as archer or bowman. Since the Scythians were a nomadic people and lived divided into many tribes occupying such a large area, the cultural characteristics of the Scythians could vary greatly, and certainly each tribe had its own customs influenced by the region in which it lived. The Assyrians called them Iskuzai, and reported that the Scythians came from the north around 700 BC, when they waged war against the Sumerians, who inhabited the northern Caucasus region. After defeating the Sumerians and driving them out to the region, the Scythians settled north of the Black Sea, near the borders of the Median Empire. The Scythians did not build villages or cities. Being nomads, they lived in tents and made large camps on the steppes. Their main source of food was their herds of goats, sheep, and horses. These animals provided milk, meat, bones, and hides to survive the harsh life on the steppes. The tribe searched for areas where there was a good grazing land for their herds. After 2 or 3 months, the natural resources of the land were exhausted. Then it was time to move to a new area, and this cycle repeated every year. The same way of life can be observed among other peoples who lived long after the Scythians, for example, the Huns and the Mongols. The Scythians were expert horsemen and archers, and had a reputation for being savage and sadistic on the battlefield. They showed no mercy to their enemies and rarely took prisoners, preferring to torture and execute captured enemies. The Scythians wore colorful and elaborate clothing and pointed hats made of leather or wool. In battle, they wore a style of cuirass that was innovative for the time, made of hardened leather and covered with small iron and bronze plates. This type of armor guaranteed good protection without carrying excessive weight, improving the mobility of the horse and rider. Commanders or richer warriors also equipped their horses with this kind of armor. The bows used by the Scythians were short and light, easy to carry and handle on horseback. Despite their size, these bows were powerful and could shoot at a distance of 500 meters. The Scythians are credited with inventing the saddle and harness for horses, something that would change the history of chivalry around the world. The Scythians also used ropes to tie down enemies on foot or horseback, a great way to immobilize the enemy and keep a safe distance. The Scythians spent so much time mounted on horses that there is a theory that the centaurs of Greek mythology are a representation of the Scythians, half man, half horse. One of the major highlights of Scythian culture was the custom of making beautiful tattoos on their bodies, most of which depicted sacred animals or fighting animals. Mummies found in Siberia still preserve incredibly refined designs with a unique style. The Scythians also painted their faces for battle, as can be seen on death masks. All these features made the Scythians formidable warriors whose fame was known throughout the Iron Age. They fought against the Greeks, Celts, Medians, and Persians, and are credited with the fall of the Median Empire. The Scythians invaded the Median territories by plundering villages and cities, which paved the way for the Persians to rise and form the Achaemenid Empire. But other people shared with the Scythians a reputation for being deadly in the use of bows and horseback. They were known as the Amazon warriors. The Amazons became known through Greek sagas, especially in the 12 Labors of Hercules, where the mythological hero has the task of acquiring a beautiful bejeweled belt that belonged to Hippolyta, queen of the Amazons. The Amazons were described by the Greeks as fierce and strong women, able to fight on par with the best male warriors. But the truth is that the Amazons did not belong to the Greek people. Instead, they are associated with the Scythian culture. The origin of the Amazon warriors is uncertain, but it seems that over the centuries they migrated from one region to another and lived for a time in Anatolia, where they joined the Trojans in the fight against the Mycenaean Greeks in the famous Trojan War. Later, they migrated to Scythia and settled in what is now Ukraine. The name Amazon comes from Ha-Mazan and probably derives from the ancient Babylonian or Persian language. Herodotus called them Androchdones, which means slayers of men. When they arrived in Scythia, the Amazons and Scythians developed a good relationship, as they shared a nomadic culture with many similarities. According to Herodotus, Amazon women agreed to marry Scythian men, but only if they retained the right to be warriors and fight. The Scythians were brutal and numerous warriors, so the Amazons likely pursued an alliance with them, instead of trying to take their territories by force, which would certainly have led to a bloodbath. This union gave rise to the Sarmatian clan, a people that would grow strong over time, and whose characteristic was the freedom of its women in society, ruled by queens from the Amazon lineage. During archaeological excavations, skeletons of women were found in Sarmatian tombs. What attracted the attention of researchers was that many were buried with weapons and armor, and some had battle wounds on their bones. The Scythians did not possess any form of writing. Unfortunately, they left no written records about their people. Much of what is known about them comes from archaeological finds and graves. The Scythians buried their kings in artificial burial mounds called kurgans. In many cases, the dead were given to wild animals, in a custom known as celestial burial. The religion practiced by the Scythians remains nameless and little is known about it. Herodotus tells us that the Scythians worshipped a pantheon of 7 gods and goddesses, and that they believed in the spirits of nature, which often came into the world in the form of animals. For the Scythians, the world was divided into the realm of birds, which were part of the heavenly world, the realm of the herbivores, which was largely the earthly world, and the realm of carnivores, which was the part of the subterranean world, as these brought death to other living creatures. The Scythians worshipped deer in particular. They depicted these animals on many gold coins and decorated their horses to look like deer. Human sacrifice was also common, including that of prisoners of war, and there was evidence of the custom of cannibalism among the Scythians. To be captured by them meant to be certain of a dreadful death. The Scythians did not build temples, but they left stone sculptures of warriors throughout almost the entire region they inhabited. According to Herodotus, the Scythians used sadistic customs, like using the skull of an enemy as a cup to drink wine and fermented milk. They also used to inflict wounds on themselves when they were mourning to show that they were grieving for the death of a loved one. All these characteristics clearly explain why other peoples, such as the Greeks and Persians, feared the Scythians. From the point of view of people who prided themselves on being civilized, the Scythians were bloodthirsty and brutal barbarians. Many Scythian warriors and Amazons served as mercenaries in different nations, working for the most powerful nations of their time. They also traded with many different cultures, which allowed them to develop an artistic style filled with Greek, Egyptian, Persian, and Chinese references. They were particularly skilled in working with gold. The quality and precision of their work were unraveled in the ancient world and would be difficult to replicate today, even with modern tools. Around 300 BC, the Scythians simply disappeared from the face of the earth. This is an event that historians to this day cannot explain. The Scythian culture simply vanished. It is not known for sure if there was a war between the tribes, or factors such as climate change that made survival on the plains difficult, but the fact is that the Scythians dispersed. The Sarmatian clan continued to live in the area and developed, but their culture changed a lot due to the influences of Greek culture. The Scythians are not considered an empire because they did not build cities and were not organized under a single leadership, but if they had, they would have been incredibly powerful. A people that was able to live off the land and strike fear into the most powerful empires of their time came to an end. Despite their mysterious demise, the Scythians left their mark on history.
The Iberians were the pre-Roman settlers of the Iberian Peninsula, the area which today comprises Spain and Portugal. From the early 1st millennium BC, they evolved into distinct communities and city-states, marked by intense cultural and linguistic development. Research into genetics and archaeology indicates that the Iberian Peninsula hosted a number of migrations and invasions over the millennia. Hunter-gatherer groups, for instance, reached the peninsula at the end of the Paleolithic period. Then, during the Neolithic period, farmers from the Near East spread in. Several theories have been put forward about the Iberians' origins. Some claim that they descend directly from the peninsula's first Neolithic inhabitants. Others propose that the Iberians may have come from more recent migrations, possibly from North Africa or the Eastern Mediterranean, with Iberian culture emerging sharply around the 1st millennium BC. The Iberians were far from a homogeneous group, but rather different tribes with closely related languages and cultures. Their writing, known as Iberian script, is partially undeciphered yet and differs from Indo-European languages. The only potential remnant of the Iberian language family is Basque, spoken in northern Spain and southwestern France, but this connection is still a matter of debate. There is also some evidence of Celtic cultures in the north and west of the Iberian Peninsula. These Celtic and Iberian cultures were eventually blended in some areas, resulting in what some historians call Celtiberian peoples, such as the Vitones, Vachai, Lusitanians, and Carpetani. The Iberian society comprised city-states or fortified communities called oppida. Often these cities were built on high ground, facilitating defense. They had no unified system of governance. Each city or tribe had its own hierarchy and leaders. The Iberians were agriculturally savvy, growing cereals, vines, and olive trees. They were also known for their metallurgical abilities, especially working with iron, silver, and copper. Trading in metals, as well as exporting other goods such as olive oil and wine, was crucial to the Iberian economy. The trade relations built up with the Phoenicians, Greeks, and Carthaginians helped boost the Iberian economy. The Iberians' religion, as with that of so many ancient peoples, was deeply embedded in their daily practices and their understanding of the world around them. The Iberians were polytheists, venerating a pantheon of deities. Most of these were associated with natural features or phenomena, such as rivers, mountains, storms, and earthquakes. The Iberian ladies are probably the most iconic artistic representations of the Iberian religion. They are stone sculptures, often seen as representations of deities or major figures in religious rituals. There are traces of specific sites, often in natural landscapes such as springs, caves, or mountains, which were considered sacred and used for rituals or offerings. Artifacts unearthed at archaeological sites indicate that the Iberians made offerings to the gods, which may have included objects such as weapons, jewelry, or pottery. Some researchers also suggest that animal or perhaps human sacrifices may have been part of certain rituals. Handling the dead was an important part of Iberian religion. Well-built and lavish tombs, as well as the custom of burying the dead with valuable goods, hint at beliefs in an afterlife and the need to placate or honor the gods and ancestors. Iberian religion was not isolated. It had exchanges with various cultures, such as the Phoenicians, Greeks, and Carthaginians. As such, there may have been syncretism or the adoption and adjustment of deities and practices from other cultures. As a result of trade and contact with other Mediterranean cultures, the Iberians adopted and updated various cultural aspects from their neighbors. Phoenician and Greek influence, for example, is seen in aspects of Iberian art, religion, and urbanism. Iberian men and women frequently wore tunics and robes. Jewelry was popular, especially bracelets, necklaces, and brooches. Some evidence suggests that Iberian warriors painted their bodies during battle, and both men and women may have worn tattoos. A Semitic people from the Levant region, the Phoenicians started to establish trading outposts and settlements on the Iberian Peninsula around the 9th century BC. They brought new metalworking, pottery, and navigation techniques to the Iberian tribes. The Greeks also started to establish colonies and trading settlements on the peninsula around the 7th century BC, especially along the northeast coast. They founded the city of Emporion and commercially engaged with the Iberian communities. New products such as olive oil and wine, as well as writing, were either introduced or reinforced in Iberian culture through these exchanges. Originally from modern-day Tunisia, the Carthaginians started to expand into the Iberian Peninsula during the 6th century BC. This spread led to conflicts with the Iberian peoples, and eventually with the Romans, including the famous Punic Wars. Throughout their rule, the Carthaginians tapped into the peninsula's wealthy mineral reserves and recruited Iberians into their armies. It was all part of a broader effort by Carthage to control trade routes and obtain access to valuable resources, especially minerals like silver. The city of Qort Hadasht, that would later become New Carthage under Roman rule, or modern Cartagena, was one of the most important cities founded by the Carthaginians on the peninsula. Hannibal Barca is possibly the most well-known Carthaginian ever associated with the Iberian Peninsula. He took the peninsula as a foothold for his attack on Rome during the Second Punic War. After the notorious crossing of the Alps by Hannibal and his army, which featured many Iberian mercenaries, the Iberian Peninsula became a key battlefront between Rome and Carthage. Gradually, Rome started to conquer territory, challenging and finally suppressing Carthaginian influence on the peninsula. The Romans started campaigning in the Iberian Peninsula from the 3rd century BC. It was a long and complex process that entailed several military campaigns, alliances, and head-on confrontations with the Iberian peoples. Whereas some Iberian groups opted for alliances or peaceful submission to Rome, others fiercely resisted. The Romans embarked on several campaigns to subdue the Celtiberians during the 2nd century BC. These included the Siege of Numantia between 134 and 133 BC, a legendary resistance that ended with the city's destruction by the Roman general Scipio Aemilianus. Viriato, a leader of the Lusitanians, became a central element against the Romans by the end of the 2nd century BC. With guerrilla tactics and knowledge of the terrain, Viriato dealt the Romans many defeats. Notwithstanding his victories, Viriato was eventually betrayed and murdered by members of his own group, under an agreement with the Romans in 139 BC. The Sertorian Wars between 80 and 72 BC comprised a series of conflicts in the Iberian Peninsula during the time of the late Roman Republic. The wars were named after Quintus Sertorius, a Roman general who led a coalition of Iberian and Roman peoples against Rome's official regime. Quintus Sertorius supported the populist party in Rome and allied himself with Gaius Marius, uncle of the renowned Julius Caesar. During the clashes between the populists and the Optimates, led by Lucius Cornelius Sulla, Sertorius was on the losing side and fled to the Iberian Peninsula to escape Sulla's crackdown. As soon as he reached the Iberian Peninsula, Sertorius started to mount a resistance against Rome's rule. He forged alliances with several Iberian tribes and with other disaffected Romans. Sertorius founded a parallel senate on the peninsula, attempting to recreate a Roman form of government as opposed to Sulla's regime. Sertorius was renowned for his tactical ability and shrewd use of guerrilla warfare. His profound knowledge of the Iberian Peninsula's terrain and his ability to blend Roman tactics with local Iberian strategies made him a formidable opponent. Several generals were sent by the Roman Republic to suppress Sertorius's revolt, including Quintus Caecilius Metellus Pius and Gnaeus Pompeius Magnus, later known as Pompey the Great. Whilst Sertorius enjoyed some early victories, the continual pressure of Roman reinforcements and the sheer cost of leading such a diversified coalition began to bear down on his campaign. Sertorius's resistance eventually broke apart due to internal rivalries, betrayals, and the ongoing wear and tear of war. Sertorius was murdered in 73 BC by members of his own faction. In the wake of his death, resistance quickly crumbled, and the Iberian Peninsula was handed back to Roman control. Other Iberian groups besides the Celtiberians and Lusitanians also stood up to Roman expansion. This included the Vetones, the Vicii, and the Turdetani. Each had distinct levels of intensity and duration, with some groups opting for agreements and alliances with the Romans, while others opted to put up a fight. Roman domination was eventually established throughout the Iberian Peninsula. Despite the resistance, the Romanization process ensued, where local cultures slowly became influenced by and integrated into the Roman culture, governance, and way of life. Roman cities were founded, roads were built, and Latin started to be adopted, which eventually gave rise to the peninsula's Romance languages such as Spanish, Portuguese, and Catalan. After the Western Roman Empire collapsed in the 5th century AD, the Iberian Peninsula was overrun by different Germanic groups, such as the Visigoths. The new influences also helped to dilute Iberian culture. The Iberian struggle against Rome bears witness to the strength and ability of the Iberian peoples to retain their autonomy and identity. The peninsula's subsequent Romanization had a lasting impact, molding many aspects of Spanish and Portuguese culture, from language to legal and architectural practices, but still preserving the Iberian people's precious cultural heritage. The Picts comprised an ancient and enigmatic civilization inhabiting the eastern and northern regions of present-day Scotland throughout the Iron Age and the early years of the Middle Ages. While details about the origin, language, and culture of the Picts are still the subject of study, they have certainly played a crucial role in Britain's ancient history. The Picts' provenance is the subject of debate between historians and archaeologists. They are listed in Roman records from the 1st century AD, but their presence in Scotland is believed to be much older, with origins in the Iron Age or perhaps even earlier. The name Pict is taken from the Latin picti, meaning painted people, a possible reference to their tattoos or body paintings. Whilst the Picts are a culturally distinct entity in historical records, they may have evolved from earlier tribal groups in the region, or have interacted and blended with other tribes over time. While the Picts and Bretons were Celtic peoples, they had diverse backgrounds, particularly in relation to their involvement with the Roman Empire. While the Picts largely remained outside Roman control, the Bretons were to a great extent assimilated into the Roman world, shaping the subsequent development of both societies. The Picts took a significant role in the Roman campaigns in Britannia. They opposed Roman attempts at invasion, which led to the building of two major fortifications by the Romans, Hadrian's Wall and the Antonine Wall. Both were constructed as defensive lines to keep the Picts and other barbarian tribes out of Roman territories. The first direct interactions between the Picts and the Romans probably took place during Agricola's campaigns, as he was the Roman governor of Britannia between 78 and 84 AD. During the famous Battle of Mons Graupius, around 84 AD, the Roman forces encountered a large confederation of British tribes, which could have included Pict allies. Throughout the Roman occupation of Britannia, the Picts often made incursions south of the walls, posing a challenge to Roman rule and seizing moments when the empire was diverted by other crises. Late in the Roman Empire, when Britannia was less of a priority for Rome and defenses grew weaker, the Picts, along with other groups such as the Scots of Ireland, made more significant and destructive raids to the south. The Picts were known for their unique carved stones, displaying an array of symbols and images, many of which have remained a mystery. There is much and varied symbolism on Pictish stones, encompassing animals, objects, geometric patterns, and human figures. Most Pictish stones can be found in the northeast of Scotland, particularly in areas such as Aberdeenshire, Orkney, and Shetland. They can, however, also be found in other areas of Scotland. The Picts, who settled in present-day Scotland during antiquity and the early Middle Ages, were not a monolithic unit. Rather, they comprised a series of kingdoms or tribes that at times competed, but also united against external threats, particularly the Romans and later the Viking invaders. Each kingdom had its own king or tribal chief. Sometimes, however, especially when faced with external threats, a ruling figure emerged who exerted authority over several Pictish kingdoms. As time went on, the Pictish kingdoms began to unify under a single monarch, particularly during and after the 7th century AD. This was driven by external factors, such as the Viking threat, and internal factors like political alliances and marriages. The Pictish language is yet another mysterious subject. It is generally accepted that they spoke a Celtic language, but its exact nature in relation to the British and Gaelic languages is still controversial. Some scholars believe that Pictish was a British language, while others contend that it was a distinct tongue. The Christianization of the Picts is frequently associated with the mission of Saint Columba, an Irish monk. In 563 AD, Saint Columba and his companions founded a monastery on the island of Iona, off the west coast of Scotland. From Iona, Saint Columba and his followers undertook missions to evangelize the Picts. Among the most famous stories concerning Saint Columba is his encounter with King Bredi, ruler of a considerable part of Pictish territory. Reportedly, Columba visited Bredi's fortress, possibly near modern-day Inverness in Scotland. Columba impressed Bredi with his faith, wisdom, and the associated miracles during his visit. Bredi was consequently converted to Christianity, which had significant implications for the later Christianization of the Picts, as kings played a pivotal role in adopting and spreading the Christian faith among their subjects. The merging of the Picts with the Gaels is a pivotal milestone in Scotland's formative history. This joining of two distinct peoples led to the emergence of a unified Scottish identity. The Gaels, originally from Ireland, established themselves in the west of present-day Scotland, primarily in the region known as Dalriada. This migration most likely began around the 4th or 5th century and established a significant Gaelic presence in the region. The Picts, on the other hand, mainly inhabited the northern and eastern regions. Viking raids near the end of the first millennium helped forge a closer union between the Picts and the Gaels. The two groups faced the Viking threat frequently, and it was often beneficial to rally against this common enemy. The Pictish king Kenneth MacAlpin is traditionally regarded as the monarch who united the Pictish and Gaelic kingdoms under his rule in the mid-9th century, establishing the foundations for Scotland's medieval kingdom. The nature and exact details of this union are a matter of debate, however. Some historians argue that it was less a merger and more an assimilation or even a conquest of the Picts against the Gaels. The Pictish story is a fascinating and, in many cases, mysterious topic in British history. While much of their culture and history remains unknown, their legacy bears traces of a resilient and artistic people who challenged one of the greatest empires in history and left a lasting mark on their homeland.
The European continent was inhabited by many different peoples throughout human history. The first tribe dates back to prehistoric times. The fusion of tribes from different European regions gave rise to many peoples who shared genetic ties, language, and culture, with many religious and social similarities. These tribes had different names, but the ancient Greco-Roman authors called them the Celts. The origins of the Celts goes back to the last Ice Age, with origins in the hunter-gatherer tribes that spread across Europe after the melting of the ice sheet. Among the best-known peoples who share the Celtic culture are the Gauls, Bretons, Belgians, and the ancient Irish. The Bretons were the Celtic tribes who migrated to Great Britain, where England and Scotland are today. The Gauls and the Belgians were the Celtic peoples who lived in the region of Gaul, where today is France, Belgium, and part of Italy. The Celtic culture began to develop around 800 BC with the establishment of trade routes between the tribes and other European peoples. For example, the Greeks, who referred to the Celts as Keltoi, maintained a continually active trade. The Celtic trade lines were incredibly extensive, and Chinese silk fabrics have been found in ancient graves of Celtic nobles. During the Iron Age, the Celts expanded their territories. In 400 BC, they invaded southern Europe, where Switzerland is located today. In 390 BC, they invaded the Italian peninsula and sacked Rome. This left a mark on Roman history and pride, from which that moment on had a great aversion for the people they called barbarians. At the time when Rome began its campaigns to conquer new territories, there were about 44 Celtic tribes scattered throughout Europe. Each had its own particularities in the way they lived and fought. The Celts developed an alphabet known as Ogham, the tree alphabet. The origin of the alphabet is uncertain, and it may have originated from Britain. Julius Caesar commented that the Celts from the tribe of the Helvetians also used the Greek alphabet. Given that this type of writing was uncertain and had variations, not all Celtic peoples used it in the same way, creating some confusion in the historical records. The foundation of Celtic society was agriculture. They grew wheat, barley, beans, and peas, and raised herds of goats, sheep, and cattle. They also made trade possible. Rome, for example, imported grain from various Celtic tribes to support its luxurious city. The artistic style developed by the Celts is remarkably rich and complex, with influences from various peoples, such as the Greeks and Etruscans, but always maintaining its own characteristics. Using geometric designs and spiral figures, the Celts created beautiful images of animals and sacred objects. This type of art is known as Celtic knot, which would later influence the art of the medieval period. The Celts were very skilled at handcrafting metals, including bronze, silver, and gold. They made drinking utensils, decorative pieces, and jewelry of many different kinds. A highly prized ornament of the Celts was torques, a kind of necklace usually worn by men. The most valuable ones were made entirely of gold. The Celts had a proud warrior culture, where they always tried to extol courage and virtue in battle. With this in mind, they produced weapons and pieces of armor that served as war trophies or decorative objects. Many objects have been found in archaeological excavations, among them bronze shields adorned with semi-precious stones, bronze helmets adorned with animal figures, and even highly detailed gold helmets. Many tribal chiefs used horns, horsehair, and bird feathers to adorn their helmets, which gave them a distinctive and threatening look. Women in Celtic society had a special prominence, enjoying an independence uncommon among the peoples of the time. They were entitled to their own land, cattle, and personal wealth. In most cases, they can also choose whom to marry. And if the marriage was not good for the woman, she had the right to divorce them without being judged by others. Some women also learned to fight if they so wished. This was important for their own protection and the defense of their home and children, especially when the men spent a lot of time devoted to hunting or war. It was not uncommon for women to participate directly in war, especially when their entire clan or village was in danger. The most famous of these Celtic warriors was a woman named Boudica from the Iceni tribe inhabiting Britain. After the death of her husband in a battle against the Romans, Boudica and her daughters were imprisoned and humiliated by the Romans. Boudica swore revenge, and, gathering other Celtic tribes, she ravaged 2 Roman colonies, killing all the citizens. One of these colonies was Londinium, where London is today. The Celts used to dye their hair white. Before battle, they also made blue paintings and tattoos on their bodies. These paintings could represent animals or holy spirits. It was a way for them to summon strength and courage at the moment of battle. The Celts also used chariots in battle. Usually one warrior would drive the vehicle and the other would throw darts. Chariots were so highly prized that many nobles were buried along with the wheels or even the full vehicle. Some warriors fought totally naked, battling with great fury and terrorizing the enemy, proving that they needed no protection to fight. About the appearance of Celtic warriors, the Roman historian Diodorus wrote, "Their appearance is terrifying. They are tall, with strong muscles under a white skin. They have blonde hair, but it is not a natural blonde. They bleach their hair and comb it back. They look like wooden demons, with their thick, unkempt hair like a horse's mane." But despite their ruthless and cruel reputation, the Celts also treasured music, poetry, and philosophy. The oldest city in France is called Marseille, and during the Iron Age, it was inhabited by a Greek colony. Many Celts visited Marseille to learn philosophy, to learn and to read and write with the Greeks. In their religion, the Celts believed in many gods and spiritual beings. Most of these were associated with the forces of nature and governed the cycle of life. As with most religions, the Celts also had religious leaders and representatives. These were known as Druids. The mysterious Druids formed a priestly caste. Their exact function in Celtic society is still debated by scholars. Some historians consider that they had the role of spiritual advisors and not exactly cult leaders. Their main symbol was the oak tree, which explains the meaning of the word druid, meaning oak root, which refers to a type of ancient knowledge rooted in the soil. The oak was an especially important tree in Celtic religion, and the Druids performed various rituals around or near these trees, as well as collecting the branches of mistletoe to make potions, using small bronze or iron sickles. Druids seem to have been an independent group in Celtic society, not belonging to any specific kingdom or tribe. Still, they were above any king or tribal leader. If a group of Druids voted against a king's decision, he was forced to accept the decision of the priests. Druids dressed in white or light gray. Apparently, they lived away from towns and cities, preferring to live in small groups or even alone in the forest. Although the image of Druids is associated with old men with long beards, there were also female Druids known as Druids. There is evidence that Druids made sacrifices of animals and humans. The Roman general Julius Caesar describes a macabre ritual known as the Wickerman. In this ritual, a large effigy in the shape of a man was built. Inside it, men and women accused of crimes or prisoners of war were incarcerated. In some cases, even innocent people were imprisoned. The effigy was set on fire, and the poor prisoners were burned alive in honor of the god Tyrannus. Although Julius Caesar wrote about this, no archaeological traces of this ritual have been found. It is still an inconclusive account. But then again, Julius Caesar was never known for being a liar or making up stories. The Druids were an important figure in the Celt resistance against Rome. Later, they also resisted the imposition of Christianity in Europe. For this reason, the Druids were considered a serious threat. They were persecuted and executed until they disappeared completely. The Celts did not build temples, but they built many stone circles. Some of them had huge stones with Ogham inscriptions on them. These stone circles were not exactly religious sites, but were commonly used as star observatories. The famous Stonehenge in the county of Wiltshire is not of Celtic origin, dating from the early Bronze Age. However, it may have been a base model for the Celts to create their stone circles. It is also known that the Druids had meetings and rituals at Stonehenge. Unfortunately, much of the Celtic culture has been lost over time. Their songs, poems, and religious practices reached us highly fragmented. But the most troubled period of the Celtic people is well recorded in history, the period when the Celts fought against Rome. The Celts were an ancient warrior people who considered warfare to be an essential activity in their lives. Many tribes had feuds and disputes among themselves. Often, there were bloody battles to decide who was right or wrong. Some of these conflicts had such ancient origins that tribes often warred over things that had happened many years ago. These combative and impetuous traits of the Celts were their greatest strength, but, unfortunately for them, it was also their greatest weakness. The Celts did not usually make written records about their own history. Much of what we know about them comes from Greek and Roman accounts. One of the main accounts comes from the famous Roman general Julius Caesar. He, around 50 BC, compiled his military experiences in a diary after 7 campaigns in Gaul. The diary written by Caesar was titled Commentarii de Bello Gallico, which can be translated as Commentaries on the Gallic War, and was written in Latin. Julius Caesar wanted to annex the territories of Gaul, bringing them under Roman rule. By doing so, he would raise his own social status in Rome. However, Gaul was a huge and wild territory, without roads or bridges, full of hostile Celtic tribes. Many Romans knew it as Gallia Comata, or long-haired Gaul. Among the main tribes were the Boii, Aedui, Helvetians, Arverni, Belgians, and many others. It was a network of several tribes, composed of brutal warriors. The Romans were always quite attentive to the military and political weaknesses of other peoples. Caesar was able to take advantage of this instability among the tribes and began his campaign by allying himself with the Aedui tribe. The Aedui lived in the Burgundy region of present-day France and felt threatened by the Helvetian and Arverni tribes. The Helvetians, along with the tribe of the Boii and Tulingi, had begun a large migration, leaving Switzerland and attacking villages that belonged to the Aedui. When Caesar made his legions available to help the Helvetians, the leaders of the Aedui, named Mahorbain, was very pleased and accepted Roman help without much difficulty. The battle that followed became known as the Battle of Bibracte. Even though the Romans were outnumbered, their tactical superiority and disciplined formations were able to repel the Celts, who attacked with a merciless fury. Eventually, the Roman army, which was on higher ground, was able to overpower the Celts. With their cavalry surrounding the battle, they managed to attack the rear of the Celts, where the supplies were, forcing them to surrender. After the battle, many Celts were spared and freed, on the condition that they return to their lands near the Rhine River, where they were to defend the borders against invaders from the Germanic tribes. Sometime later, Caesar and his legions helped repel the Germans. In this way, the Romans got what they wanted, a clear path into Gaul territory. Morbain, the king of the Aedui, added 3,000 Celtic horsemen to the Roman army, increasing the strength and confidence of Julius Caesar's legions. Many battles were fought over the next 6 years. Some tribes followed the example of the Aedui, allying themselves with the Roman army. These tribes were always seduced with promises of riches and trade with Rome. At the same time, they took the opportunity to finish off enemy tribes and settle old blood feuds. Despite their courage in battle, the Celts had no disciplined armies. Their warriors fought individually, relying on strength, agility, and savagery to attack Roman formations. As this approach seemed unsuccessful, they began to use guerrilla tactics, attacking the legions by surprise, during the march or at night. Still, Rome's advance was relentless. The kings of the remaining tribes needed some time to realize what was happening. Roman promises quickly turned into threats. The Celts were caught in a spiderweb by their own ambitions. Around 53 BC, the Celtic Belgians of the Iberian tribe revolted against the demands of Rome, which needed to feed its legions, and for that, it wanted the Iberian crops. The king of the Iberians was called Ambiorix. He incited his warriors to take up arms against their oppressors, forming the so-called Ambiorix Revolt. To contain this revolt, Caesar sent the commanders Quintus Titurius Sabinus and Lucius Aurunculeius Cotta, commanding the 14th Twin Legion and also a detachment of 5 cohorts, totaling approximately 7,500 men. But to the surprise of the Romans, the Celtic Belgians had recruited a staggering number of warriors. It is not known for sure how many there were, but it is estimated that there were 4 Celts for every Roman soldier, or even more. The Romans were attacked by surprise during their march in a region known as Atuatuca. Ambiorix's forces came from two different directions. The result was a massacre. Almost all the Roman soldiers were killed, including two commanders sent by Caesar. This event was known as the Massacre at Atuatuca. The survivors reported the terror they witnessed, and Julius Caesar wrote in his diary, "Of all the Gauls, the Belgians are the bravest." The revolt came to an end when Caesar and his 50,000 soldiers entered the scene. Virtually all the Celtic Belgian tribes were massacred, and their villages and crops were looted and burned. Ambiorix and some of his men managed to cross the Rhine River and escape towards Germania, but were never seen again. Ambiorix's revolt aroused a kind of nationalistic feeling among the Celts. Many tribes began to put their differences aside to unite against Roman oppression. Much of this new resistance was organized by the Druids. The union of the tribes in Gaul had always been something feared by the Romans, but it was finally happening. A young prince took on the responsibility of fighting for the freedom of his people. Vercingetorix was a prince of the son of Celtillus, the king of the Averni. His name means the chief of the great warriors. The Averni were one of the richest and most developed Celtic tribes. Much of this wealth came from their alliance with Rome. Vercingetorix himself served in Caesar's army, where he learned to speak Latin and learned Roman battle tactics. After his father's death, Vercingetorix was expelled from his hometown in a political conspiracy that prevented him from ascending to the throne. Even so, he decided to recruit all of those who agreed to fight for him, whether they were farmers, thieves, or vagabonds. Vercingetorix, already with some fame, returned to his former city and regained the right to the throne. With his status restored, he began to send emissaries to the chiefs of other tribes, asking for help in fighting Rome. After establishing some alliances, Vercingetorix and his commanders began to train the Celts according to Roman discipline, creating an army as never before seen among the Celtic peoples. Vercingetorix knew that his greatest advantage against the legions was a large and organized cavalry. When Julius Caesar learned of the formation of this army, he organized a military expedition to fight the Celtic rebels. The Romans went all over Gaul, demanding loyalty from various Celtic leaders. This demand was based on more promises and threats. Thus, many tribal chiefs did not support Vercingetorix. Battles were fought, mainly between Roman and Celtic cavalries, with the former almost always winning. Vercingetorix was forced to retreat. But in his escape through Gaulish territory, he decided to use scorched earth tactics, a strategy of burning villages, towns, and farms, not allowing the enemy army to seize anything. After losing the city of Bourges, Vercingetorix was forced to flee with what was left of his troops. With his army already greatly reduced, Vercingetorix continued to send emissaries, asking for military support from Celtic chieftains, even those who had already sworn allegiance to Rome. Finally, Vercingetorix was forced to take refuge in the city of Alesia, a great defensive point, since it was built on a hill. What followed was one of the saddest and most shameful chapters in Celtic history. In September 52 BC, Alesia was besieged by Julius Caesar. The Romans built two wooden walls around the city, one to keep Vercingetorix and his men imprisoned, the other to repel the Celtic army, which was approaching to rescue the citizens of Alesia. The siege itself was relatively normal. The Romans cut off water and food supplies in the city, forcing the inhabitants to starve and thirst. Even as many did, the brave Celts refused to surrender, waiting to be saved by an army of their countrymen. This army did emerge, but was unable to defeat or push the Romans back, who had already established a strong defensive position. After this defeat, the morale of those inside the city was destroyed. Realizing that there would be no further rescue attempts, they were overcome by despair. Other Celtic leaders refused to send troops to help Vercingetorix, fearing the revenge of the Romans. With no other way out, and trying to save the rest of the survivors of Alesia, Vercingetorix surrendered. Vercingetorix's surrender was an iconic moment, being depicted in many classical paintings. According to the French historian Augustin Thierry, Vercingetorix rode proudly to the Roman camp, stopped in front of the powerful Roman general without saying a word, and threw his weapons disdainfully at Caesar's feet. Vercingetorix's courage and dedication in fighting for his people eventually cost him dearly. He was stripped, imprisoned, transported to Rome, and incarcerated in a small cell, where he lived in humiliation for 6 years. After 6 long years, Vercingetorix was taken from his cell and forced to walk through the streets of Rome tied to Julius Caesar's carriage in a ceremony known as the Triumph, whose purpose was to extol the achievements of Roman generals in foreign campaigns. After the ceremony, Vercingetorix was taken back to his cell, where he was strangled by Roman soldiers on orders from Julius Caesar. At the site of the former city of Alesia, there is a statue in honor of Vercingetorix and the resistance of the Celtic people. The Celtics' fight against Rome was more than just a few battles for territories. It was a fight for freedom. Vercingetorix's surrender marked the end of the Celts' resistance against Rome. But the Celts and their culture endured. Many learned to live and prosper under Rome. The fame of Celtic warriors spread throughout Europe and beyond. Many warriors were mercenaries in Greece, Egypt, Anatolia, and the Roman army itself. With the arrival of Christianity, Celtic culture gradually dissolved. On the one hand, this happened due to the assimilation of the new religion, but the Celtic culture was also being assimilated. However, the courage and perseverance of the Celtic peoples will forever be recorded in history.
The Thracians comprised a group of Indo-European tribes who lived in southeastern Europe during classical antiquity. Known as fearless warriors and gifted craftspeople, they could produce true works of art in gold, a testament to their skill and refinement. While much of their history and traditions have been lost over the centuries, archaeological traces and references in ancient texts give us an intriguing glimpse into the Thracian civilization. The Thracians date back to the Bronze Age period in southeastern Europe. They were among a large group of Indo-European peoples who settled in different European and Asian regions. Thrace, covering territories in present-day Bulgaria, Greece, Turkey, and Romania, was home to several Thracian tribes around 2000 BC. Archaeological evidence, ranging from settlements to artifacts, indicates the presence of these peoples in the region since ancient times. Throughout several periods in history, the Thracians met and were influenced by other cultures, particularly the Greeks, with whom they shared borders and commercial and cultural interactions. Parts of Thrace were colonized or conquered over time by the Greeks, Persians, Macedonians, and eventually the Romans. Owing to the absence of extensive written records, much of what we know about the Thracians derives from archaeological artifacts, inscriptions, and references from ancient authors such as Herodotus and Thucydides. Although the Thracians were a group of distinct tribes, they shared numerous cultural and social features that distinguished them in the Southeast European landscape. Their interactions with neighboring cultures, such as the Greeks and Persians, influenced many aspects of Thracian society as well. It was divided into several classes, including noblemen, warriors, craftspeople, farmers, and slaves. The Thracians were largely renowned as skilled warriors. Many Thracians served as mercenaries in foreign armies, especially in Greece. They were frequently depicted wearing a particular type of hat, known as a Phrygian cap, and carrying a short sword, or a kind of saber called sicca. Thracian religion was mostly polytheistic, with a pantheon of gods and goddesses relating to nature and the everyday world. Among the most famous figures associated with Thracian mythology is Orpheus, who, legend has it, had musical abilities that could enthrall both the living and the dead. Thracian funerary practices have become known through archaeological findings. The Thracians buried their dead alongside several goods, often including intricately crafted gold and silver objects. These objects show not only artistic skills, but also beliefs about the afterlife. Thracian kings and nobility were often buried in massive tombs, reflecting their position in society. The Thracians were expert artisans, particularly in metalwork. Many of the artifacts which have survived to this day are jewels and ritual items in gold and silver. Thracian metalwork, especially in gold, is regarded as extraordinary. Found Thracian treasures, such as the Panegyrishta treasure in Bulgaria, bear witness to their skilled workmanship. These artifacts shed light on their society, beliefs, and technical expertise. Thracians and Greeks enjoyed a significant cultural exchange due to their proximity. Thracian elements of art, mythology, and religious practices can be seen embedded in Greek culture, and vice versa. The Thracians also interacted with other neighboring peoples and nations, such as the Hittite, the Dacians, the Scythians, and the Illyrians. The Odrysian kingdom was the most powerful and largest Thracian kingdom in antiquity. It particularly distinguished itself during the 5th and 4th centuries BC, and had a major influence on the Balkan region during its zenith. The kingdom was named after the Odrysian tribe, which succeeded in bringing together several Thracian tribes under its rule. The Odrysian kingdom was established by Terus I near the turn of the 5th century BC. He was traditionally credited with rallying several Thracian tribes under a single authority. Throughout his reign, Thrace cemented himself as a significant political entity in the region. At its peak, the Odrysian kingdom stretched from the Danube River in the north to the Aegean Sea in the south, and from Macedonia in the west to the Black Sea coast in the east. This wide reach made it one of the largest states in Europe during its lifespan. There were significant diplomatic and mercantile interactions between the Odrysian kingdom and the Greek city-states due to their geographical proximity. The Thracian king Sitalces, one of Terus I's successors, tried to forge an alliance with the Greek city of Athens, and even went so far as to embark on a military campaign against the Macedonians. Yet the Thracians often found themselves in conflict both between their different tribes and with neighboring peoples and states. The Thracians had to contend with the Persian advance during the Persian invasions of Greece in the early 5th century BC. Many Thracian tribes were subdued by the Persians and forced to provide troops for Xerxes I's armies in his campaign against Greece. Owing to the proximity between Thrace and the Greek city-states, as well as the colonies established on the Thracian coast, numerous skirmishes took place between the Thracians and the Greeks. These ranged from minor scuffles to significant battles, such as when the Athenians tried to establish control over areas of Thrace to secure access to important resources such as timber and gold. Thracian king Cotys I attempted to resist Macedon's growing influence, led by King Philip II of Macedon during the 4th century BC. While he was eventually forced to accept Macedonian supremacy, Cotys I is noted for his efforts to preserve Thracian independence. Philip II of Macedon and subsequently his son Alexander the Great spread their control over the Thracian region. Thrace became a crucial part of the empire under Macedonian rule due to its strategic location and the resources it provided. Following Alexander the Great's unexpected death, Thrace was fought over between his successors, the Diadochi, Alexander's closest generals and friends, who struggled for control of the vast empire that had been conquered. As Rome started to expand its influence in the Balkan Peninsula starting in the 3rd century BC, the Thracians came into increasing contact with them, initially through the Greek colonies that Rome had relations with. With Macedonia's defeat in the 2nd century BC and the ensuing expansion of Roman influence in the region, the Thracians often clashed with the Romans. Many of these initial squabbles were isolated in nature and concerned specific Thracian tribes. As Roman influence grew in the Balkans, the Thracians were progressively overwhelmed. Instead of a single conquering campaign, this was a process of several clashes, treaties, and subjugations over several decades. Perhaps one of the most remarkable instances of interactions between the Thracians and the Romans was the Spartacus revolts from 73 to 71 BC. Of Thracian origin, Spartacus was captured as a slave by the Romans and turned into a gladiator in Rome. Spartacus led a major slave rebellion against the Roman state. The uprising was eventually quelled by the Roman general Marcus Licinius Crassus, but Spartacus and his followers left a long-lasting mark on Roman memory. Thrace, after its subjugation, became a Roman province in the 1st century AD. This prompted a process of Romanization, where Roman culture, religious, and social traditions began to mix with Thracian ones. Many Thracians went on to serve in the Roman legions and helped the empire grow in different ways. Thracian demise was not a one-off sudden event, but rather a gradual process over several centuries, shaped by many factors and interactions with other peoples and empires. The Thracian cities were rebuilt after the Roman style, and the Latin language and Roman culture started to prevail, leading to the gradual decline of the Thracian cultural identity. With the fall of the Western Roman Empire in the early Middle Ages, the Balkan region, including Thrace, was often invaded by barbarian tribes such as the Goths, Huns, and Slavs. These raids and migrations had an even greater impact on Thracian culture and demographics. Following the breakup of the Roman Empire, Thrace became a key element of the Byzantine Empire. While the Roman cultural legacy continued under the Byzantines, the region was further Hellenized, with Greek emerging as the dominant language. Notwithstanding their decline and eventual assimilation by other cultures and empires, the Thracians left a legacy evident in several areas. Although the Thracians themselves did not leave a substantial corpus of literature, they are frequently mentioned in ancient texts, particularly by Greek and Roman authors. These descriptions, albeit often written from an external viewpoint, are valuable for rebuilding facets of Thracian culture and history. The revived interest in Thracian culture led to its commemoration in several Balkan countries, especially Bulgaria. Museums, exhibitions, and academic studies have focused on rediscovering and celebrating Thracian history. The Thracian legacy pervades many strands of the history, art, and culture of southeastern Europe, and the remains of their civilization are still an interesting and significant part of Western history.
The ancient Romans always fought to subjugate the numerous tribes that inhabited Europe. The Celts were impressive enemies who forced even the great Julius Caesar to spend many years warring in Gaul until they were finally defeated. But there was also a people so cruel and savage in battle that they were considered barbarians even by the Celts, the Germanics. As with the Celts, the Germanics were not exactly a unified people. They were divided into many different tribes, sharing the same language, religious beliefs, and culture in general. They inhabited Germania, a large region dominated by the Romans, which nowadays comprises Germany, Austria, the Netherlands, Belgium, and part of France. Germania is a land of hills occupied predominantly by dense forests and some swamps. With tall trees close together, they create an almost constant blanket of shadows and mist on the ground. Their natural borders are the Rhine River, which separated Germania from Gaul, and the steppes, which separated Germania from Scythia, the land of the fearsome nomadic horsemen. In this dark and hostile environment, one could find the Germanic peoples. The Proto-Germanic culture originated around 1800 BC. The tribes that gave origin to this culture came from Scandinavia, after having migrated to the south due to climate changes. They occupied territories that previously belonged to the Celts. After that, Celts and Germanics spent many generations sharing a mutual hatred, fighting bloody battles for territories. At the time of the Roman conquest, these were the main Germanic tribes: the Suevi, Frisians, Cimbri, Teutons, and Marcomanni. The tribes were made up of different clans with warrior traditions. In fact, the warrior caste ran the Germanic society, with the leaders of each clan putting together a warrior assembly to decide on matters of war or peace, and to pass judgment on crimes and punishments. In the society, those ranked first were the members of the nobility, second, the freemen, who could bear arms and participate in the assembly of warriors, and third, the servants, such as farmers, fishermen, and blacksmiths. Lastly were the slaves. Women were highly respected and had their roles in society, such as clothing, pottery, and tending the crops. Men acknowledged women's ability to predict events and did not hesitate to ask their advice. Marriage was something taken very seriously. Both men and women married only once in their lives. In rare cases, members of the nobility took more than one wife, if that was needed to have children or arrange political marriages. Agriculture was the main source of food, besides cattle raising and hunting wild animals. Unlike the Celts, the Germanics were not very prone to art. According to the Roman historian Tacitus, they paid no mind to silver and gold. Each tribe had a supreme chief, or king, as many called themselves. These kings were elected by the warrior assembly, and could also be disposed by election. These were responsible for commanding the warriors during battle, followed by a group of elite warriors. Free men were trained from childhood by their fathers, uncles, or older brothers. They were considered fit for combat by the age of 16, when they were given a shield and a spear by the chief of the tribe. This training produced large, strong warriors who wore long beards or mustaches. Julius Caesar described the Germanics as follows: "The Germanic people are incredibly tall, brave, and skillful with their weapons. Even their gaze is unbearable." The Germanic people of the Suevi tribe were regarded as the most fearsome. Their warriors were characterized by long hair tied on the side of the head. A male skull was discovered in Osterby, Germany, in 1948, still preserving the hair and traditional Suevi knot. The main weapon was the spear, but they also used axes, javelins, slings, long knives, swords, and a somewhat unusual weapon for the time, the wooden club. Albeit a primitive weapon, the club could generate a great impact, breaking shields, bones, and causing injuries even to soldiers who wore armor and helmets. The Germanics were experts in guerrilla tactics and psychological terror, using the forest to ambush and even fight at night. Some warriors painted their weapons and bodies with a black dye, using charcoal mixed with a bit of water, creating a sort of camouflage. Only their eyes were visible to terrify their enemies. They were called the Harii, the ghost warriors. Even in their environment, the Germanics managed to develop a fine cavalry. They used an impressive tactic to say the least, where young warriors advanced by running side by side with their horses during the attack. This allowed for a simultaneous cavalry and infantry attack. Dropping their weapons and fleeing from battle was unacceptable. Tacitus mentioned that some warriors committed suicide by hanging when they did this shameful act. Another unusual custom of the Germanic people was to bring their relatives close to the battlefield. By doing this, the men could hear the cries of encouragement from their wives and children while fighting. Most of the time, it was for them that they were fighting. They also wore the skins of animals, including bears, wolves, and wild boars in a ritualistic manner. This custom can be traced back to prehistoric times. They believed that wearing the skins of these animals would grant them strength and courage in battle. The famous berserkers of the Viking sagas have their origin in the Germanic peoples, and the same applies to the deities and stories of Norse mythology. Not much is known about the beginnings of the Proto-Germanic religion. Its origin is traced to the Neolithic period. In some points, it resembles the Celts, such as the veneration of the forces of nature and animals. However, Proto-Germanic religion had unique, somewhat more primitive traits that would be deemed dark today. The priestesses were the main figure in this religion. They were regarded as healers, midwives, and seers, consulting the gods through divination and omens. The priestesses were feared by the Romans. Even the tribal chiefs obeyed their judgments. The Germanic people often did human sacrifices. Hanging the bodies of enemies from trees was a way to make these, while sending a warning to the enemies. There were reports of Roman soldiers panicking, afraid of entering the Germanic forests. Plenty of gods in Norse mythology had their origin in the Proto-Germanic religion, such as Odin, Thor, Frigga, Tyr, who originally had different names. Odin was called Wodenas, the father of the gods, lord of wisdom, death, and trade. Thor was known as Thunaraz, the god of rain and the one closest to humans, since he protected their world and helped with the crops. Frigga was named Frijo, wife of Wodenas. She was the goddess protector of family, woman, and revenge. Tyr was named after Tiwaz, the god of war, courage, loyalty, to whom most sacrifices involving blood were made. The diversity and strength of the Germanic peoples were a tremendous obstacle for the Romans' expansion plans. a clash between the two cultures would be inevitable. The reputation as bloodthirsty barbarians that the Germanic people carried was more than justified. Even the Romans avoided entering the dark Germanic forest too much. The first contacts between the Germanic peoples and Rome happened between 113 BC. During Julius Caesar's campaigns in Gaul, the conflicts between these two peoples grew in impact. The Germanics of the Suevi tribe invaded Gaul and were expanding their borders more and more. The Suevi were commanded by the tribal chief Ariovistus, a fierce warrior who had already managed to accumulate victories against the Celtic tribes. One of these was against the tribe of the Aedui, Rome's newest allies. Taking advantage of the military might of the legions settled in Gaul, the Roman Senate urged Julius Caesar to fight the Germanics, claiming that they would be an even greater threat if other tribes crossed the Rhine River. With the arrival of Caesar and his legions in his territory, Ariovistus put together 120,000 of his warriors on top of a hill. While meeting with Caesar, he declared that he would neither surrender nor leave the territory of Gaul. The Germanic priestesses had warned Ariovistus not to go into battle against the Romans before the passage of the new moon. It was forbidden to shed blood during the changing phases of the moon. Ignoring the warning, Ariovistus started the battle, benefiting from the numerical superiority of his army. After luring the Romans near the Rhine River, the battle initiated and the Germanics attacked with their well-known ferocity, which made their people so feared. For the Germanics, unfortunately, Roman battle tactics proved far superior, and the Germanics were slowly overwhelmed, pushed against the riverbanks. Few were able to cross the river to escape the legions. Following the Germanic custom of bringing their families close to the battle, many failed to flee in time, and almost the entire tribe of the Suevi was wiped out on that day. The Romans continued to invade and conquer territories in Germania in the following years. The Germanics paid a high price for underestimating Caesar's legions, but their revenge against Rome had yet to come. The Romans used to accept young men from noble families of the tribes and nations they subdued. They trained these young men as commanders for the Roman army and to gain the confidence of the people who were now under Rome's rule. One of these young men was Arminius, a prince of the Germanic tribe of the Cherusci. Arminius was trained in the Roman style of combat and became a military officer. Quite early, he showed his aptitude for the task. He earned the right to be considered a Roman citizen and achieved the rank of military tribune, like the rank of captain in modern armies. This is a striking achievement for someone coming from a tribe of barbarians deeply despised by the Romans. During his military career, Arminius was part of the army commanded by Tiberius Claudius, a Roman general of great influence who would become emperor of Rome in the following years. Arminius fought several battles, serving as a commander in the legions during the invasions in Germania, facing and defeating his own native people. This dedication led to Roman members of the nobility to respect and even admire Arminius. Much of the Germanic territories became part of the Roman Empire. The Germanic tribes were forced to pay high taxes to live on their own land. These territories were under the responsibility of Consul Publius Quinctilius Verus. To keep the peace, he had at his disposal 3 Roman legions, approximately 20,000 men. When Arminius noticed the poor condition his native people were in, he could not resist his aversion against Rome, and started to write a plan that would go down in history. Autumn had arrived, and the Roman legions serving in Germania needed to march to a warmer region before winter. To do this, they had to cross the Teutoburg forest, a dense, dark one, filled with trees and moss. Arminius had secret meetings with the chiefs of the Germanic tribes to attack the legions during the march in the middle of the forest. Arminius knew very well the power of Roman tactics. On such an uneven terrain, the Roman formations would lose much of their effectiveness. On a cloudy, rainy day, the Germanic people hid in the forest and waited for the legions. At the right moment, Arminius gave the order for attack, and the Germans attacked the Roman column from 2 different directions. Caught by surprise, the Romans barely had a chance to react. Their disciplined formations failed to establish an effective organization. To make matters worse, the ground was muddy and slippery due to the rain. 20,000 legionnaires lost their lives on that dark day. It is said that Quintilius Varus, along with the other Roman officers, took his own life during the battle, fearing being captured and sacrificed in the dreaded Germanic rituals. The 3 banners of the legions were lost. 2 were looted by the Germans, and the 3rd disappeared into the forest swamps. When the Roman Emperor Augustus heard of this, he dealt with his impotent rage for days. Some claimed he beat his head against the palace walls, constantly yelling, "Quintilius Varus, give me back my legions. Quintili vare, legiones rede," in Latin. The loss of 3 legions was a massive blow to the proud Roman Empire, shattering its seemingly invincibility. In the following years, Rome sent several military expeditions to punish the Germanics, and many battles were fought. But the fighting had gone on so long that the new emperor Tiberius gave up on the idea of annexing Germania to the territory of the Roman Empire. The heroic Arminius was murdered at the age of 36, probably by his own father-in-law. Arminius was given the title Liberator of Germania and is a symbol of bravery and resistance of the Germanic peoples. The Germanic tribes managed to block Rome's advance, albeit with a high price. During the Huns' invasion of Europe, many Germanic peoples moved further into Roman territories, in a period that would become known as the Barbarian Invasions. During the migration of Germanic peoples to Western Europe, tribes such as the Vandals, Ostrogoths, and Visigoths spread terror in the Roman territories, plundering and ravaging many towns and villages. Gradually, the different Germanic peoples came to dominate several regions of the former Roman Empire. They established themselves in the conquered territories. By the 7th century, almost all Germanic peoples were living in parts of Europe. The Germanic invasions brought disorder, destruction, famine, and plunder to the already decaying Roman Empire, which contributed greatly to its demise. Over time, Germanic culture was mixed with that of the peoples in the conquered territories. The influence of the Germanic peoples is therefore an important foundation of European culture.
The Lusitanians were an ancient ethnic group that inhabited the regions that today include most of central Portugal and western Spain. Regarded as fearless warriors and excellent horsemen, these people played a decisive role in the Lusitanian Wars against the sprawling Roman Empire in the 2nd century BC. According to one of the most broadly accepted theories, the Lusitanians came from Indo-European peoples. The Lusitanians most likely migrated to the Iberian Peninsula during the Bronze Age, joining and eventually intermingling with the pre-Indo-European peoples already living in the region. The Lusitanians came to inhabit a great part of present-day Portugal and part of present-day Spain. They were mainly centered between the Douro and Tajo rivers. While the Lusitanians are often grouped with other peoples of the Iberian Peninsula, such as the Celtiberians, who were a merger of Celtic and Iberian cultures, they nevertheless maintained a distinct identity in terms of culture, language, and social practices. The Lusitanians, like other peoples of the Iberian Peninsula, were greatly affected throughout their history by the different cultures and peoples who came into contact with the region. Starting in 1100 BC, the Phoenicians established colonies on the Iberian Peninsula. Although their main influence was in the coastal regions, the Phoenician footprint introduced new techniques of craftsmanship, art, and trade to the region. The Greeks also established colonies in the Iberian Peninsula, mainly along the Mediterranean coast, and brought elements of their culture, art, and agricultural practices. The Lusitanians assimilated and absorbed the main cultural elements of other peoples into their own culture. The Lusitanian idiom is part of the group of Paleo-Hispanic languages. There are Lusitanian inscriptions that have survived in archaeological finds, but their accurate understanding and translation are still the subject of study and debate. Some linguists consider the Lusitanian language to be a Celtic tongue, while others see it as a distinct Indo-European language. As with other pre-Roman peoples of the Iberian Peninsula, the region of the Lusitanians was deeply embedded in animist traditions and nature cults. The Lusitanians worshipped a variety of local deities, many of which were tied to nature elements such as mountains, rivers, and forests. Sacrifices, possibly including human sacrifice, were part of the religious rituals. These could be made to appease the gods, ask for protection, or ensure a good harvest. Although the Romanization of the peninsula eventually introduced the Roman pantheon and other religious practices, the Lusitanians kept their own beliefs and deities for a long time. Often, the Roman gods were simply syncretized with local deities, forming a hybrid form of worship. Lusitanian society was largely tribal, made up of several tribes or clans that populated different regions. Each had its own leadership, and alliances between them were common, especially in times of conflict. The elites or tribal leaders held a crucial role in politics, warfare, and religious rituals. Most Lusitanians settled in fortified hamlets called castros. These were generally on hills or elevations, providing a defensive position. Daily life was based around farming. They grew cereals, vegetables, and fruit, and kept livestock, mainly sheep and goats. The geographical location of the Lusitanians, between the Atlantic and the Iberian Peninsula's interior, made them natural middlemen on trade routes. They traded local products, such as wool, skins, and metals, for luxury items and goods produced by Mediterranean civilizations, such as pottery, wine, and olive oil. The region's mines, abundant in metals such as gold, silver, and tin, were a significant source of wealth for the Lusitanians, and subsequently attracted Rome's attention. The Lusitanian warriors went on to feature prominently in the resistance against Roman expansion in the Iberian Peninsula, becoming notorious in Roman history for their bravery, cunning tactics, and combat skills. The mountainous and rugged terrain of Lusitania made them well suited to guerrilla tactics, turning the terrain to their advantage to ambush their enemies. The Lusitanians were especially renowned for the outstanding workmanship of their cavalry. Lusitanian horsemen were extremely mobile and effective in swift attacks, hitting the enemy and withdrawing before they could be surrounded. The clash between the Lusitanians and the Roman Empire is a meaningful part of the history of the Iberian Peninsula, especially notable for the Lusitanian Wars, fought between 155 and 139 BC. These skirmishes were marked by the tough-mindedness and tactical skill of the Lusitanians, in contrast to the military and organizational power of Rome. In the 3rd century BC, the Romans started to expand their holdings in the Iberian Peninsula after the Second Punic War against Carthage. The Iberian Peninsula was wealthy in resources, especially minerals, and provided a strategic position for the control of the Western Mediterranean. The Roman expansion towards the west of the peninsula in the 2nd century BC led to frequent clashes with the Lusitanians. The Romans considered them to be a troublesome people, given their ferocious resistance and the guerrilla tactics they employed. Viriato is probably one of the most iconic personalities of the resistance against Roman expansion in the Iberian Peninsula. He is often regarded as the great leader and national hero of the Lusitanians during the Lusitanian Wars. Not much is known about Viriato's origins and youth. It is believed that he came from a humble background, perhaps from a shepherding family, and that he grew up surrounded by the warrior traditions of the Lusitanians. Viriato's struggle was triggered by an act of betrayal from the Romans. In 150 BC, a settlement was reached between the Lusitanians and the Roman praetor Servius Sulpicius Galba, who had promised the Lusitanians land, but instead trapped and massacred many of them. Viriato was one of the few survivors of this slaughter. Enraged at the betrayal, Viriato took over the leadership of the Lusitanians and started a guerrilla warfare campaign against the Roman forces in the Iberian Peninsula. Viriato's effective tactics and his skill in leading and unifying several tribes against the Romans forced Rome to recognize him as a leader. He was called Dux by the Romans, a title seldom granted to non-Roman leaders. They attempted to sign peace treaties with Viriato on several occasions, recognizing the autonomy of the Lusitanians. However, the treaties were often broken, resulting in further confrontations. Viriato's resistance became a major problem for Rome. Powerless to defeat him in open combat, the Romans turned to treason. In 139 BC, Viriato was betrayed and murdered in his sleep by 3 of his associates, who had been bribed by the Romans. Viriato went on to become a symbol of Lusitanian resistance and a national hero in Portugal. He is often remembered as an example of bravery and determination against invaders and conquerors. After Viriato's death, the Lusitanian resistance was substantially weakened. The territory of the Lusitanians was eventually subjugated and integrated into the Roman Empire as part of the province of Lusitania. As Roman rule was consolidated, the culture, economy, politics, and religion of Lusitania started to change. Cities were established along Roman lines, roads were built, and the Latin language began to spread, progressively replacing the Lusitanian language. Institutions from Rome, such as the Senate and the legal system, were brought in, shaping the political and social organization of the region. Following the decline of the Roman Empire in the 5th century AD, the Iberian Peninsula underwent several Germanic invasions, such as the Suebi and Visigoths. These peoples also had an influence on the region's culture. Then, in the 8th century, the peninsula was taken over by the Moors from North Africa, leading to yet another cultural layer of influence. Despite the fact that the Lusitanians, as a distinct group, were woven into the cultural tapestry of the Roman Empire and the ensuing kingdoms that settled on the Iberian Peninsula, their legacy and influence is still felt. Lusitania, the name of the Roman province that encompassed a large part of Lusitanian territory, is still poetically mentioned to refer to Portugal, and elements of Lusitanian culture and identity continue to be celebrated in Portuguese traditions.
The Byzantine Empire was a mighty civilization that carried on the Eastern Roman Empire during late antiquity and the Middle Ages. Its origins date back to 3030 AD, when the Roman Emperor Constantine I moved the empire's capital from Rome to the ancient Greek colony of Byzantium. The newly created imperial capital of the Roman world was named Constantinople, which means the city of Constantine. The combo of Roman imperialism and strategic location would impact Constantinople's role as a bridge between Europe and Asia. The city was a commercial, cultural, and diplomatic hub of the Christian world for over 10 centuries. While the western half of the Roman Empire collapsed and fell in 476 of the Common Era, the eastern half survived for another 1,000 years, spawning a wealthy tradition of art, literature, and learning. The Byzantine Empire was heavily influenced by the Hellenistic culture established by the conquest of Alexander the Great. Constantine had firmly planted Christianity as Rome's official religion. The citizens of Constantinople and the remainder of the Eastern Roman Empire strongly identified themselves as Roman and Christian, even though the dominant language was Greek rather than Latin. Most people wore Greek-style clothing, including the emperors and empresses with their gorgeous purple-dyed silk clothes. Constantinople was one of antiquity's most outstanding places. The city was purposefully built to rival Rome, with its splendid palaces, domes, and towers. There was a wide chain running through the city's harbor entrance to prevent the passing of hostile ships. The construction of the massive Theodosian walls ensured resistance against the best siege weapons of that time. Constantinople surely became the world's richest, most lavish, and important Christian city. The Byzantines were Eastern Orthodox Christians, a religion still adopted by some peoples today. The head of the Eastern Orthodox Church is called the Patriarch of Constantinople. Men holding the office of bishops also lived in the empire's major cities. Although the Eastern Orthodox and Roman Catholic Christians followed the same God and religious teachings, they disagreed with each other, even to the point of waging some battles over religious differences. The Byzantine ruled followed the patterns established in imperial Rome. The emperor governed as an absolute monarch and was expected to be a wise and righteous ruler. More importantly, an emperor had to be militarily successful, as the army continued to be the empire's most powerful institution. In contrast to Rome, the Senate in Constantinople was staffed by men who had risen through the military ranks. The elite senators formed a small group, whom the emperor was to confer with on issues of state importance. The Byzantine emperor was never entirely safe. Contrary to the Western barbarian kingdoms, where the throne was handed down from father to son, there was never a clear line of succession in the East. This was called the Purple Disease, because anybody with power could take the throne in the Byzantine Empire. Plots to overthrow the emperor and much political intrigue always took place in Constantinople, even among family members and relatives. Under Emperor Justinian I, who reigned until 565 AD, the Byzantine Empire spread to its largest geographical area, covering the Balkans, Egypt, Anatolia, and the Levant region, and as far south as Italy and the southern Iberian Peninsula. Several of the Byzantines' biggest architectural monuments, such as the groundbreaking Hagia Sophia Basilica in Constantinople, were also built during Justinian's reign. Bordering Eurasia in the east, as well as several European and Slavic nations, the Byzantine Empire's borders were continually invaded by peoples from the east, north, and west. The Byzantines had to battle against many different nations. Their military had to find ways to tailor their tactics to different warfare styles. As a result, the Byzantine Empire had one of the world's best armies for centuries, employing the best tactics and weapons and led by the best military commanders. The Byzantines launched a new weapon in 672 called the Greek fire, a dreadful artifact that shot fire from a highly flammable liquid. Once hurled against an enemy, it could not be extinguished, not even by water. The person credited with inventing Greek fire is a man named Kallinikos, a Syrian who lived in the Byzantine Empire. Greek fire was used mainly against the attacking Muslim fleets. The Greek fire formula was a secret. Maybe not even the emperors knew its ingredients. Its formula was lost in history, and no one is entirely sure how to make it today. Greek fire helped save the Byzantine Empire and Christianity for several hundred years. Throughout the 7th and 8th centuries, assaults by the Persian Empire and the Slavic peoples, particularly the Bulgarians, captured significant portions of the empire's lands. These developments, coupled with internal political instability and economic decline, threatened the Byzantine Empire. A new, even more serious threat emerged as the Muslim armies began their attacks by invading Syria. The ascent of Basil I to the throne in 867 of the Common Era established the beginning of the Macedonian dynasty, which governed for 150 years. This dynasty included some of the most capable emperors in Byzantine history and is considered the empire's golden period. Cities expanded and wealth spread throughout the provinces. The population swelled and the food and product output also increased, sparking new demands and helping to stimulate trade. Culturally, education and learning grew considerably. Byzantine art blossomed, and majestic mosaics ornamented the interiors of many churches. The empire shifted from defending against external enemies to reconquering territories. There was a deliberate effort to reinstate the brilliance of the period before the Slavic and Arab invasions. Basil II, known as the Slayer of Bulgarians for his Balkan victories, was supported by an army of fierce warriors descending from the Kiev Vikings. He won victories in Greece, Armenia, Georgia, and Syria, doubling the empire's size. The Nordic warriors were supplied by Vladimir I, the Grand Prince of Kievan Russia, first members of the Varangian Guard. In the following centuries, they'd be in charge of personal guard of the Byzantine emperors. After Basil II, the empire gradually fell into decline. With the Seljuk Turks of Central Asia approaching Constantinople, the Byzantine Empire Alexios I turned to the west for help, leading to the Holy War declaration by Pope Urban II, launching the First Crusade under the pretext of reclaiming the Holy Land from Islamic State. Innocent III was elected Pope in 1198. Under his influence, the Fourth Crusade was initiated. Nevertheless, due to the growing ambitions of the European kingdoms to conquer the lands of the Byzantine Empire, the Crusaders veered off their path to Jerusalem and abruptly attacked Constantinople in 1204, sacking the city, wrecking many historical monuments, and killing hundreds of people in the process. That was the first conquest of the imperial capital by an invading army since its establishment in 330 of the Common Era. During Emperor Michael VIII's rule in 1261, the economy of the once mighty Byzantine Empire was blighted and never recovered its former height. In 1369, Emperor John V unsuccessfully tried to seek financial help from the West to meet the growing Turkish threat, but was imprisoned as an insolvent debtor in Venice. 4 years later, he was forced to become a vassal of the powerful Ottoman Turks, paying tribute to the Sultan and providing military support. The Byzantine Empire earned temporary relief from the Ottoman oppression, but the rise of Murad II as Sultan in 1421 heralded the end of the truce. Murad revoked every privilege given to the Byzantines and he besieged Constantinople. His successor, Mehmed II, brought this process to a close when he launched his final assault on the city on May 29, 1453. Constantine XI, The last Byzantine emperor was seen fighting for his life for the last time at one of the city gates. Throughout the bleak times after the Islamic conquest, the Byzantine monasteries became beacons of hope, support, and knowledge for the Orthodox Church's Christians. The monks succeeded in preserving the cultural wealth of Constantinople in their daily rituals, art, literature, and in the church architecture. The fall of Constantinople was the end of a glorious era for the Byzantine Empire. It was replaced after its collapse by the Ottoman Empire's long reign.
The Sasanian Empire was one of ancient times' most powerful, ruling much of the Middle East for more than 4 centuries, between 224 and 651 AD. The Sasanian Empire is renowned for being one of the most influential periods in Iranian history, representing the last great pre-Islamic Iranian era. At its widest, the Sasanian Empire covered all of present-day Iran and Iraq, stretching from the eastern Mediterranean to Pakistan and across parts of southern Arabia to the Caucasus and Central Asia. Its capital was the city of Ctesiphon, on the banks of the river Tigris in what is now Baghdad, Iraq. The city was founded during the Hellenistic period and went on to become one of the ancient world's largest and richest cities. The Sasanian Empire was established by Ardashir I, governor of the Persian province of Fars in 224 AD. He succeeded in uniting the Persian tribes and expelling the Parthian rulers who had ruled the region for more than 5 centuries. The Parthian Empire had grown weak and decrepit, which led Ardashir I to seize the region. Ardashir restructured the Persian army and established a centralized government in Ctesiphon. The title of Shah in the Persian context is tantamount to a monarch or emperor. Ardashir I called himself Shahanshah, a title meaning King of Kings, and established an absolute monarchy. Sasanian society was heavily stratified and split into multiple social classes. The nobility comprised royal family members, large landowners, and army officers. Peasants, artisans, and merchants formed the bulk of the population. Persian became the official language of the Sasanian Empire, but others such as Aramaic and Greek were also spoken. Sasanian art and architecture were greatly influenced by earlier Persian culture, but also absorbed elements from cultures such as Roman and Greek. The Sasanians were well known for their metalworking skills, especially in gold and silver. Sasanian art was distinguished by floral and animal motifs, as well as battle scenes. Sasanian architecture had a major impact on later architecture in the region. The Sasanians were renowned for their brick vaults, still seen in many mosques and ancient buildings in the Middle East. Sasanian architecture is also renowned for its pointed arches and soaring domes, both of which were built into many subsequent mosques and other religious buildings. Sasanian literature was written in Persian, with Aramaic and Greek influences. The Persian national epic, the Shahnameh, or Book of Kings, is inspired by ancient legends and tales from Persian culture, while many of the characters and themes found in the work are rooted in the Sasanian Empire. The work is considered a Persian literary masterpiece and has been a major inspiration for many poets and writers over the centuries. Zoroastrianism was the official religion of the Sasanian Empire, and it played a significant role in Sasanian life and culture. Zoroastrianism was a dualistic religion that believed in 2 opposing principles, good and evil. Religion had an important impact on the empire's politics and administration, and Zoroastrian priests were in charge of many of the government's administrative chores. The Sasanian Empire competed with the Roman Empire right from the start. Both disputed control of Mesopotamia and Armenia, leading to several wars between the 2 empires. The wars were mainly focused on the Euphrates border, modern Syria and Iraq, as well as the Caucasus. The Roman-Sasanian War, waged between 252 and 261, ended in the defeat of the Roman Emperor Valerian during the Battle of Edessa, when the Roman army was defeated by the Sasanian army, headed by the Emperor Shapur I. Valerian was the only known Roman emperor to have been taken prisoner by a foreign enemy. The capture of a Roman emperor was an enormously meaningful event and a major blow to Rome's dignity and morale. Different historical sources describe Valerian's fate as a prisoner. Some suggest that he was treated with respect, while others depict more humiliating treatment. The darkest stories recount that Valerian was used as a human stepping stone for Shapur I to mount his horse, until he finally came to peace the day he died. These tales of cruel treatment, however, are disputed by modern historians. The other major conflict was the Sasanian-Roman War, dating from 337 to 363. The conflict started shortly after Constans I died and his sons took control of the Roman Empire. This clash included some of the largest battles of late antiquity and ended with the death of the Roman Emperor Julian in battle. He had taken charge of a campaign aimed at recovering lands that had been lost to the Sasanians in previous clashes. Upon Julian's death, Jovian, in a desperate situation, took over command. He signed a humiliating peace treaty with Shapur II, the Sasanian king, to ensure a safe retreat for his troops. According to the treaty's terms, the Romans agreed to cede a significant amount of territory, including the major cities of Nisibis and Singara, as well as the provinces of Arzanene and Kordun. War and its aftermath had major implications for both empires. It revealed weaknesses in the Romans' military command and organization. Conversely, the war solidified the Sasanian Empire's reputation as a major regional power. The Roman-Sasanian War between 602 and 628, also known as the last great battle between the Byzantine and Sasanian empires, was one of the longest and most destructive conflicts in ancient history. It began with the Sasanian invasion of the Byzantine Empire in 602 and went on for almost 3 decades. At the outset, the Sasanians, commanded by Shah Khosrow II, achieved significant success. They captured several important Byzantine cities and provinces, such as Syria, Palestine, Egypt, and parts of Anatolia. In 614, the Sasanians captured Jerusalem, taking the most important Christian relic, the Holy Cross, to Persia. But the war started to shift with Heraclius' ascension to the Byzantine throne in 610. He spent several years reorganizing his army and building up his position before mounting a counteroffensive in 622. His campaigns were remarkable for using guerrilla tactics and a new scorched earth approach to deprive the enemy of resources. Heraclius marched into the heart of Sasanian territory in 627 and defeated a Persian army at the Battle of Nineveh. He eventually marched to Ctesiphon, the Sasanian capital. In 628, Khosrow II was toppled in a coup led by his own son Kavad II, who immediately pursued peace with the Byzantines. The peace treaty of 628, officially ending the war, brought the return of all the territories and prisoners of war taken by the Sasanian, as well as the Holy Cross, which Heraclius personally restored in Jerusalem in 629. The war was devastating for both empires, making them depleted and vulnerable to the rise of Islam. Barely 6 years after the war ended, the Muslim forces began to invade both the Byzantine and Sasanian empires in 634, both of which were unable to resist effectively. The Sasanian Empire was left precariously balanced, its resources depleted and its population exhausted. Confrontation with the Roman Empire left the Sasanian Empire susceptible to attacks from other groups, such as the Arab Muslims, who would ultimately overthrow the empire. The Sasanian were defeated by the Muslims at the Battle of Al-Qadisiyah in 636. In 637, the Muslim Arabs conquered the Zoroastrian holy city of Ctesiphon, capital of the Sasanian Empire. The defeat sustained at the Battle of Nahavand in 642 ended the empire. Meanwhile, the Byzantines lost Syria, Palestine, Egypt, and North Africa to Islamic raids. In 651, Yazdegerd III, the last Sasanian Shah, was killed by the Arabs and the empire fell. The Muslim Arabs established the Arab Caliphate, ruling over the region until the Mongols invaded in the 13th century. The Sasanian Empire had a lasting legacy in the history of Persia and the Middle East. The Zoroastrian religion outlived the empire and is still practiced by a small group of people in Iran and India. The fall of the Sasanian Empire and the emergence of Islam significantly influenced the Middle East's development. The Muslim conquest of Persia was among the most notable events in Islamic history. with the region forming a key part of the Islamic realm. The Arab Caliphate set up the city of Baghdad as its new capital, and the region came to be ruled by the Arab caliphs. Nevertheless, the end of the Sassanid Empire turned out to be more than just an important milestone in Middle Eastern history. It also had a substantial bearing on world history. The collapse of the Sassanid Empire allowed Islam to spread eastwards, as far as India, shaping the Islamic world as we know it today. Additionally, the overthrow of the Sassanid Empire also made the region vulnerable to Turkish and Mongol invasions, who would dominate the region for the next few centuries. Although the Sassanid Empire ended more than 1,000 years ago, its influence on the region's and the world's history can still be felt today. The Sasanian contributions to government administration, art, architecture, and religion still play a vital part in shaping the Middle East and the Islamic world, and its legacy can be traced in many of today's traditions and practices.
The end of the Western Roman Empire marked one of the most important periods in human history. Many peoples of distinct cultures who had previously lived as part of the empire began to occupy lands previously owned by Rome. This spawned a large-scale wave of migrations across the European continent, reaching as far as distant lands in Africa and Central Asia. The historical period became known as the Barbarian Invasions. It turned out that many tribes that the Romans considered uncivilized, such as the Franks, Alans, Huns, Magyars, and Bulgarians, established settlements within the territory of the decaying Roman Empire, forming some of the first post-Roman kingdoms. Among the most important tribes of this migratory period were the Goths, Visigoths, and Ostrogoths, Germanic peoples who had enormous influence on the early medieval European period. The first written documents mentioning the Goths date back to the 1st century AD. Some mentioned that this people had migrated from Scandinavia to the ancient region of Germania and territories near the Black Sea. Another theory suggests that the Goths originated in eastern Pomerania, Poland, and, at some point, they moved to lands further south. The Roman historian Tacitus, who first encountered the Goths in Germany, described them as a cohesive race composed of Germanic peoples, native to their land, and fierce fighters. After taking up land in the steppes of the ancient region of Scythia, the Goths quickly adopted several nomadic customs from the Sarmatians. They excelled in the art of horsemanship, archery, and falconry, but preferred to create permanent settlements rather than migrate from one region to another, and became excellent farmers and sailors. According to ancient sources, the Goths were always described as tall, athletic people with light hair and light eyes and a serious, haughty demeanor. In general, the Goths spoke a German dialect known as the Gothic language. They had different customs that gave rise to the Gothic culture, characterized by the making of beautiful jewelry, paintings, and ceramics, in a style greatly influenced by Greek and Roman craftsmen. Despite the suggestive name, Gothic architecture, so present in castles, churches, and ancient cathedrals in the Middle Ages, had little direct influence from the Goths. However, Gothic Christianity, whose main doctrine was Arianism, clearly influenced the religious beliefs of medieval Europe. Some documents mention that, as early as 240 AD, the Goths were often conscripted into the Roman army to fight in Roman-Persian conflicts, in particular the Battle of Mycenaean in 244. As time went on, the Goths became numerous and began to wage war against other peoples, such as Sarmatians, Gepids, and Burgundians, while also attacking and sacking many Roman cities. In the last decades of the 3rd century, many people fled to the Dacia region of the Roman Empire, probably driven out by the Goths. To contain the Goth invasions, the Roman Emperor Constantine I helped the Sarmatians settle on the northern banks of the Danube River to fend off attacks from the Goths, reinforcing the Roman frontier. Between 335 and 336, Constantine carried out military campaigns on the Danube, defeating many Gothic tribes. Contemporary Roman sources refer to the Goths not so much as humans, but as dangerous plagues. After driving the Romans from much of the European continent, the Goths ruled a large swath of territory, from present-day Germany to the Danube and Don rivers in Eastern Europe, plus the Black Sea in the south and the Baltic Sea in the north. However, the mighty Goths had enemies to match them, such as the fearsome Huns. Around the year 375, the Huns invaded the territory of the Goths. Although they bravely resisted, the Goths were pushed into lands still under Roman rule. Trying to find refuge, some Gothic tribes fled to the Eastern Roman Empire, where they received help from Emperor Flavius Julius Valens in 376. But, because of the Goths' history of violence and looting, the Romans decided to take cruel revenge, imposing high taxes and shameful living conditions on the refugees. Soon after, they began to starve, and some had to sell their children to Roman slave traders in exchange for dog meat as food. Enraged by these living conditions, the leader of the Gothic refugees, Fritigern, sparked a full-scale rebellion in Thrace, where not only Gothic refugees and slaves, but also disgruntled Roman workers and peasants joined in. The subsequent conflict became known as the Gothic War and lasted several years. The conflict peaked at the Battle of Adrianople in 378, where the Goths defeated the Romans and Emperor Flavius Julius Valens was killed. After the Battle of Adrianople, the Goths and the Romans were trading partners for the next decade. After that, the Goths split into two main branches, the Visigoths, a name that literally means Western Goths, and the Ostrogoths, the Eastern Goths. The division occurred because of political differences and noble lineages between the tribes. The Visigoths agreed to sign alliances with Rome, living within Western Roman territory, while the Ostrogoths were subjects of the Huns and lived in the occupied lands of the Eastern Roman Empire. Around 395, the first king of the Visigoths emerged, Alaric I, a promising Gothic warrior who had served in the Roman army under Emperor Theodosius I. Alaric was one of the few survivors of the terrible Battle of Frigidus, where he fought in the service of Emperor Theodosius. 10,000 Goths and members of other barbarian tribes died in that clash. This episode, coupled with the disregard the Romans showed for Goth warriors fallen in battle, enraged Alaric against Rome. Alaric invaded Italy in 402 and 407, leading raids and pillaging Roman cities. But he was twice defeated in battle and was forced to retreat. Finally, in 410, Alaric commanded a successful siege against Rome, which was overrun and plundered. Although the riches of the city were looted, the civilians of Rome were treated humanely, and only a few buildings were burned. Alaric also freed tens of thousands of Gothic slaves, and incorporated them into his army. With the defeat of the main European rivals for power, Alaric and the Visigoths established a kingdom in the region of Gaul, present-day France. At first, it was a peripheral nation of the Roman Empire, before they expanded their territory to include areas known as Spain and Portugal on the Iberian Peninsula, forming the Visigothic Kingdom that lasted until 711, when it was conquered by North African Moorish invaders from the Umayyad Caliphate. While the Visigoths gathered under the leadership of Alaric I, the Ostrogoths strengthened in the Balkan region under Theodoric the Great, ruler of the Ostrogothic Kingdom and patrician of the Eastern Roman Empire. As a child, Theodoric was taken hostage to Constantinople, where he lived out his formative years and received an Eastern Roman education. Providing services to Emperor Flavius Zeno, Theodoric carried out military campaigns against the Sarmatians and competed to increase his influence among his fellow Goths in the Balkans. Emperor Zeno gave him the position of commander of the Eastern Roman forces, and in 484 he was appointed consul. But Theodoric disliked the Romans and lived in constant hostility against the emperor. To make the Ostrogoths independent, Theodoric invaded and conquered all of Italy, killing with his own hands King Odoacer of the Visigoths. Beginning in 511, Theodoric united and ruled the Visigoth and Ostrogothic kingdoms, forming an empire that lasted until his death in 526. Although Theodoric used only the title king, some scholars describe him as a Western Roman emperor, referred to by the title Augustus by some of his contemporary subjects. As the new ruler of Italy, Theodoric maintained Roman legal administration and scholarly culture, promoting a major program of public buildings in Italy. Shortly after Theodoric's death, the Eastern Roman Empire regained many of its lost territories, driving hordes of Ostrogoths out of Italy. After Ostrogoth king Tea's last resistance at the Battle of Mons Lecterus in 553, Ostrogothic resistance ended. The remaining Goths in Italy were assimilated by the Lombards, another Germanic tribe that invaded Italy and founded the Kingdom of the Lombards in 567. Although the Goths are traditionally blamed for the destruction of the Roman Empire civilization, which plunged Western culture into a dark age, the Goths helped preserve many of the Roman cities and customs. Their armies and warriors were crucial in the fight against the invading Huns, who ravaged everything in their path. Although little remembered today, the Goths were important players in Western Roman history. Located in the Attica region of Greece, ancient Athens was one of the most influential and outstanding cities in the entire history of Western civilization. Dating back thousands of years, Athens thrived during the classical period of ancient Greece, excelling as a center of culture, politics, philosophy, and the arts. Athens' beginnings date back to the Bronze Age, although the information available about this early period is often based on legends and myths, which make it difficult to fully distinguish the historical reality. In Greek mythology, a half-man, half-serpent demigod called Cecrops emerged from the earth. He is regarded as the first king of Athens and is often associated with the establishment of key elements of civilization, such as agriculture, religion, and social organization. Erechtheus, who succeeded Cecrops as king, is another mythical character associated with the origins of Athens. The best-known legend related to Erechtheus surrounds the dispute between the goddess Athena and Poseidon over the city's patronage. Not wanting to let any of the gods get angry and vengeful, Cecrops thought it would be fairer to let the people vote. The people who fished at sea voted for Poseidon, who would help them with their profession. On the other hand, the women, who made their living working on the land, voted for Athena. Since there were more women than men, Athena was the winner, and the city was named after her. Some versions of the myth say that Erechtheus is one of Athena's sons. Variations exist in the story of his birth, but one of them involves Athena giving birth to Erechtheus after having swallowed an olive seed. Erechtheus is connected to the construction of the Erechtheion Temple on the Acropolis of Athens, dedicated to him and other deities such as Poseidon and Hephaestus. Athens was settled during the Mycenaean period, lasting from 1600 to 1100 BC, as evidenced by fortifications and palaces on the Acropolis. But the collapse of the Mycenaean civilization ushered in a period of decline and obscurity in Athens during the so-called Greek Dark Ages. The city resurfaced during the Archaic period, between 800 and 480 BC, bearing witness to the enforcement of laws by the Athenian legislator Draco and more far-reaching reforms by the statesman Solon. Clisthenes was an archaic Greek politician who continued Solon's work at the end of the 6th century BC and was instrumental in Athens' political evolution. Clisthenes is often considered the father of Athenian democracy for his reforms, including the establishment of a popular assembly and territorial redistribution. Athens reached its peak during the 5th century BC under the leadership of Pericles, an era of great prosperity and cultural development. The Athenian society and culture in ancient Greece were outstanding for their lasting influence on Western civilization. In different periods, such as the Archaic, Classical, and Hellenistic, Athenian society underwent several transformations. Athenian society was split into different classes, including citizens, foreign residents, and slaves. Male citizens had political rights and took part in voting on important issues in the assembly. Citizenship was limited to adult males born to Athenian parents, with women, foreigners, and slaves excluded. Athens was the birthplace of Greek philosophy, with notable philosophers such as Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle. They studied ethical, political, and metaphysical issues, having a significant influence on Western thought. In Athens, education was mainly aimed at male citizens. Children were taught at home until the age of 6, after which they went to public schools. Classical Athens was noted for its remarkable artistic achievements, especially during Pericles' rule. The building of the Acropolis, including the Parthenon, is an outstanding example of classical Greek architecture. Athens was also an intellectual hotbed, with notable breakthroughs in mathematics, astronomy, and medicine. Athenian society was dynamic and distinguished by a remarkable appreciation of the arts and philosophy. Theater had a central role in Athenian culture, with drama festivals such as the Dionysia. Playwrights such as Aeschylus, Sophocles, and Euripides wrote plays that explored mythological themes and ethical issues. Ancient Greek literature flourished in Athens, with epics such as Homer's Iliad and Odyssey standing out. Athens, as one of the main city-states of ancient Greece, was embroiled in several wars throughout its history. Athens' military might during its golden age in the 5th century BC was quite remarkable, and it played a significant role in the Greco-Persian Wars and the Peloponnesian War. It built long walls, known as the Themistoclean Wall, connecting the city to the port of Piraeus. This allowed Athens to retain access to the sea, even in siege situations. Light Athenian infantry, consisting mainly of citizen soldiers, were well trained and used spears and shields. Athens also had hoplites, heavy infantrymen, who comprised the backbone of the army. They were equipped with spears, shields, breastplates, helmets, and a sword for close-range combat. Athens managed to assemble a remarkable navy made up of triremes, fast and maneuverable ships. Outstanding strategists, such as Themistocles, had crucial roles in the development and command of the Athenian navy. Athenian control of the seas provided economic and strategic advantages, as it controlled trade routes and held significant influence in the Delian League. Athens had a key role in the Greco-Persian Wars, a series of conflicts between the Greek city-states and the Persian Empire, led by Darius I and later his son Xerxes I. The Greco-Persian Wars had two main campaigns: the First Greco-Persian War, which lasted from 492 to 490 BC, and the Second Greco-Persian War, fought from 480 to 479 BC. Under the leadership of the strategist Miltiades, the Athenians achieved a decisive victory over the Persians at the Battle of Marathon during the First Greco-Persian War in September 490 BC on a plain east of Athens. According to legend, an Athenian messenger named Phidippides ran 42 kilometers to Athens to proclaim victory before dying of exhaustion. Phidippides' massive effort gave rise to the marathon race held in many countries today. Xerxes I, Darius' successor, launched a massive invasion of Greece, resulting in the Second Greco-Persian War. The Athenian fleet, headed by Themistocles, went on to score a key victory in the Greek naval battle of Salamis. This success solidified the Athenian reputation as a naval power, paving the way for the development of the Delian League. Greek forces, including Athenians, were victorious at the Battle of Plataea and the Battle of Mycale in 479 BC, cementing Greek resistance against the Persians. The Athenian involvement in the Greco-Persian Wars was a crucial moment in Greek history, shaping events that had a lasting impact on the identity and development of the Greek city-states. Rising tensions between Athens and Sparta surfaced after the Greco-Persian Wars, especially due to the increasing naval power and the Delian League led by Athens. Squabbles over territories and regional interests increased hostilities between the two powers. Sparta led the Peloponnesian League, a coalition of Peloponnesian city-states, while Athens led the Delian League, a naval alliance formed to resist the Persian threat. The war broke out when Sparta declared war on Athens, setting the stage for a drawn-out conflict. Athens trusted its powerful navy, while Sparta relied on its impressive land infantry. An epidemic struck Athens, however, causing great devastation and leading to the death of the Athenian leader Pericles, and both Athens and Sparta faced internal uprisings and dissent during the conflict. Between 431 and 421 BC, the Akkadian War was an early phase of the Peloponnesian War, a conflict between the city-states of Athens and Sparta, along with their respective coalitions. This stage of the war was named after the Spartan king, Archidamus II, who led Sparta during this period. Athens' tactic was to avoid a head-on confrontation with the powerful Spartan army, and instead rely on its naval fleet while the walls protected the city from a land siege. There were several years of limited clashes and skirmishes during this phase, but no major decisive battles. The prolonged war led to the economic and social devastation for both cities and their alliances. The Battle of Aegospotami, which occurred in 405 BC, was one of the closing events of the Peloponnesian War and had a crucial role to play in the outcome of the conflict. Following a series of unfavorable events for Athens, including the disastrous expedition to Sicily in 415, naval and land warfare continued with an advantage for Sparta. The Athenian fleet, headed by Alcibiades, sustained significant losses, and Athens' naval power was undermined. Now, under the command of Conon, the Athenian fleet was anchored near Aegospotami on the Thracian coast. The Spartan commander, Lysander, spearheaded a daring night raid. The Athenian fleet was taken off guard and could not resist due to its lack of preparation and numerical inferiority. Many Athenian ships were captured or destroyed, and most of the remaining Athenian triremes were either seized or burned. The defeat at Aegospotami left Athens virtually without a naval fleet. This proved to be a decisive blow, since it relied heavily on its navy to maintain the upper hand in the war. Isolated and enfeebled, Athens no longer had the resources or military capability to continue its resistance. The next year, in 404 BC, Athens surrendered, bringing the Peloponnesian War to an end. Athens, weakened and starving, was obliged to accept harsh conditions of surrender, resulting in the end of its Delian League, the dismantling of its long walls, and the loss of its colonies. The Hellenistic period started after the death of Alexander the Great in 323 BC and lasted for approximately the next 3 centuries. Athens, once a powerful Greek city-state, underwent significant changes in its political, economic, and cultural position during this period. Following Alexander's death, his generals, known as Diadochi, divided his empire into independent realms. Athens came under the rule of the Antigonid Kingdom. Cassander, one of the Diadochi, held sway in Athens for a while, leading to a period of Macedonian rule. He rebuilt parts of Athens' walls, which had been demolished, but the city did not fully recover its former glory. Athens came under Roman rule from the 2nd century BC, after the defeat of Macedon in the Third Macedonian War. Athens then became part of the Roman province of Achaia, and, subsequently, a Roman colony. Contrary to many other conquered cities, Rome was respectful of Athens' cultural and intellectual legacy. Many of the city's monuments and buildings have been preserved. The city remained an intellectual center. Philosophers such as Antiochus of Athens and philosophical schools such as the Platonic Academy continued to function. The Roman Emperor Hadrian, who held Greek culture in high regard, built Hadrian's Library in Athens, contributing to the preservation and furthering of knowledge. The Roman philanthropist Herodes Atticus financed the restoration and construction of several buildings in Athens, including the Odeon of Herodes Atticus. Following the breakup of the Roman Empire, Athens came under rule of the Byzantine Empire, characterized by a strong Orthodox Christian influence. Several Byzantine churches were constructed in Athens, featuring architectural and artistic elements distinctive to the Byzantine tradition, such as frescoes and mosaics. Athens underwent demographic changes over the centuries, with a decrease in population compared to its former magnitude. Economic decline also affected the city, with a decline in its role as a commercial center. The city faced challenges, including invasions and looting by barbarian invaders and pirates. Ancient Athens' legacy is vast and enduring. Athens' archaeological sites, including the Acropolis, are UNESCO World Heritage Sites, underlying its global importance. Its influence is still felt in many disciplines and forms of government around the world, making Athens one of the fundamental pillars of Western culture. The Kingdom of Epirus was an ancient state in northwestern Greece, renowned both for its natural beauty and its unique culture. Its history stretches back to ancient times, and the region often played a key role in the exchanges and conflicts between the Greek city-states. The region's chief city, often referred to as the ancient city of Epirus, was Dodona. It rose to fame due to its famous oracular sanctuary dedicated to Zeus, where priestesses, known as the doves of Dodona, would interpret the wind and leaf sounds to predict the future. As well as Dodona, other important cities in Epirus included Ambracia, Getane, and Passaron. Epirus's origins date back to the Hellenistic era and the ancient tribes inhabiting the northwestern region of Greece. The name Epirus may have its roots in the ancient Greek language and could mean mainland or dry land. reflecting the area situated on the Greek mainland, as opposed to the islands. In antiquity, the Epirus region was occupied by several tribes, including the Molossians, Thesprotians, and Chaonians. Each had its own dynasties and local leadership. The Molossian dynasty, allegedly descended from the mythological hero Achilles, had a key role to play in forming the Kingdom of Epirus. With time, the Kingdom of Epirus spread its influence over neighboring tribes and strengthened its territories in northwestern Greece. Moreover, Epirus had frequent contacts with the Greek city-states to the south, such as Athens and Sparta, as well as with the neighboring regions of the Balkans. The Epirus region did not evade the influence of neighboring kingdoms, especially Macedonia, led by Philip II and his son, Alexander the Great. The Macedonian influence molded politics and dynasties in Epirus, while members of the Epirote aristocracy were often involved in events taking place in the wider Hellenistic world. The Kingdom of Epirus developed into an independent state during the Hellenistic period and formed a centralized monarchy. Establishing the Molossian dynasty and cementing royal power helped shape Epirus as a different political entity. Epirus society featured an aristocratic class, bringing with it a significant role in government and decision-making. Aristocracy members often held important positions, counseling the monarch and actively contributing to running the kingdom. Epirotes were renowned for their soldiering skills and their input into the armed forces in regional conflicts. Taking part in wars such as the Pyrrhic Wars highlighted Epirus's military weight. The Pyrrhic Wars consisted of several conflicts between the Kingdom of Epirus, led by King Pyrrhus II, and the Roman Republic, initially headed by Publius Cornelius Scipio, and later by the famous Roman general Scipio Africanus. The Pyrrhic Wars were fought between 280 and 275 BC, and are remarkable not only for the battles, but also for popularizing the term Pyrrhic victory, understood to depict a victory won at such an inflated cost that amounts to a rout. The Pyrrhic Wars were mainly brought by Pyrrhus II's involvement in the struggles between the Greek city-states of southern Italy and the growing Roman expansion in the region. Pyrrhus II, a well-known military commander and ally of the Greek cities, was called upon to help the Greek cities repel the Roman invasion. Each victory for Pyrrhus II, however, came at a significant cost in terms of resources and soldiers. Notwithstanding his initial triumphs, Pyrrhus found it difficult to consolidate his hold on the conquered territories and to gather local support against the Romans. All the while, the Roman Republic managed to recover from its defeats and replenish its ranks. After several campaigns, the Pyrrhic Wars ended in 275 BC with a decisive Roman victory at the Battle of Benevento. Although Pyrrhus II kept fighting for a brief time after this loss, he eventually abandoned his Italian efforts and returned to Epirus. The war between Epirus and Antigonus II Gonatas occurred against the backdrop of the struggles for the control of Macedonia and Greece, following Alexander the Great's death and the ensuing period of the Diadochi, or Alexander's successors. Antigonus II Gonatas was among the Diadochi descendants and claimed the Macedonian throne, while Epirus aimed to expand its sway in the region. The war against Antigonus II Gonatas was waged by Pyrrhus II, king of Epirus, between 274 and 272 BC. His ambitions were to seize the territories in Macedonia and expand his kingdom. Yet Antigonus II Gonatas was convinced to maintain his control over Macedonia and withstood Epirus's advances. The war led to a chain of battles and skirmishes between the forces of Epirus and those of Antigonus II Gonatas. Although Pyrrhus II had some early successes, such as the capture of the city of Athens, he faced significant resistance and failed to completely defeat Antigonus II Gonatas. The war ended in 272 BC, with Pyrrhus II's death during a siege of a Macedonian city. His demise put an end to Epirus's expansionist ambitions in the region and allowed Antigonus II Gonatas to solidify his control over Macedonia. The alliance between Epirus and the Roman Republic against Philip V of Macedon occurred as part of the Macedonian Wars, a series of conflicts between Rome and Macedon over control of Greece and the Balkans. Philip V, king of Macedon, was attempting to expand his dominion over Greek cities and neighboring territories, alarming Rome and prompting their deployment in the region. Epirus's alliance with Rome was driven largely by shared interests. Both Epirus and Rome saw Macedonian expansion as a challenge to their security and influence in the region. There was also a long-running rivalry between Epirus and Macedonia, which made it only natural for Epirus to join Rome against Philip V. The resulting alliance led to the Second Macedonian War, where Epirus, together with Roman forces, faced Philip V and his troops. The joint efforts of Epirus and Rome dealt significant blows to Philip V. The war ended with the Treaty of Tempe in 197 BC, imposing heavy terms on Macedonia and weakening Philip V's power in the region considerably. The Illyrian Wars consisted of a number of conflicts between Rome and the Illyrian tribes living in the Western Balkan region, known as Illyria. These battles were fought mainly during the 3rd and 2nd centuries BC, and involved several Roman military campaigns to overwhelm and control the Illyrian tribes. The political situation varied, with Epirus sometimes collaborating with Rome against those. The alliance between Epirus and the Roman Republic against Perseus of Macedon occurred during the Third Macedonian War, waged between the years 171 and 168 BC. Perseus was the king of Macedonia and was at odds with Rome over their rivalry for control of Greece and the Balkans. During this war, Epirus, led by King Pyrrhus V, sided with Rome against Perseus. Epirus's move to ally itself with Rome was prompted by several factors, including historical rivalries with Macedonia, mutual interest in containing Macedonian spread, and the hope of territorial gains or political influence. Epirus's alliance with Rome was pivotal to ending the Third Macedonian War. The combined forces of Epirus and Rome engaged Perseus in several battles, including the decisive Battle of Pydna in 168 BC, where Roman troops commanded by Lucius Aemilius Paulus defeated Perseus's Macedonian forces. The Roman Epirot triumph at the Battle of Pydna ushered in the end of Perseus's reign and the dissolution of the Macedonian kingdom as an independent power. It was divided into several republics and city-states under Roman oversight. As far as Epirus was concerned, the alliance with Rome against Perseus not only solidified its position as one of Rome's allies, but also gave it territorial gains and leverage in the region. Subsequent Roman interference in Greek affairs and the gradual loss of autonomy eventually led to the decline of the Kingdom of Epirus. Even though it acted as an ally of Rome for so many years, Epirus was incorporated as a Roman province in 167 BC. The Kingdom of Epirus had a significant legacy in the ancient Greek history and in the development of the Mediterranean world. While a relatively small state, and often outshone by larger powers such as Macedonia and Rome, Epirus contributed to the flourishing Greek culture, and its military and political influence continues to inspire study and interest to this day. The ancient Greek city of Thebes was one of ancient Greece's most influential and important city-states. It rose to prominence as a military and political power, standing up to Sparta's stranglehold and leaving a legacy through leaders such as Epaminondas and Pelopidas. Apart from its military bearing, Thebes was a vibrant cultural hotbed, home to personalities such as the lyric poet Pindar and the philosopher Plutarch. Thebes' origins stretch back to prehistoric times, with archaeological evidence indicating that the area had been inhabited by the Neolithic period. It is in the Boeotia region of central Greece, whose strategic positioning between Mount Cathaeron and Mount Parnassus helped boost its historical significance. Between 1600 and 1100 BC, Thebes was already an important and prosperous city during the Mycenaean period. It is mentioned in ancient Greek literature, such as Homer's Iliad, describing it as one of the major cities in Greece and an ally of Mycenae in the Trojan War. In Greek mythology, Thebes is often found in epic stories and legends, such as the Oedipus myth, which had an essential role to play in Greek culture and the city's identity. During the classical period, Thebes blossomed, rivaling other Greek city-states such as Athens and Sparta for regional supremacy. Its pinnacle occurred during the 4th century BC, notably during Epaminondas' and Pelopidas' tenure. Under their leadership, Thebes rose as a major military and political power in Greece, challenging Sparta's dominance. Like other Greek city-states, Thebes' citizenship was confined to free men born in it. They had political rights and partook in direct democracy. Yet, in specific periods, the city experimented with alternative forms of government. Religion was central to Theban life, worshipping deities such as the god of wine and fertility, Dionysus, and the god of the arts, music, and prophecy, Apollo. Thebes was also renowned for its Dionysian cult, encompassing festivals and rituals. Thebes helped develop Greek literature, with names such as Pindar, one of ancient Greece's greatest lyric poets, being born in the city. Philosophers such as Plutarch, a prolific writer and biographer, were also affiliated with Thebes. Education was highly esteemed and included classes in literature, music, philosophy, and gymnastics. It was well known for its pedagogues and academies, where young noblemen were trained in the arts and letters. Thebes was notorious for its military force, especially during the period when Epaminondas and Pelopidas led the city. The legendary Theban phalanx, an innovative military formation, was developed during this time, crucial to Theban battling successes. Thebes' economy during ancient Greece was shaped by trade. As a city-state located in a fertile area of Phoenicia, it had access to plentiful agricultural resources, including cereals, wine, olive oil, fruit, and vegetables. These goods were traded within the city itself and exported to other regions. Thebes also had a prosperous craft industry, with artisans making an assortment of items, such as ceramics, textiles, metals, and luxury pieces. These products were traded locally and exported to other Greek cities and abroad. While Thebes was not a port city, it was close enough to the Gulf of Corinth to profit from maritime trade. During the greater part of Thebes' history, the trading system was mainly based on exchanging goods and services, rather than the use of currency. But silver coins, such as the drachma, were used in commercial transactions, particularly in more complex and international deals. Apart from coins, credit and debt systems had a key role to play in Thebes' trade. Merchants often offered each other credit, facilitating long-distance trade and building long-lasting commercial ties. Thebes endured a stormy history of conflicts, wars, and military alliances over the centuries, notably during the ancient Greek classical period. From 431 to 404 BC, the Peloponnesian War saw Thebes and Sparta fighting on opposite sides, with Thebes supporting Athens against Sparta. After Athens' defeat, however, Thebes found itself in direct conflict with Sparta. The Battle of Leuctra, held in 371 BC, was one of the most important battles in Thebes' history. Under Epaminondas' lead, the Theban army defeated the Spartan troops in a decisive battle, breaking Sparta's military dominance and establishing Thebes as a dominant Greek power. In the wake of the Battle of Leuctra, Thebes undertook a series of military campaigns to expand its influence in central Greece and the Peloponnese. Epaminondas led these, forging alliances with other cities and confronting Sparta on several occasions. Thebes took part in the Sacred War of the Amphictyonic League towards the end of the 4th century, between 356 and 346 BC. A coalition of several Greek city-states, this was mainly fought by the Amphictyonic League of Delphi against the city of Phocis. The conflict broke out when the Amphictyonic League fined Phocis for farming sacred lands belonging to the Delphi sanctuary. As a response, Philomelos' Phocians decided to seize the sanctuary and use the temple's treasures to finance a mercenary army. Thebes and Thessaly responded first, forming a coalition against them. The war quickly escalated, with several Greek states joining the clash. King Philip II of Macedon spotted an opening to expand his influence in central Greece. In 352 BC, Philip intervened in the war, defeating the Phocians at the Battle of Crocus Field and taking control of Thessaly. His involvement was crucial to ending the conflict. When Alexander the Great died and his empire was split up, Thebes formed an alliance with the Pergamon Kingdom in the fight against Antipater and Cassander, the generals who ruled Macedonia. The alliance with Pergamon may be seen against the background of the Greek city-states' strategies for survival and resistance against the forces of the larger Hellenistic kingdoms, such as Macedon and the Seleucid Empire. Such conflicts, wars, and military alliances were pivotal to the history of Thebes and shaped its political and military standing in ancient Greece. The city often found itself caught up in struggles for regional power and influence, and its maneuvering skills in these situations defined its success and reputation over the centuries. Ancient Greek Thebes' decline may be ascribed to several factors affecting its political, military, and economic position over time. Thebes suffered periods of internal political instability, with power struggles between different political sides and rivalries between aristocratic families. This instability eroded the city's internal cohesion and undermined its power to behave as a unified force. The city's economic decline also contributed to its downfall. The city depended heavily on agriculture and trade for its subsistence, and the loss of farmland and trade routes dented its prosperity. Thebes was also affected by catastrophic events, including earthquakes and barbarian invasions, wreaking havoc on the city and impairing its resilience. During the Macedonian Wars, fought between 214 and 148 BC, Rome overthrew Macedonia and spread its control over Greece. In 146 BC, after Corinth was destroyed, Greece was formally annexed as the Roman province of Achaia. Once the Roman conquest was over, Thebes, like the rest of Greece, was part of the Roman world. While Thebes never regained its former military and political glory, the city continued to exist and play a role in the region. The city remained under the rule of the Byzantine Empire once the Western Roman Empire had fallen. Thebes continued to be important as a regional center and became a focal point in Greco-Roman and later Christian cultures. Transition to Christianity brought new cultural and religious changes to it. Following Christianity's acceptance and eventual adoption as the official religion of the empire under Theodosius I by the end of the 4th century, churches and other Christian structures were increasingly built in Thebes. These included basilicas and meeting places for the believers. While Thebes lost its independence in the classical period and never regained its former glory, its legacy lives on in many ways. Its military, cultural, and mythological achievements have left an everlasting imprint on the history of ancient Greece. Thebes was a city of great leaders, military pioneers, and a brilliant cultural heritage, a key piece in the tapestry of Greek history. Rhodes was an ancient Greek city perched on the northeastern tip of the Dodecanese archipelago in the Aegean Sea. Well known for its strategic location, its natural harbor, and its cultural abundance, Rhodes emerged as an important commercial and military center in the Greek world. Amongst the prominent tale of Rhodes' origins is one related to Greek mythology. It says that the sun god, Helios, fell in love with the beautiful Rhodes, daughter of the sea god Poseidon. They had 7 sons and 1 daughter. Their children were known as the Heliadae, who became the first rulers of the Rhodes Island, named after their mother. They are widely credited with establishing a rich and prosperous culture on it. Archaeological evidence indicates that Rhodes has been inhabited since the Neolithic period. It was founded around the 8th century BC by the Dorians, one of the 4 main ethnic groups of ancient Greece. Its strategic location, with its natural harbor and proximity to maritime trade routes, fostered its growth as a prosperous city-state. Rhodes quickly became a maritime and trading power in the Aegean region, establishing lucrative trade routes and commercial relations with other Greek city-states, such as Athens and Sparta. During the Archaic period, it grew in importance and influence, building up an economy reliant on maritime trade, agriculture, and mining. The Doric Hexapolis was a confederation of 6 Dorian city-states in southwestern Asia Minor and some nearby islands. The 3 main cities were Lindos, Ialissos, and Cameros, followed by other smaller cities, Kos, Knidos, and Halicarnassus. These cities all shared a common origin and culture, and were united in a religious and political league. One of the main factors uniting these cities was the Apollo sanctuary on Mount Triopius, near Knidos. This temple was an important religious site where the Hexapolis cities held religious festivals and competitions. They held the Triopian Games in honor of the Triopian Apollo. These festivals included athletic and artistic contests and were an opportunity to cement ties between the cities. The culture and society of ancient Greece Rhodes was varied and fertile, influenced by a wide range of factors, including its geographical location, its role as a prominent city-state, and its interplay with other Mediterranean cultures. Rhodes society was typically class-based, with a ruling elite formed by aristocrats, merchants, and landowners. Under them were the ordinary citizens who could partake in the political life of the city-state, and finally, the non-citizens, who included foreigners and slaves. The Rhodes citizens had an active role in politics, participating in assemblies, voting on important decisions, and serving in public office. The city was home to several outstanding poets, philosophers, and artists, such as the poet Timochrion and the sculptor Lysippos. The Rhodes School of Sculpture was known for its ability to create bronze statues, some of which became famous throughout the ancient world, including the legendary Colossus of Rhodes. It was built between 292 and 280 BC and was a masterpiece of Hellenistic sculpture and a symbol of Rhodesian victory, freedom, and civic pride. The Colossus was planned and built by the Greek sculptor Chares of Lindos, a pupil of the renowned sculptor Lysippos. The statue was raised to celebrate the victory of the Rhodes citizens over the siege imposed by Demetrius Poliorcetes in 305 BC. The statue was mostly made of bronze, with an internal iron framework and filled with stone blocks for added stability. It is believed that the statue stood around 33 meters tall, making it one of the highest statues in the ancient world. In 226 BC, just 54 years after its completion, the Colossus was shattered by an earthquake that shook the island of Rhodes. The statue cracked at the knees and tumbled to the ground. Religion played a key role in the daily lives of the people of Rhodes, worshipping a range of gods and goddesses from the Greek pantheon, including Zeus, Hera, Athena, and Apollo. Rhodes also had its own gods and local festivals, including celebrations in honor of the sun god Helios and Atargatis, a Syrian goddess associated with fertility and healing. Rhodes set up and kept lucrative trade routes with several Greek city-states, such as Athens and Sparta, as well as other Mediterranean civilizations and regions, including Ptolemaic Egypt, the Seleucid Empire, Cyprus, and the Asia Minor coast. Rhodes' trade spanned a variety of goods, including food, wine, olive oil, textiles, metals, ceramics, slaves, and luxury items such as perfumes, jewelry, and artwork. Rhodes was one of the major founding members of the Rhodian League, a maritime confederation of Aegean city-states founded in the Hellenistic period. The Rhodesian League bolstered trade and maritime security in the region, offering protection against pirates and facilitating commercial ties between its members. Throughout its history, Rhodes was caught up in several conflicts, wars, and military alliances, echoing its strategic importance in the Aegean Sea and the Mediterranean. During the Persian Wars in the 5th century BC, Rhodes took an active role in the Greek resistance against the Persian invaders. The city took part in the Battle of Salamis in 480 BC, where the Greek fleet defeated the Persian one. Rhodes was originally a member of the League of Delos, an Athenian-led alliance in the 5th century BC, meant to protect Greek cities from the Persian threat. Nevertheless, in 408 BC, Rhodes broke with Athens and joined the Peloponnesian League after having disagreements with the Athenian leadership. During the Macedonian Wars in the 4th century BC, Rhodes was involved in the conflicts between the Greek city-states and the Macedonian Empire of Philip II and his son, Alexander the Great. Rhodes initially stood neutral during Alexander's conquests, but later allied itself with him, keeping a relatively favorable position. One of the most famous military events in Rhodes' history was the siege of Demetrius Poliorcetes between 305 and 304 BC. A Macedonian general, Demetrius tried to conquer the city-state, but was repelled by the Rhodes defenders. During the siege, its population cast bronze from statues and other pieces to build weapons and war gear, including the famous Helepolis war machine, bringing about the city's successful defense. Ancient Rhodes' decay took place over a sustained period, affected by numerous economic, political, and military factors. One of the key events that contributed to Rhodes' decline was its merger with the Roman Republic in 164 BC, after its defeat in the Third Macedonian War. While it maintained some autonomy and prosperity under Roman rule, Rhodes lost its standing as an independent maritime power and had to bow down to Rome's rule and demands. Also, security and stability was the political turmoil in the eastern Mediterranean region, involving conflicts between empires and incursions by barbarian peoples such as pirates and Goths. The decline of the Rhodesian League enfeebled its regional position and made it more vulnerable to invasions and attacks. Historical events, like the breakup of the Roman Empire and the rise of the Byzantine Empire, significantly impacted Rhodes' fate. While it remained under Byzantine rule for centuries, it lost much of its political and economic significance during this period. Rhodes' legacy continues to shape history and culture, bearing witness to ancient Greek civilization's cleverness and resilience. Its importance as a center of trade, culture, and politics in the ancient world bears an everlasting imprint on human history.
Located in the northeast of the Peloponnese Peninsula, the ancient city of Corinth was one of the most important city-states of Greek ancient times. Strategically located on the narrow isthmus connecting the Peloponnese to the Greek mainland, it was a crucial trading and maritime center. Corinth's roots date back to prehistoric times, with evidence of human occupation in the region as far back as the Neolithic period. But the city only grew in importance from the Mycenaean age, which lasted from 1600 to 1100 BC, when it became a commercial and cultural center in ancient Greece. Greek mythology claims that Corinth was established by the tyrant Sisyphus, where he ruled for several years. He married Merope, daughter of the Titan Atlas, fathered Glaucus, and grandfathered the hero Bellerophon. While the Corinth region was largely colonized by the Achaeans, one of the Greek tribes that invaded Greece during the Bronze Age, the city thrived due to its strategic location on the isthmus, making it simpler to establish trade between the Peloponnese and Corinth emerged as a naval and commercial power during the Archaic period, which took place between 800 and 500 BC. It established colonies in spots around the Mediterranean Sea, such as Corcyra and Syracuse in Sicily. Corinth met several challenges throughout its history. During the Greco-Persian Wars at the beginning of the 5th century BC, the city allied itself with the Persians against the Greek city-states, causing resentment among its fellow Greeks. Corinth's economy was greatly influenced by sea and land trade. Its location on the isthmus between the Peloponnese and the remainder of Greece made it a crucial trading center. The city was known for its top-quality ceramics, especially Corinthian vases, exported to many parts of the ancient world. Moreover, Corinth was a naval and commercial powerhouse, establishing colonies in different parts of the Mediterranean. Acrocorinth, a fortified hill that dominated the city, was one of the most notable features of ancient Corinth. This citadel offered strategic protection and served as a refuge during times of conflict. Corinth was also known for its diversified population and cosmopolitan atmosphere. As a result of its strategic location, it drew people from different regions, including Greeks, Romans, Jews, Persians, and Celts, contributing to its cultural richness. The city was a worship center for the goddess Aphrodite, and the Temple of Aphrodite, known as the Aphrodisium, stood as one of its most famous landmarks. The temple was home to a large number of sacred concubines, known as Hetiarii, who served as priestesses and took part in religious rituals. Corinth was home to the Isthmian Games, a sporting festival dedicated to Poseidon, which included athletic, musical, and literary competitions. The Isthmian Games were an important event in the Greek sporting calendar and attracted athletes and spectators from all over Greece. Corinth was an oligarchy, with power held by an aristocratic elite. This was composed of influential families who held political and economic control of the city. Nevertheless, Corinth's political system underwent changes over time, including spells of tyranny and limited democracy. Among the most well-known examples was Cypselus's rule, a tyrant who seized control of Corinth around the 7th century BC and established the Bacchiadae dynasty. He was known for instituting political and economic reforms in the city, but also for ruling autocratically. Cypselus's son, Periander, succeeded his father as tyrant of Corinth. He was a ruler renowned for his ruthlessness, but also for his achievements, including improvements to infrastructure and trade policies. As one of the most important city-states in ancient Greece, Corinth was involved in several wars and conflicts throughout its history. It was one of Athens' chief adversaries during the Peloponnesian War, waged between the Delian League led by Athens and the Peloponnesian League led by Sparta between 431 and 404 BC. Corinth was an important Sparta ally and took an active role in the conflict. The Corinthian War was fought between Sparta and a coalition led by Athens and Thebes between 395 and 386 BC, with Corinth joining in. The war featured several battles and conflicts in different corners of Greece, with neither side achieving a decisive victory. A peace treaty was eventually reached in 386 BC, bringing the conflict to a temporary end. Corinth was one of the Greek city-states opposed to the growing influence of Philip II of Macedon in Greece. He sought to extend his control over the Greek city-states, which resulted in clashes with Corinth and other cities. The Battle of Chaeronea in 338 BC scored a decisive victory for Philip, consolidating his rule over Greece. Corinth was one of the leading members of the Achaean League, a confederation of Peloponnesian city-states. The Achaean League entered into the conflict with the Roman Republic, resulting in the Battle of Corinth in 146 BC, where the Romans, led by Lucius Mummius, decisively defeated the Greek forces. The defeat signaled the end of Corinth's independence and the domination of the Greek city-states by the Roman Republic. Over the course of the Roman invasion and the ensuing battles, the city of Corinth was destroyed. It was, however, rebuilt by Julius Caesar in 44 AD and became an important Roman colony. While it was reconstructed, its autonomy and political influence were significantly reduced. New maritime routes and shifts in trade interests lessened the isthmus of Corinth's importance as a crucial commercial axis. This reduced the city's income and its role as an economic power. Cultural and social changes in ancient Greece may also have had a role to play in Corinth's decline. As time went by, new philosophical and religious ideas emerged, defying ancient traditions and impacting on the city's social and cultural cohesion. Corinth also had a significant role in early Christian history, particularly due to the presence of the Apostle Paul of Tarsus in the city and the ongoing correspondence he had with the local Christian community. Paul of Tarsus wrote 2 epistles to Corinth's Christian community, known as the First and Second Epistles to the Corinthians, included in the New Testament of the Bible. These letters deal with a variety of religious, ethical, and practical issues faced by the Corinthians and offer advice and instructions on how to live an authentic Christian life. Corinth remained an important city under Byzantine rule, serving as an administrative and military center in the Peloponnese region. It was one of the main cities in the Hellas province, covering a large part of central Greece and the Peloponnese. Even during the Byzantine period, Corinth faced threats of foreign invasion, especially from the Slavs and Arabs. The city was heavily fortified and garrisoned to resist these threats, although it was periodically the target of attacks and looting. The historical legacy of ancient Corinth was an essential part of the cultural and intellectual heritage of the Greek world, and continue to influence art, politics, religion, and society throughout the ancient world. Its contributions have left an everlasting impact on the history of Western civilization. Located on the east coast of the Italian island of Sicily, Syracuse is one of the most important cities in ancient Greek history. Established by Greek settlers from Corinth around 734 BC, Syracuse became a regional power and a major cultural center during the Archaic and Classical periods. The city thrived due to its strategic location, its natural port, and wealthy agricultural land. It flourished as a military and economic power, developing a naval fleet capable of fighting other Greek city-states, including Athens and Sparta. Throughout the first centuries, Syracuse grew as a typical Greek city-state, having a political system founded on an oligarchy of land-owning aristocrats. Towards the end of the 5th century BC, Syracuse was under the tyrannical regime of Dionysius I, who ruled with an iron fist. He expanded Syracuse's power and influence by building a powerful navy and defensive fortifications. Syracuse was an important cultural center, where major playwrights such as Aeschylus contributed to developing Greek drama. The Greek theater of Syracuse, built in the 5th century BC, stands as an outstanding example of Greek theatrical architecture and was the venue for many performances. One of the greatest mathematicians and scientists of antiquity, Archimedes, was born in Syracuse. His achievements in mathematics, physics, and engineering are well known, including the lever, Archimedes' screw, and measuring the volume of irregular objects. Syracuse was graced with beautiful art and architecture, including temples, statues, and public buildings. While many of these have been lost over the centuries, the remaining ruins still show the splendor of ancient Syracuse. Like other Greek city-states, religion and mythology were key to Syracuse's daily life. Temples consecrated to the Greek gods, such as Zeus and Athena, were built in the city, and religious festivals occurred regularly. Syracuse attempted to expand its territory and influence in Sicily and the western Mediterranean, often resulting in conflicts with other Greek city-states, such as Athens, and with foreign powers, such as Carthage and Rome. During the Peloponnesian Wars between 431 and 404 BC, Syracuse had a significant role as one of the main city-states outside the Greek mainland. The Peloponnesian Wars were waged between the two main alliances of ancient Greece, Athens and its Delaine League, and Sparta and its Peloponnesian League. While not directly embroiled in the conflict at first, Syracuse became a focal point due to its relations with Athens and its rivalry with Corinth, an ally of Sparta. The relationship between Syracuse and Athens shifted dramatically when Athens decided to intervene in a civil war in Segesta, a city allied with Syracuse. As a response, Syracuse turned to Sparta for help. Athens sent a fleet led by Alcibiades and Nicias to subdue Syracuse, leading to a long and well-known siege that lasted several years. During this siege, Syracuse greatly benefited from Archimedes' resourcefulness. He devised several siege and defensive devices that helped repel Athenian attacks. The siege of Syracuse was a catastrophe for Athens. Its fleet suffered heavy casualties and had to withdraw. It was one of Athens' most spectacular defeats during the Peloponnesian Wars. The Sicilian Wars, waged between 480 and 307 BC, consisted of several conflicts between Syracuse and Carthage for control of Sicily. Both Syracuse and Carthage had vested interests in Sicily, an island with abundant natural resources, especially fertile land and minerals. Both powers were looking to expand their dominance over the island and control its cities and strategic ports. The Battle of Himera was one of the most significant battles, where Syracuse, together with other Greek Sicilian cities, defeated a large Carthaginian force, temporarily leading to the decline of Carthaginian influence in the region. The Battle of Crimesus was another important clash, where Syracuse and its Greek allies confronted the Carthaginian forces. It was an inconclusive affair, but it showed Syracuse's resolve to resist Carthaginian expansion. While Carthage held on to some parts of Sicily, its attempts to expand were curtailed by the power of Syracuse and other Sicilian Greek cities. These disputes shaped the history and geopolitics of Sicily, impacting the balance of power and relations between the island's different ethnic and political communities. In the 3rd century BC, Rome was rising as a Mediterranean military power, trying to expand its dominance over Italy and beyond. Sicily was a strategic target due to its natural resources and geographical location. The Syracuse and Roman conflict started during the First Punic War between Rome and Carthage for control of Sicily. Syracuse initially attempted to remain neutral, but ended up allying with Carthage against Rome. When Carthage was defeated in the First Punic War, Rome turned its attention to Syracuse. In 212 BC, Syracuse was besieged and conquered by Roman forces led by General Marcus Claudius Marcellus, following a long and difficult siege. Conquering Syracuse was a major setback for Syracuse's independence and influence in the region. It was merged into the Roman Empire and became a province. Nevertheless, Syracuse continued to be an important city in the Roman period, helping to develop the empire's culture and economy. Syracuse's architectural and historical legacy continues to lure tourists and scholars from all over the world. Portions of the ancient city are UNESCO World Heritage Sites. The legacy of ancient Syracuse is still a source of inspiration and wonder to this day, bearing witness to its enduring importance in Western civilization's history. The Greek city of Massalia, now known as Marseille, is one of France's oldest towns and enjoys a unique and fascinating history dating back to antiquity. Founded by audacious settlers, Massalia was a trading and prosperous center and played a key role in the cultural exchange between the Greek world and the distant Iberian and Gaul lands. Massalia was established by Greek settlers around 600 BC. Its foundation history is tied to the city of Phocaea, a Greek city located in Asia Minor region of present-day Turkey. Towards the 7th century BC, Phocaea faced political problems and instability, leading some of its citizens to seek new opportunities in distant lands. A group of these settlers, headed by a man called Protus, sailed across the Mediterranean until they reached the coast of present-day France. They eventually found a favorable location near the mouth of the Rhone River, offering access to both sea and land trade. This vantage point was chosen as the site to establish a new Greek colony, known as Massalia. According to tradition, Protus was warmly welcomed by the villagers, led by the Greek princess Gyptis. As the legend goes, she was impressed by Protus, and in a sign of hospitality and alliance, chose him as her husband, symbolizing the union between the Greek settlers and the locals. This union between Protus and Gyptis is often considered the founding myth of Massalia. Massalia's foundation was a typical undertaking of the Greek city-states of the time, seeking to expand their influence through colonization. The Greek settlers not only established a city, but also brought with them their culture, language, and traditions, building a new community that reflected their Greek origins. Massalia prospered over time as an important commercial post in the Western Mediterranean, establishing trade relations with other Greek cities, as well as with native communities in the region. Its foundation heralded the beginning of a long and varied history that has shaped the city and its influence over the centuries. Massalia is said to have been decked out with temples, theaters, and other public buildings typical of ancient Greek architecture. While few physical traces remain today, one can reasonably suppose that the city shared many of the architectural styles and techniques common in other Greek cities. Religion was a central part of ancient Greek life, and Massalia was no exception. Temples consecrated to Greek deities such as Zeus, Athena, and Apollo probably peppered the city's landscape, and religious festivals were held regularly. Massalia's economy was primarily seaborne, and the city was known for exporting products such as wine, olive oil, and ceramics. Foreign merchants and traders contributed to the city's economic diversity. Commerce in Massalia was not just an exchange of goods, but also a cultural interaction. There were merchants and travelers from different ethnic and cultural backgrounds who enhanced the city and contributed to its diversity. Massalia soaked up cultural influences from different Mediterranean parts, absorbing elements of art, architecture, cuisine, and foreign languages. Its wealth and influence from trade made it a city of interest to other regional powers, such as Carthage and Rome, who sought to control trade in the Western Mediterranean. Massalia's history, like many ancient cities, was shaped by a series of conflicts, wars, and military alliances, both with other Greek cities and with foreign powers. Massalia faced mounting military challenges from the Celtic and Ligurian tribes that inhabited the Gaul region. These native peoples often led raids against the Greek city, sometimes in league with other powers, such as the Iberian tribes that inhabited present-day Spain and Portugal. Massalia sought Rome's protection from external threats at times in its history, especially during the clashes with Carthage during the Punic Wars. This strategic alliance with Rome strengthened Massalia's hold on the Western Mediterranean and helped guarantee its independence and security. The Roman influence in Massalia had a major impact on the city's history and development over time. It was gradually absorbed into the Roman Empire during the 1st and 2nd centuries BC. As Rome expanded its influence over the Western Mediterranean, the city became part of the Roman province of Transalpine Gaul, which encompassed much of modern-day France. Upon joining the Roman Empire, Massalia experienced a Romanization process, in which aspects of Roman culture, language, and institutions were embraced by the local population. Roman architecture and customs were introduced to the city, adding to the existing Greek heritage. The Romans spent time improving Massalia's infrastructure, building roads, aqueducts, and other engineering projects to upgrade the city's connectivity and standard of living. As the Roman Empire declined in the 5th century AD, Massalia went through a difficult period of turbulence and change, as control over the region changed hands and the city experienced political and social challenges. Like many Roman cities, Massalia was subject to raids by barbarian tribes such as the Visigoths, Ostrogoths, and Franks, who led to destruction and chaos in the region. Massalia was merged into the Kingdom of Provence, part of the Carolingian Empire at the beginning of the medieval period, when Charlemagne and his successors ruled. This era brought a degree of political stability and gradual rebirth of the city, which gradually reclaimed its role as a learning and intellectual exchange center, attracting renowned scholars and artists. Many of the architectural and urban features of ancient Massalia, such as the winding streets and defensive walls, are still visible in parts of Marseille's Old Town, known as Le Panier. Massalia's rich Greek cultural legacy remains alive in modern Marseille through festivals, celebrations, and events celebrating Greek history and influence in the city, providing a testament to the long-lasting influence the Greek city has had on the region and Western history. Sparta was one of the main city-states of ancient Greece, known for its highly militarized society, harsh discipline, and unique way of life. It took part in crucial events in Greek history, such as the Medician Wars and the Peloponnesian War, distinguishing itself as a singular example of a society shaped by military values and stern discipline. Sparta's foundation is surrounded by legends and myths, and the exact events that led to its creation are hard to pin down. Spartan tradition ascribed the founding of the city to Leleges, a pre-Doric tribe that inhabited the region. The Dorian influence, however, was paramount in shaping Spartan society. The most well-known legend about Sparta's foundation is based on the twin brothers Castor and Pollux in Greek mythology. The story goes that Leda, the wife of the Spartan king Tyndareus, was seduced by Zeus, disguised as a swan. She gave birth to the twins Castor and Pollux, and also to Helen, who married Menelaus, who assumed the throne of Sparta, and who, according to the Iliad, was a central figure in the famous Trojan War. These mythological developments resulted in the Aegead dynasty, said to be descended from Eurysthenes, son of Aristomachus, who in turn descended from Hercules. The Agidas and the Eurypondids were the two royal dynasties of Sparta, both of which traced their mythological origins back to Greek heroes and gods. The historical tradition suggests that the Dorians, an Indo-European tribe, raided the Peloponnese and eventually the region that would become Sparta around 11th century BC. This incursion played a part in forming Spartan society, known for its military organization, distinctive political system, and social institutions. Sparta was known for its military organization, strong stance on discipline, and unique political system. Spartan citizens, also known as homoi, which in ancient Greek meant equal among themselves, formed Sparta's military and political elite. To be regarded as a Spartan citizen, one needed to come from legitimate Spartan families. Purity of lineage and the upholding of Spartan ancestry were crucial. The Helots were a social class in Spartan society, forming the primary agricultural and serf workforce. The Helots' position was one of servitude, and they had a vital role in sustaining the Spartan economy and way of life. The Helots descended from local populations who lived in the region of Laconia and Messenia, areas conquered by Sparta. Following the Mycenaean Wars in the 8th century BC, many of these regions' inhabitants were forced to become Helots. Their primary task was to carry out agricultural work on the lands of the Spartan citizens. They cultivated the fields, raised livestock, and provided the products needed to sustain Spartan military society. The Helots did not have the same rights and status as Spartan citizens. They were regarded as state property and were forced to hand over part of their output to the Spartans. To prevent uprisings, the Helots were kept under strict control. They lived in harsh conditions, subject to extreme punishment for disobedience or attempts to escape. Sparta implemented an institution called the Cryptia, in which young Spartans were tasked with spying on and controlling the Helots. This was done to avoid any possible rebellions or insurrections. On some occasions, the Helots actually rebelled against Spartan rule. The Helots' revolt during the Peloponnesian War in the 5th century BC is a prime example. The Greek historian Thucydides documented this event in his work History of the Peloponnesian War. According to him, the Helots rebelled in Messenia, a region controlled by Sparta. They succeeded in occupying the city of Ithome, which became a rebel stronghold. The Helots were finally defeated by the Spartans, and Ithome was captured after a lengthy siege. The Helots' fate after the revolt is not entirely clear, but it is likely that many were once again reduced to the status of serfs, subject to harsher Spartan control measures. Spartan architecture echoed the society's austere lifestyle. The buildings were fairly simple compared to other Greek city-states, such as Athens. Sparta had an agora, a public square that acted as the center of social and commercial life. Life in Sparta was marked by austerity. Spartans were urged to avoid lavishness and focus on the practical aspects of life. Spartan women had more freedom and status in comparison to other Greek city-states. They were encouraged to practice sports and physical exercise to make sure they could defend themselves and become healthy, strong mothers to future Spartan soldiers. The city of Sparta was simultaneously ruled by two kings, a form of government known as diarchy. The leaders were military men, but their power was limited by political institutions. For example, the Gerousia was a council of elders with 28 lifelong members over the age of 60. The Gerousia helped in political decision-making and was in charge of approving or vetoing proposals from the assembly. The ephors were leaders who jointly shared power with the Spartan kings. 5 ephors were elected annually by the Spartan assembly. They supervised the kings, influenced the Gerousians' decisions, and overall ensured that the laws were enforced. The ecclesia consisted of the Spartan citizens, but its power was limited compared to other Greek city-states. The assembly was vested with the authority to approve or reject proposals from the Gerousia and ephors. Sparta prized social and political stability. Spartan laws were strict, and the top priority was to maintain order and cohesion in society. The Spartan government consisted of maintaining military discipline, avoiding any radical changes in the social structure, and ensuring the stability of the state. Militarism was a core trait of Spartan society and state, being one of the main reasons for the city-state's notoriety in ancient Greece. The Spartan military system was heavily organized and focused on creating an efficient and disciplined fighting force. The Spartan educational and military training system, known as agoge, started in childhood and was designed to turn young men into disciplined soldiers. It included intense physical training, combat skills, endurance, hunting, survival, and athletic competitions. The Spartan army was mostly hoplites, the Greek heavy infantry. They used spears, shields, and armor, making up highly disciplined phalanx lines. Unlike other Greek city-states, where service in the military was often restricted to the upper class, all Spartan citizens were soldiers. This instilled a sense of equality among them. There was an elite among the hoplites known as the Hippais, serving as a personal guard for the Spartan kings. They were selected based on exceptional performance and military ability. Throughout its history, Sparta was involved in several wars and conflicts, standing out for its military skill and its leading position in the Peloponnesian League. It played an active role in the Greco-Persian Wars. Most notably, the Spartan king Leonidas led the Greek defense at the Battle of Thermopylae in 480 BC, in which a small Greek contingent, comprising 300 Spartans, bravely resisted Xerxes' Persian forces. The Peloponnesian War was a drawn-out conflict between Athens and the Peloponnesian League, led by Sparta and its allies, seeking to curb Athens' growing influence. The conflict had several stages, with Sparta initially achieving success, but eventually facing setbacks, especially after the Battle of Sphacteria and the Helots' uprising. This was a turning point in Spartan military history. Epaminondas's Theban army inflicted a significant defeat on Sparta. In 371 BC, the Battle of Leuctra marked the decline of Spartan military power and the rise of Thebes in Greece. The collapse of Sparta was a step-by-step process that lasted several centuries and was influenced by a number of factors, including military events, social changes, and political transformations in ancient Greece. The Peloponnesian League, led by Sparta, gradually lost its political influence in Greece after the Peloponnesian War. Athens and Thebes emerged as dominant powers as a result. This lack of active participation in important political events helped bring about the downfall of Sparta as a significant political force. The rigid Spartan social fabric started to show fraying signs. An emphasis on military discipline and a shortage of land for Spartan citizens led to inner turmoil. Civil wars and infighting contributed to the splintering of Spartan society. After Alexander the Great's conquest and the rise of the Macedonian Empire, Sparta lost its political autonomy. The ensuing incorporation into the Roman Republic consolidated Sparta's political and military decline. Contrary to other Greek city-states, Sparta did not place much value on intellectual and artistic culture. This economic and cultural lack of diversification hampered its long-term development. Sparta's enduring legacy remains not only as a lesson in determination and military discipline, but also as a reminder of the dangers of excessive rigidity when faced with inevitable change. With all its singularity, ancient Sparta still fascinates scholars and history buffs around the world.
Once upon a time, the land was considered sacred, and native peoples of North America viewed themselves as children of the Wakin Tankin, the great spirit that created all living things. The Sioux, among the main tribes that inhabited the Great Plains region, stood out for their social structure and bravery in combat. The Sioux ancestors reached the forest of north-central Minnesota and northwestern Wisconsin from the Mississippi River shortly before 800 AD. By 1300 AD, they had embraced the hallmarks of a tribal society and became known as the Seven Council Fires. The Sioux made up a confederation of several tribes that spoke three different dialects: the Lakota dialect, the Dakota dialect, and the Nakota dialect. The Lakota consisted of 7 tribal groups and were the largest of the 3 groups, occupying land in South and North Dakota. The Dakota lived mainly in Minnesota and Nebraska, while the smallest of the 3 groups, the Nakota, resided mostly in South Dakota, North Dakota, and Montana. The Sioux were a prideful people with a rich heritage. They were rulers of North American plains and grasslands, feared by other tribes from the Great Lakes region to the Rocky Mountains. They settled in western Minnesota, establishing a nomadic lifestyle on the plains. They used horses extensively, animals originally brought to the Americans by the Spanish in the 16th century. Their main source of food was buffalo meat. To assist in the buffalo hunt, the Sioux lived in tents that allowed them to move quickly and keep up with the annual migration of buffalo herds. While the Sioux were known as great warriors, the family was seen as the center of Sioux life. Children were called Wakanshin, which meant sacred being, and they were the center of their care. While monogamy was most practiced, Sioux men could marry more than one wife if he proved able to support them. The male and female roles were clearly defined, with men responsible for supporting and defending the family. Hunting was very seriously regarded, and infractions of hunting rules could lead to the offender suffering the razing of his tent or other property. The Sioux were deeply attached to spiritual practices. They believed that nature's sacred spirits brought visions and prophecies to help guide human actions. Religious dancing was common among the Sioux, and self-sacrifice rituals, inflicting wounds on themselves, affirmed their identity as warriors. This was also carried out as a sign of mourning for the death of a close relative or tribal chief. One common belief among Sioux communities is that the spirit of the deceased would travel to an afterlife. In traditional beliefs, this spiritual journey was widely believed to begin as soon as funeral procedures were complete, which took 4 days. The grieving family and friends would attend that 4-day wake to follow the spirit to its final resting place. War was another core Sioux principle. Men built their prestige through war, and warfare was reflected in their family's honor. The warriors were called Akachitas, and they mainly fought on horseback, having their main weapons bows and arrows, spears, and hatchets. The Sioux Dakota entered an alliance with the French merchants at the end of the 17th century. The French were attempting to gain an advantage in the struggle for the North American fur trade against the English. The first reported encounter between the Sioux and the French occurred when explorers and traders Radisson and Des Grossieres reached what is now Wisconsin during the winter of 1660. There was another indigenous group that traded with Europeans, the Ojibwe, who inhabited southern Canada's Great Lakes region. The Ojibwe were remarkable for their large population and expansionist tendencies, which led to conflict with neighboring tribes. The Sioux started to resent the Ojibwe trade with the French and other rival tribes, such as the Cree and Assiniboine. Tensions escalated in the 1720s and led to a drawn-out war in 1736. The Dakota Sioux lost their traditional lands around Leech Lake and Mille Lacs when they were forced south along the Mississippi River as a result of the battles.
These conflicts within the tribes were also dangerous for European traders, regardless of which side they traded with. They were seen as enemies by the other. Still, trade with the French continued until the latter gave up on North America in 1763. The Europeans repeatedly attempted to create a truce between the warring tribes to protect their interests, but with limited success. As the United States developed into a nation, the American colonization of new lands became more frequent. The Sioux had many of their lands raided, and several peace treaties and negotiations were made and breached. Railways hired poachers in the 19th century to exterminate the buffalo herds to force the tribes onto reservations. As the buffalo almost quickly became extinct, both the Dakota and Lakota were forced to accept reservations set by the Americans in return for the rest of their land. Domestic cattle and corn were given to the Sioux in exchange for buffalo, making the Sioux dependent on the government for access to their basic food. The United States aimed for the treaties to encourage the Sioux to convert their nomadic hunting lifestyle to sedentary farming, as done by Europeans and Americans. By 1858, the Dakota Sioux had only a small patch of land along the Minnesota River, with no access to their traditional hunting grounds. They had to rely on treaty payoffs for their survival, often delayed. The enforced lifestyle change and vastly underpayments from the federal government wreaked financial hardship and increased social strains within the tribes. By 1862, many Sioux were famished and tensions peaked in the 1862 Dakota War. The first major showdown occurred in 1854 near Fort Laramie in Wyoming, where 19 American soldiers were killed. In retaliation, American troops killed about 100 Sioux at their camp in Nebraska in 1855 and arrested their chief. In 1866, the Red Cloud's War was fought and ultimately ended in a treaty that granted the region known as the Black Hills in perpetuity to the Sioux. But the treaty was not honored by the United States in the 1870s. Gold miners swarmed into the region. Helpless and with no hope for a better fortune, the Sioux and other tribes formed the largest Indian camp ever seen by white men. Around 10,000 Indians, divided between men and women and children, tried to subsist in a place inadequate for all the families. Tired of the incessant harassment and violent retaliation, two tribal chiefs, the famous Sitting Bull and Crazy Horse, managed to get the support of Sioux warriors and their allies. This led to a series of Indian attacks on cattle ranches and small towns owned by the American colonists. The American government appointed Lieutenant Colonel George Armstrong Custer, under the command of the 7th Cavalry Regiment of the United States Army, to fight the Sioux and suppress the Indian attacks. Custer was known and hated by the Indians of several tribes already. He had a habit of attacking Indian camps when the warriors were absent and then murdered women and children. The ensuing fight became known as the Battle of Little Bighorn and went down in the history of the American West conquest. The Battle of Little Bighorn took place on June 25, 1876. The fight was a crushing victory for the Lakota Sioux and their northern Cheyenne and Arapaho allies. The 7th Cavalry, a force of 700 men, suffered a major defeat. 5 of the 12 companies on the 7th Cavalry were wiped out, and Custer was killed, as were 2 of his brothers, a nephew and a brother-in-law. Custer's body was found with 2 bullet wounds, one in his left chest and one in his left temple. Either wound would have been fatal, even though he appeared to have only bled from his chest wound. Some scholars believe that his head wound could have been caused after death. It is possible that, upon receiving a gunshot wound, Custer committed suicide to avoid capture and subsequent torture. After this battle, the Sioux split into multiple groups. The American troops' massacre of an estimated 150 to 370 Sioux men, women, and children in December 1890 heralded the end of the Sioux resistance against the American army. Throughout the 20th and 21st century, Sioux descendants had continued to fight in courts for the right to remain in their homelands. They had asked for compensation for the abuses and crimes committed by American troops in the past. As of 2018, compensation totaled over $1 billion. However, the Sioux declined payment, demanding the return of their land. Today, the Sioux uphold many separate tribal governments, scattered across several reservations in North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, Minnesota, and Montana. The Sioux are living a modernized lifestyle that bears scant resemblance to their ancient nomadic ways. But the fact they are part of one of the most powerful and courageous of the North American native nations still remains a source of pride and dignity for their descendants.
They built monumental cities, emerging from the forest trees and verdant hills of Central America. They cultivated a bellicose culture that exalted war as a sacred activity and worshipped dark and savage gods who demanded bloodshed through human sacrifices. Full of mysteries and intriguing stories, the Maya civilization was the largest and most powerful of the pre-Columbian civilizations, appearing around 2600 BC and reaching its zenith between the 8th and 9th centuries. They occupied the areas that today encompass southeastern Mexico and northern Central America. This area included the entire Yucatan Peninsula, Guatemala, Belize, as well as the western parts of Honduras and El Salvador. Thanks to their mastery of agriculture, the early inhabitants of Mesoamerica settled in sedentary agricultural societies, their main source of food being the cultivation of corn, beans, and squash. Among other cultures that adopted the agricultural lifestyle, such as the Olmecs, Mixtecs, and Aztecs, the Maya stood out for their rapid territorial expansion. The history of the Maya civilization is divided into three main periods: the pre-classic, classic, and post-classic periods. During the pre-classic period, between 2000 BC and 250 AD, small villages began to grow and form cities. The political system was also constituted in a theopolitical form, that is, the belief that the king and other members of the kingship had divine descent and total authority over their subjects. The authority vested in the ruler was enormous, to the extent that the king exercised ultimate control over the administrative, economic, judicial, and military functions of politics, with his authority reinforced by public displays, rituals, and religion. The population's devotion to the ruler allowed the mobilization of hundreds of people in the execution of huge infrastructure projects and the construction of solid, detailed buildings. As the population increased, different sectors of society became more specialized, and political organization became more complex. Hundreds of cities became connected in a web of political hierarchies. The wealthy segment of society multiplied, with the development of a middle class consisting of artisans, priests, merchants, and soldiers. The Mayan calendar system originated in the pre-classical period and was developed to its maximum sophistication, registering the lunar and solar cycles, eclipses, and movements of the planets with great precision. The Mayan calendar was intrinsically associated with religious rituals and astronomy. The Mayan made meticulous observations on celestial bodies, registering the movements of the sun, moon, and stars. Although astronomy was primarily used by the priesthood to understand time cycles and project them into the future to produce prophecies, it also had some practical purposes, such as helping with planting and harvesting crops. During the classical period, between 250 and 900 AD, the Mayan reached the peak of large-scale construction and urbanism, achieving important intellectual and artistic development. The political organization of the classical period has been compared to that of classical Greece, with several city-states in a complex network of alliances and enmities. The largest cities had populations of 50,000 to 120,000 people. Some of these strong cities fought violent wars with each other, as was the legendary rivalry between Tikal and Calakmul. Both cities developed deep systems of alliances and vassals. Smaller cities that joined one of these networks gained prestige by their association with the capital city. This political context can be compared to feudal Japan of the Sengoku Jidai era. Founded in the 3rd century in what is now Guatemala, Tikal was the largest city in the Maya Empire and the capital of a conquering state that became one of the most powerful kingdoms of the ancient Maya. The sovereignty of Tikal was challenged by the also great city of Teotihuacan. The latter, around 378 AD, decisively subdued the rulers of Tikal, founding a new dynasty. There were also other sites with remarkable architecture and sculptures, such as the city of Chichen Itza in the Mexican state of Yucatan. Chichen Itza was one of the largest Mayan cities and may have had the most diverse population in the Maya world, a factor that contributed to its different architectural styles. During the classical period, the Mayan made progress in the study of mathematics and made official a writing system based on hieroglyphics. The Mayan writing system is one of the greatest achievements of the pre-Columbian inhabitants of the Americas, considered the most sophisticated and developed out of a dozen writing systems developed in Mesoamerica. Warfare was prevalent in the Mayan world. Military campaigns were organized for several reasons, including control of trade routes and tributes, raids to capture prisoners, and even the complete destruction of an enemy state. Mayan kings led as war captains, but if defeated, they could be captured, tortured, and sacrificed. Mayan states did not maintain standing armies, but any adult male was fit for military service. Warriors were highly disciplined and participated in regular training exercises, which included combat, strategy, and war dances. Some native chronicles suggest that women occasionally battled as well. The Mayan religion was based on the belief in a supernatural realm inhabited by several powerful deities. Most were cruel and violent in nature, constantly needing to be pampered with ceremonial and ritual offerings. For the Mayan, the gods were the personified forces of nature and could command rain, wind, fire, and other natural elements. The belief in supernatural forces influenced Mayan life, including the simplest daily activities such as food preparation, trade, politics, and elitist activities. Mayan deities governed all visible and invisible aspects of the world. Dead ancestors were also worshipped, who were thought to be able to intercede for their living descendants in relations with the supernatural realm. Families buried their dead in the soil, with offerings appropriate to the family's social status. As Mayan society developed and the elite became more powerful, the royalty developed their domestic shrines in their Great Pyramids, which came to shelter the tombs of their ancestors. The most important Mayan rituals culminated in human sacrifice. Blood was considered a potent source of nourishment for the deities, and the sacrifice of a living creature was an important blood offering. Generally, only high-status prisoners of war were sacrificed. Captives of lower status were used for labor. Sacrificing an enemy king was the most valued act. The sacrifice involved beheading the captive ruler. But this sometimes only happened after the victim had been tortured, beaten, scalped, burned, or disemboweled in various ways. Heart extraction, while the victim was still alive, was also a common practice, influenced by the rites of the Aztecs in the Valley of Mexico. The Mayans expressed their religious beliefs and other aspects of society and art, preferring the color green or blue-green. They placed great value on jade stones, carving sculptures and funerary masks that could weigh up to 4 kilograms. The Mayans had a long tradition of painting murals. The walls were covered with plaster, and polychrome designs were painted on the smooth finish. Most of these murals had not survived, but painted tombs have been excavated in Tikal and other locations. Among the best preserved murals was a series of life-size paintings at the archaeological site of Bonampak. The post-classic period lasted from 950 to 1539 AD, characterized by the abandonment of the major cities of the classical period. No single theory is universally accepted to explain this collapse of Mayan society, but there were probably several causes, including wars, overpopulation, and severe environmental degradation, which led to the drying up of the main water sources that supplied the cities. Mass migrations considerably altered the landscape of the Maya world. Entire cities became empty and were rarely repopulated. Most of the population headed for higher ground, building new, smaller cities on hilltops, where the geography of the terrain allowed for greater protection against enemy attacks. The Mayan world was further impacted by the arrival of the Spanish in 1511, when a Spanish caravel sank in the Caribbean, and about a dozen survivors landed on the coast of Yucatan. They were captured by a Mayan lord, and most were sacrificed. From 1517 to 1519, 3 Spanish expeditions explored the Yucatan coast, and fought several battles with the Mayan inhabitants. Even the brave Mayan warriors could not rival the military superiority of the Spanish, who had firearms, cannons, armor, and steel swords. The main Mayan cities were captured and plundered by the Spanish, whose great intent was to find gold to enrich their coffers. Noypeten was the last independent Mayan city to fall into the hands of the Spanish in 1697. Although the Spanish conquest weakened the Mayan culture, it was not extinguished. Mayan beliefs and language have stood the test of time. The 260-day ritual calendar is still in use in modern Mayan communities in the highlands of Guatemala and Chiapas, where millions of Mayan speakers inhabit the territory where their ancestors developed their civilization.
Centuries before the arrival of Europeans in the Americas, North America was inhabited by countless indigenous tribes, most of who led a semi-nomadic lifestyle, roaming from one region to another in quest of new hunting grounds and gathering fruits and roots. Over time, however, population growth led to conflicts between the tribes for the best hunting grounds, which often ended in violent battles. Nevertheless, even at such a distant time, democracy had already taken root in North America. Known as the Iroquois Confederacy, this League of Nations emerged among the 5 tribes of the northeastern forest that had been tormented by retaliatory wars and violence for many generations. The Iroquois originally lived near Lake Ontario and along the Mohawk River in New York State. Around 1600, 5 tribes, the Mohawk, the Oneida, the Onondaga, the Cayuga, and the Seneca, came together to form a confederation. A 6th tribe, the Tuscarora, joined in 1722. There were other tribes that spoke in a similar language, but were not part of the Confederation. In 1650, the Iroquois started making their way to the state of Ohio, between the Great Lakes and the Ohio River. They conquered and chased out several groups of Native Americans living in the area. Resulting conflicts were known as the Beaver Wars, as the Iroquois wanted more land to hunt and capture beavers and deer. While the tribes began to work together, they surely did not renounce war. They fought and captured other native tribes, as well as waves of European immigrants arriving on the new continent. They fought against the early French and British settlers. The Iroquois took part in the fur trade with the Dutch and then the British. Unlike many other tribes east of the Mississippi River, the Iroquois generally disliked the French and usually traded their hunting spoils with the English. A small group converted to Catholicism and helped the French, but the majority of the Iroquois helped the English during the so-called French and Indian War. As was fairly typical of northeastern Indians before colonization, the Iroquois dwelled in large communal houses known as malocos, made of saplings and covered with elm bark, each sheltering many families. The Maloka family was the basic unit of traditional Iroquois society and provided a form of social organization. Agriculture was the main food source, and the women had a specific role, as they were thought to be connected to the land's power to generate life. For this reason, women were responsible for determining how food would be distributed within the community. Iroquois society was matrilineal. When a marriage took place, the groom and his family relocated to the bride's home, and the family line was traced back to her. War was important in Iroquois society. For men, self-respect depended on achieving personal glory in war. Prisoners of war were often enslaved or otherwise adopted to replace dead family members. Battle losses and disease heightened the need for prisoners, who became a significant population in Iroquois settlements by the late 17th century. During the American Revolution, the Iroquois sought to stay neutral first. Pushed to join one side or the other, some tribes such as the Tuscarora and the Oneida sided with the colonists, while the Mohawk and Seneca remained loyal to Britain, with whom they had stronger relations. In 1779, George Washington commandeered the Sullivan Expedition, led by Colonel Daniel Brodhead and General John Sullivan, against the Iroquois nations to not only invade but to destroy the British Indian Alliance. They torched many Iroquois villages throughout western New York, and the surviving Indians moved to Canada. The American Revolution wreaked great division among the colonists that also caused a rupture in the Iroquois Confederacy. The diseases brought by the Europeans dwindled the Iroquois population to a fraction of what it had been in the past. Hundreds of years of coexistence between the tribes and the collective government were superseded by the sheer immensity of the American Revolutionary War. By the end of the war, the fear that the colonists would fail to honor the pleas of the Iroquois became a reality, especially after the majority decided to stand with the British and were no longer considered reliable by the newly independent Americans. The Canadian Iroquois communities in Oka and Kahnawake became flourishing settlements in the 19th century, supporting themselves by farming and selling sleds, snowshoes, boats, and baskets. Iroquois society would prove to be the most persistent military threat that European settlers could face. Though the conquering of their territories forced them to relinquish much of their land, their legacy remains. Some historians assign some aspects of the United States Constitution to the Iroquois' ideas. The Iroquois Confederacy laid out a model of federalism, separation of powers, and participatory democracy that would inspire leaders such as Benjamin Franklin and James Madison during the formation of the United States.
The Inca civilization developed and thrived in some of the most inhospitable places on Earth. At the highest points, the air is so thin that it is difficult to breathe. Earthquakes and volcanoes were also part of the difficulties overcome by the Incas, making them quite skilled in the art of survival. The Incas formed the largest empire in pre-Columbian South America. Located mainly in the Andes Mountains, the empire encompassed present-day Peru, Ecuador, Bolivia, Argentina, and a large part of Chile, as well as the most southwestern tip of Colombia. The official language of the Inca Empire was Quechua, mainly spoken by indigenous peoples of South America. It predates the Inca Empire and is still spoken today by about 10 million people in different ethnic groups. Even without using the wheel, draft animals, iron metallurgy, and a writing system, the Incas managed to maintain one of the largest imperial states in history. Their architecture was monumental, with an extensive network of roads that reached every corner of the empire. They were also responsible for great agricultural innovations, which allowed food production in a difficult environment. In the Quechua language, the word Inca means ruler, a small ruling class of approximately 40,000 individuals. These ruled over a population of about 10 million people from different ethnic groups. The Spanish adopted the term Inca to designate all subjects of the empire, not just the ruling class. The origin of the Incas is shrouded in myths and legends that may contain some historical truth. Legend has it that the first Inca ruler was Manco Capac, a semi-legendary king and founder of the Kingdom of Cusco and the Inca lineage, to which all subsequent rulers would have some blood or spiritual connection. Around 1438, the Incas began a vast expansion under Pachacuti, conquering the present-day territory of Peru. Pachacuti reorganized the Kingdom of Cusco, and it is believed that he built the famous city of Machu Picchu in the eastern mountains of southern Peru. It is one of the country's major tourism attractions today. The Inca rule was established mostly in political negotiations. Pachacuti sent messages to the leaders of many villages, extolling the benefits of being part of his empire. He gave them lavish gifts, such as high-quality fabrics, and promised that they would be materially richer as his subjects. Most accepted the rule of the Incas, as the other option was subjugation by force. The leaders who refused were defeated in battle and executed without mercy. The families of some were spared, and their children taken to Cusco, where they learned the Inca systems of administration to later rule their native lands. The Incas referred to their empire by the name Tawantinsuyu, which means the four provinces, due to the territorial divisions of the empire. The four corners of the provinces met each other in Cusco, which had a similar role to a modern federal district. The separation of the provinces was probably created around 1460 during the reign of Pachacuti. The great leader Pachacuti had a son named Tupac Inca Yupanqui, who also became an important military leader. He was responsible for expanding the Inca Empire to Ecuador and Colombia, defeating the also strong Kingdom of Timor, which previously dominated these territories. According to some historians, male and female roles were considered equal in Inca society. Women were sometimes allowed to own land and herds, as inheritance was passed down through the maternal and paternal side of the family. Men and women shared daily chores, caring for children, weaving, cooking, preparing fields for cultivation, and building houses. They also shared the herding of llamas and alpacas, the only large animals available for domestication in those lands. They were also a source of meat, milk, and warm wool for winter. The Incas' religious beliefs encompass several rite faiths based on a mythological system that influence all aspects of life, including work, festivities, and ceremonies. They were polytheistic and worshipped local and regional deities. They believed in reincarnation after death and imagined the next world as an earthly paradise, with fields full of flowers and snow-capped mountains. For the Incas, death by fire or incineration of the corpse was taboo. Burning the body would cause the life force to disappear and threaten the passage of the deceased to the next world. This may have given rise to the custom of burying the dead in remote and hardly accessible places. Often, bodies were buried at high altitudes, such as on slopes or mountaintops. The climate of various sites chosen by the Incas to bury their dead allowed in some cases for their natural mummification of the bodies. Some specimens were found in highly preserved states, retaining facial features, hair, clothing, and even internal organs. The mummies found were mostly children, which revealed the cruelty of the Inca world. This proved that human sacrifices were often made, aiming to appease the wrath of the gods. La Doncella is one of the most famous Inca mummies, a 15-year-old girl who died supposedly in her sleep. Architecture was the most important Inca art. The most notable example is Machu Picchu, built by Inca engineers. The main Inca structures were made with stone blocks, whose fit was so perfect that a knife could not be inserted into the masonry. These constructions survived for centuries without the use of mortar to support them. Inca calendars were strongly attached to astronomy. Inca astronomers recorded the equinoxes, the solstices, and the cycle of the planet Venus, but they could not predict eclipses as happened in the Mayan calendar. The Inca calendar was essentially lunisolar. Two calendars were kept in parallel, one solar and one lunar. The Inca army was the strongest at the time. Any villager or farmer could be recruited as a soldier, by virtue of the compulsory public service system. Any Inca physically fit and old enough to fight had to go to war. At the height of the empire, each section contributed to the formation of an army. The Incas had no iron or steel. Their weapons were basically composed of stones and wood. The most sophisticated were produced with copper or bronze. With such rudimentary equipment, the Incas could do little against the Spanish invasions that began in 1528. In July 1529, the Queen of Spain signed a letter that allowed the Spanish conquistadors, led by Francisco Pizarro and his brothers, to begin an expedition to conquer Peru and subdue the Incas. The goal was to sack the cities and seize the reserves of natural resources and gold pieces. The Spanish invaders carried with them new diseases such as influenza, smallpox, typhus, and measles. The Incas had few natural defenses against these, and a great epidemic spread throughout the Inca cities, killing thousands of people. The Incas themselves entered a civil war over the right of succession to the throne, which further weakened the empire. In November 1532, Francisco Pizarro captured Atahualpa, the last Inca emperor. Atahualpa was imprisoned and forced to collaborate with the Spanish. He gave the Spaniards enough gold to fill the room where he was imprisoned, and twice that amount in silver. Atahualpa kept his promise during a rescue attempt, but Pizarro tricked him into refusing to release the Inca after he received the fortune. The Spanish executed Atahualpa, and the Inca Empire began to disintegrate. Many ethnic groups ruled by the Incas welcomed the Spanish invaders as liberators and established alliances with them to share dominance of the resources and mine the land. In 1572, the last Inca fortress was conquered, and the last ruler, Tupac Amaru, was captured and executed. This ended the resistance to the Spanish conquest under political authority of the Inca state. When Pizarro and the Spanish subjugated and controlled the continent, they forcibly converted many to Christianity, claiming to have educated them according to the one true religion. The Spanish colonial officials brutally enslaved the natives. One member in each family was forced to work in the gold and silver mines. The epidemics brought by the Europeans devastated the Inca people and their culture. Today, the descendants of the Incas live in the Andes and make up almost half of the Peruvian population, whose traditions maintain the pride of having once formed a mighty empire.
The Navajo were one of the major indigenous nations of North America. They mainly inhabited the southwestern United States, which today includes the states of Arizona, New Mexico, and adjacent portions of California, Colorado, Nevada, Oklahoma, Texas, and Utah. The Navajo are believed to have initially migrated from Western Canada, where they belong to a group of Native Americans called the Athabascans. According to researchers, Some Athabascan groups arrived in the American Southwest around the year 1300 of the Common Era. Some Athabascans settled in southern Arizona and New Mexico, making up the different Apache and Navajo tribes. The Navajos' religious beliefs claim that their origins stemmed from 3 underground worlds and that they traveled through these using different colors, black, blue, and yellow, until they reached the luminous world, where they emerged in the La Plata Mountains in southwestern Colorado. For the Navajo, the gods created the 4 sacred mountains, Blanca Peak and Hesperus Peak in Colorado, Mount Taylor in New Mexico, and the San Francisco Peaks in Arizona. These were supernatural boundaries within which everything was safe and secure. In addition, the gods also established 4 rivers, which acted as defensive gatekeepers. One of these was the San Juan, which played an important role in some of the Navajo myths and acted as a demarcation line in the Navajo territories. The Navajos' interactions with other indigenous peoples, such as the Pueblo tribe of the southwestern United States, were recorded in the 17th century. At that time, refugees from the Pueblos joined the Navajo following the Spanish suppression of the 1680 Pueblo Revolt. The rebellion temporarily pushed the Spanish back into Mexico, but in 1693, the Spanish reconquered the Rio Grande Valley area. The Spanish arrival also brought new livestock to the Navajo, such as sheep, goats, and horses. The Navajo were highly adaptable and included domestic animal husbandry and agriculture in their subsistence system. They also adopted horses and, like other tribes, used them as a means of transportation or as mounts in battle. The artistic influences of the Pueblos led the Navajo people to adopt painted pottery and weaving. Rugs made by the Navajo are particularly delicate examples of their art. Another important Navajo artistic tradition was the creation of silver jewelry, probably learned from Mexican blacksmiths. The Navajo learned everything they could from other peoples and used this in their society. This adaptability allowed the Navajo to become the largest and most widespread tribe in the Southwest. Although the Navajo fought bravely to defend their territories against the Spanish, Mexican, and American invaders, they cannot be considered a warrior tribe. Regardless of their bravery, their lack of political integrity was always an obstacle to military organization. They never had a defined tribal chief, and their many leaders never commanded more than a small number of followers. Manuelito, elected chief in 1855 at the conference with Governor Meriwether to negotiate a treaty, probably had more followers than any other Navajo in historical times. With their vast population, the American subjugation of the Southwest would have been much more difficult than it was if the Navajo had the insatiable bellicose urge of the Apache. In 1864, thousands of Navajos surrendered to American soldiers and made the long walk to Fort Sumner, New Mexico, where they lived on a reservation under horrific conditions. The Navajo Reservation was established with the signing of the 1868 treaty, when they were finally allowed to return to their homeland. Since then, the Navajo Reservation has expanded significantly to 27,000 square miles. During World War II, the Navajo played a very important role within the American troops. At the Battle of Iwo Jima, American Major Howard Connor, a signal officer with the 5th Marine Division, stated, "If it wasn't for the Navajo, the Marines would never have conquered Iwo Jima." Connor had 6 Navajo code talkers working around the clock for the first 2 days of the battle. These 6 Navajos sent and received over 800 messages, all without error. Navajo coders took part in every U.S. Marine assault in the Pacific between 1942 and 1945. They served in the 6 Marine divisions, Marine battalions, and Marine parachute units, broadcasting messages by telephone and radio in their native language, a code the Japanese could never break to understand the attack coordinates. Today, the Navajo Nation has the largest land area held by a Native American tribe in the USA. Unlike many tribes, the Navajo has managed to keep their cultural heritage alive. Over 97% of the adults still speak the Navajo language, and many members of the nation speak fluent English. Some continue to practice ancient religious and ceremonial forms, preserving the glorious history of the Navajo people.
Renowned for their architectural wonders and monumental cities, their brutal warriors, and bloody rituals, the Aztecs established a gigantic empire that bloomed in the very center of what is now Mexico. The origins of the Aztec peoples are clouded in many mysteries and legends. Historians found evidence that sometime around 1065 AD, there occurred a mass migration of several indigenous tribes towards the Valley of Mexico. Their exact reasons remain a mystery, but their answers may lie in an ancient legend passed down from generation to generation among the Aztecs. The legend said that once upon a time, 7 different tribes lived in a place called Chicomotztoc, the place of the 7 caves. They all shared the same language, which later became known as the Nawa language. For unexplained reasons, the tribes began a major migration and settled in a mythical paradise called Aztlan, in which all the tribes were able to thrive. The tribes were Xochimilca, Tlahuica, Tlaxcala, Tapaneca, Chalca, and Mexica. For historians, the estimated location of Aztlan would be in northwestern Mexico or the southwestern United States. The people of Aztlan began to call themselves Aztecs, a name in which the Nawa language means people of Aztlan. Gradually, some tribes became more numerous and powerful than others, and a despotic elite ruled the lands and people of Aztlan with an iron fist. To escape their oppressors, some tribes fled Aztlan in search of new territories to colonize, and the Mexica tribe was responsible for spreading Aztec culture, building the main Aztec cities in Mexico. Still, according to legend, in circa 1323, the Mexicas had a sight of an eagle perched on a spiny cactus, devouring a snake. The vision was an indication of the place where they should build their settlement. The Mexicas built the city of Tenochtitlan on a small swampy island in Lake Texcoco, the inner lake of the basin of Mexico. The Mexicas' royal dynasty was chartered when Acampichtl was appointed the first king of Tenochtitlan. Nonetheless, the Mexicas were still subject to the control of the kingdom of the Tapanecas, to whom they were expected to relinquish their warriors and pay tribute. After long years of servitude and steep taxation, the Mexicas allied with other tribes in the region and conducted a violent war against the Tapanecas, who were decimated and their cities captured. Following this victory, Tenochtitlan ultimately became the dominant city-state in the Valley of Mexico. The Mexicas and their allies helped the foundation on which the Aztec Empire was built. The Aztec society was divided by social classes, with the nobility being the most privileged class, with the right to wear particularly elegant garments and consume luxury goods, as well as possessing land and commanding the workforce of the plebes. Most of the powerful nobles were called lords and had ownership control of royal estates or houses. They were allowed to serve in the highest offices in the government or as military leaders. The second social class was formed by the peasants and workers in general, who, by their labor and food production, generated an extremely useful source of income for the city. Certain citizens of the second class did not own land, and, instead, worked directly for a lord of the nobility, thereby securing the right to live on his land. This system was quite similar to the fiefdoms of medieval Europe. In many pre-Columbian peoples, Aztec society was largely modeled on the agriculture of corn. The humid climate in the Valley of Mexico, with its many lakes and swamps, made for intensive farming. The main crops, besides corn, were beans, squash, peppers, and amaranth. Another important method for agricultural production in the valley was the construction of chinampas, which were man-made expanses of farmland created from alternating layers of mud from the lake bottom, vegetable matter, and other vegetation in which could be cultivated throughout the year. As Tenochtitlan became a large urban center, aqueducts brought water to the city from springs on the lake shore, and a system was laid down to collect human waste for use as fertilizer. The infrastructure made Tenochtitlan a city comparable to ancient Rome in sophistication and architectural innovations. As capital of the Aztec Empire, Tenochtitlan was situated where today's Mexico City is located today. It was built according to a fixed plan and centered on the Great Pyramid of Tenochtitlan, which towered 50 meters high above the city. The temple was dubbed Hueyi Teocalli and was sacred to the gods of war, rain, and agriculture, each of whom had a shrine at the top of the pyramid with separate staircases. The Aztecs were particularly fond of arts and crafts. They highly esteemed artistic endeavors as a sign of intellectuality. The fine arts covered writing and painting, singing and composing poetry, carving sculptures, and producing mosaics. Some craftspeople were devoted to making fine ceramics, manufacturing intricate plumage for warriors and nobles, and working metals, including copper and gold. The Aztecs used two simultaneous calendars, a 260-day ritual calendar and a 365-day solar calendar. Each day had a name and a number in both calendars. The 2 days combined once in 52 years. The monthly rituals took place in the entire population, as the ceremonies were performed in each house, in the temples, and the main sacred enclosure. The Aztec religion was primarily organized around the practicing of rituals dedicated to a pantheon of distinct deities and arranged on specific dates in the calendar. Like the other pre-Columbian peoples, the Aztecs were polytheistic and made religion one of the cornerstones that underpinned their culture. A pivotal feature of their religion was the offering of sacrifices to the deities as a means of expressing gratitude or payment for the continuation of the cycle of life. Many festivals entailed different dance forms, as well as the retelling of mythical narratives by deity impersonators, and sacrifices in the form of food, animals, and human victims. For the Aztecs, death was paramount to the perpetuation of creation, and both gods and humans bore the responsibility of sacrificing themselves to allow life to continue. Humans were regarded as being responsible for the ongoing rebirth of the sun, as well as paying for the earth for its fertility. Whereas human sacrifices were performed by almost all pre-Columbian peoples of Mesoamerica, the Aztecs pushed this custom to an unparalleled level. For the consecration of the Great Pyramid of Tenochtitlan in 1487, for example, Aztec and Spanish sources reported that 80,000 prisoners were sacrificed over 4 days. This figure is deemed by many scholars to be exaggerated, but other estimates put the number of human sacrifices at between 20,000 victims each year. The empire reached its peak in 1519, just before the appearance of a ragtag group of Spanish conquistadors led by Hernán Cortés. The Spanish teamed up with the city-states that opposed the Mexicas and embarked on an all-out and violent war against the inhabitants of Tenochtitlan. After the downfall of the city on August 13, 1521, and the capture of the Emperor Cuauhtémoc, the Spanish founded Mexico City on the ruins of Tenochtitlan. Following the arrival of the Europeans in Mexico and their successful military campaigns to conquer the Aztec cities, the native populations dwindled dramatically. In large part, this was the outcome of the epidemics of different types of viruses brought to the continent, against which the natives had no immunity. Smallpox outbreaks ravaged the population of Tenochtitlan, a major factor in the city's collapse. As the superstructure of the Aztec Empire was destroyed in 1521, the Spanish exploited the city-states in which the empire was built to control the indigenous populations through their local nobles. Said nobles swore loyalty to the Spanish crown and converted to Christianity, in return for which they were recognized as nobility by the Spanish crown. Nobles acted as brokers to levy taxes and harness labor for their new lords, helping establish Spanish colonial rule. For the 19th century, the portrayal of Aztecs as uncivilized barbarians was superseded by romanticized versions, with a high-developed culture that rivaled the ancient European civilizations. The Aztec culture and history were foundational to the formation of the Mexican national identity. To this day, one of Mexico's main military coats of arms features a golden eagle sitting perched on a spiny cactus and devouring a rattlesnake. The depiction is ingrained in the legend where the Aztec people would know where to build their city by spotting an eagle eating a snake on top of a cactus. The image has been an early symbol of Mexican politics and culture for centuries. At its zenith, the Aztec culture had a complex and rich mythological and religious tradition, as well as impressive architectural and artistic achievements. The heritage of the Aztecs resonates in Mexico today in many forms. Archaeological sites are dug up and open to the public, and their artifacts are exhibited in museums with pride. Aztec place names and words still permeate the vocabulary of Mexicans, thereby continuing to keep alive the memories of these remarkable people.
The region known as the Great Plains, stretching east of the Rocky Mountains in the United States and Canada, has been home to many different Indian tribes, with each of its own particularities and traditions. Among the different North American tribes, the Comanche Nation was one of the most active and powerful. They inhabited the territories that today comprise of north-central Texas, eastern New Mexico, southeastern Colorado, southwestern Kansas, and western Oklahoma. The Spanish colonizers called the historic territory the Comancheria. Originally, the Comanches were part of a group of tribes known as the Eastern Shoshone, who lived mainly in the Wyoming region and shared the same language and customs. The Shoshone kept a very similar lifestyle to that of the ancient hunters and gatherers of prehistoric times, living as nomads and without notable military might. This was bound to change. With the arrival of the Spanish conquistadors around the year 1500, the Europeans had brought firearms, and particularly horses, to the American continent, which brought great changes to the culture of the native peoples. The command of horses gave the Comanche tactical superiority against other neighboring tribes that did not yet have these animals. The Comanche split from the Shoshone with about 10,000 members. They first migrated to the Central Plains before proceeding south to an area that stretched from the Arkansas River to central Texas. As they continued to migrate, the Comanche population increased dramatically due to the plentiful buffalo. Thanks to the horses yet again, they could be hunted down more easily and become the Comanche's primary source of food. As their population grew and a war-based culture developed, the Comanche soon became the most feared warriors in the territory. They were renowned for their savagery in combat and their great skill as horsemen. They were also dreaded for their habit of kidnapping people and mistreating them in a very cruel way, considering their captives as slaves or commodities to be exchanged for furs and horses. The Comanche fought against the Apache and pushed them out of the plains. By the end of the 18th century, the struggle between Comanche and Apache had taken on legendary proportions. In 1784, the governor of Texas, Domingo Cabello, wrote that the Apaches had been defeated on the southern plains in a battle that lasted 9 days, somewhere in northwestern Texas. The Comanche Indians often resorted to night raids against their enemies as a tactic. This was usually on full moon nights, when visibility was better, allowing the Comanche to see their routes. This led to the English term Comanche Moon, when the Comanche would attack to capture horses, hostages, and weapons. Unlike other indigenous lineages, such as the Cheyenne and Arapaho, the Comanche never constituted a political unit recognized by all members. They instead divided themselves into self-sufficient tribes, pursuing their economic and political goals. Sharing the same language and culture, they sometimes fought amongst themselves, and other times they were at peace, working together. In the 19th century, they became involved in stealing cattle from settlers in Texas, reselling them in New Mexico. They fought against the Mexicans and European settlers, and many of the other Plains tribes during this period. Having ruled the area of Texas, including northwestern Oklahoma and northeastern New Mexico, the Comanche were so successful in the art of horse taming that they started supplying horses to French and American traders. During the 19th century, the traditional Comanche burial practice was to wrap the body of the deceased in a blanket and lay it on a horse behind the rider. He would then ride off to find a suitable burial place, such as a safe cave. After the burial, the rider would return to the camp, where the bereaved relatives would burn all the deceased belongings. This custom lasted until Christian missionaries coaxed the Comanche to bury their dead in coffins in cemeteries. Also during the 19th century, the Comanche managed to maintain their independence and even increase their territory. Soon, however, this area of prosperity would be gravely affected by a wave of epidemics due to Eurasian diseases, for which the Comanche had no immunity, such as smallpox and measles. Smallpox and cholera outbreaks occurred between 1817 and 1849, had a major impact on the Comanche, whose population dropped from about 20,000 to only 7,000. In the 1860s, the efforts to move the Comanche to a reservation in the Oklahoma Indian Territory began. The American government provided them with churches, schools, and annuities in exchange for a vast expanse of land totaling more than 60,000 square miles. The Americans also promised to stop the buffalo hunters, who were decimating the large herds on the plains, under the condition that the Comanche, along with the Apache, Kiowa, Cheyenne, and Arapaho, would leave their land. But the government did not stop the slaughter of herds, and the Comanche fought back by attacking a hunting party in Texas. This conflict became known as the Second Battle of Adobe Walls. The attack was a disaster for the Comanche, and the United States Army was called in during the Red River War to suppress the remaining Comanche in the area, forcefully removing them to the Indian reservation. In just 10 years, the buffalo were on the brink of extinction, essentially ending the Comanche way of life as hunters. In May 1875, the last free Comanche group surrendered and moved to the Fort Sill Reservation in Oklahoma. The 1890 census revealed that there were only 1,598 Comanche on the Fort Sill Reservation. During World War II, many Comanche left the traditional tribal lands in Oklahoma, looking for jobs and further opportunities in the Californian cities. About half of the Comanche population still lives in Oklahoma, with the rest scattered throughout Texas, California, and New Mexico. These days, many Comanches from all over the United States meet in annual gatherings to celebrate their heritage and culture.
The Cheyenne are Native American tribes that speak a language of Algonquian origin that was widely used by different tribes from the east coast of North America to the Rocky Mountains. They were intimately connected with other tribes such as the Arapaho and the Gros Ventre, fostering connections with the Lakota Sioux. The Cheyenne were among the most prominent tribes of the plains, living and hunting mainly in the hills and prairies along the Missouri and Red Rivers. They called themselves Tasistists, a name which is translated in many different ways and may mean equal people or our people. Originally, the Cheyenne lived in the Great Lakes area of Minnesota and on the Missouri River, where they homesteaded in earth-covered log houses, in permanent settlements, cultivated corn and pumpkins, hunted wild animals, harvested wild rice, and made pottery. By the late 1600s, however, they began a westward migration, most likely due to competition and conflict with the Ojibwe, Arikara, and Mandan Indians. As migrating to the southwest, their lifestyle shifted to that of nomadic hunters and gatherers. In the 1700s, the Cheyenne took over horses brought by the Spanish and became skilled buffalo hunters. Nevertheless, conflicts against their Sioux enemies eventually pushed the Cheyenne further into the plains, who, in turn, pushed the Kiowas tribe further south. In 1832, the Cheyenne broke up into two groups, one inhabiting the Platte River near the Black Hills, and the other living near the Arkansas River further south in Colorado. Those who relocated to the Arkansas River eventually came into contact with the Kiowas and their Comanche allies. Several fierce battles occurred between them until 1840, at which time an alliance was formed with the Kiowa, Apache, and Comanche tribes. Under the Fort Laramie Treaty of 1851, the first Cheyenne territory was established in northern Colorado, comprising the present-day sites of Fort Collins, Denver, and Colorado Springs. A signed peace treaty with the Kiowas allowed the Cheyenne to expand their forays further south. In 1853, they conducted their first raid into Mexico with dire results, having lost most of their warriors in a battle with the Mexicans. As further European and American settlers pushed westward in the 1850s, the Cheyenne, along with their new allies, soon began to rebel against the pioneers as well as the United States Army. Upon the discovery of gold in Colorado, the 1851 treaty was breached, and the territory which had been given to the Cheyenne was taken away. A few Cheyenne warriors raided at least 3 groups of emigrant settlers. A combined army of 400 American soldiers headed east across the plains in search of the Cheyenne to punish them for their crimes. Influenced by a healer named White Bull, the Cheyenne took to the battle believing spiritual medicine would prevent the American soldiers' guns from firing. The Cheyenne encircled the approaching troops as they followed near the Solomon River. American officer Edwin Sumner commandeered a cavalry charge, and the troops charged forward with drawn sabers, while the Cheyenne were forced to flee. It was the first battle that the Cheyenne fought against the United States Army. The American troops pressed on, and 2 days later burned a Cheyenne camp and obliterated the living quarters and the winter supply of buffalo meat. This prompted what became known as the Colorado War of 1864 to 1865. The Cheyenne people were forced to move to a reservation in Oklahoma, where yet another conflict took place in the early morning hours of November 27, 1868. After experiencing a number of miscommunications, Lieutenant Colonel George Armstrong Custer led the 7th United States Cavalry in a raid on a peaceful Cheyenne encampment.
Native revenge was to come during the Battle of Little Bighorn on June 25, 1876, when the Cheyenne, along with the Lakota Sioux and a small band of Arapaho, wiped out the army of George Custer, who was also killed during the conflict. The battle became known as the greatest victory of the Native American Indians, as 262 soldiers died in the battle, while only about 60 Indian warriors were killed. Following the Battle of Little Bighorn, there were further efforts to force the Cheyenne onto a reservation in Indian Territory. In 1877, nearly 1,000 Northern Cheyenne were forcibly marched to Oklahoma, where they found conditions appalling, with many falling ill and dying of malaria. Unable to adjust to the hot climate, the Northern Cheyenne fled back north, led by Chief Blind Knife and Little Wolf in 1878. In 1884, an executive order created a reservation for the Northern Cheyenne in southeastern Montana. These days, the Cheyenne hold two reservations, one in Tongue River, Montana, where about 6,500 people reside. The other reservation, in southwestern Oklahoma, consists of about 11,000 members and shared with their longtime allies, the Arapaho. Allies who for decades have fought together for the right to keep their way of life. The North American indigenous nations and tribes played a key role in the United States' founding history. While many indigenous cultures took a significant part during the period of colonization of the Wild West, few can claim to play as an important part as the Apache Indians. The Apache Indians were rabid warriors who refused to give up their land despite the mounting odds against them. The Apaches are a group of culturally related Native American tribes in the southwestern United States. They are distant relatives of the Navajo, with whom they share the Athabascan languages spoken throughout the western United States. Historically, the Apache homelands contained areas that now correspond to eastern Arizona, northern Mexico, New Mexico, western Texas, and southern Colorado. These areas are known collectively as Apacheria. The early Apaches were a nomadic people, covering a wide area of the United States, wandering as far south as Mexico. They were primarily hunters and gatherers, with some groups hunting buffalo and others engaging in limited farming. The Apache lived in two kinds of traditional homes, the wickiups and teepees. The wickiup was more of a permanent home, its frame made of tree saplings forming a dome covered with bark or grass. The tents, called teepees, were a temporary home that could easily be relocated when the tribe needed to move around to hunt buffalo. To haul their tents and other items when they moved, the Apache used a type of sled called a travois that could be filled with items and then pulled along by dogs. When the Europeans brought horses to the Americas, the Apache started using horses to drag the travois. Since horses were much bigger and stronger, the travois could be larger and carry many more belongings. This also allowed the Apaches to make bigger tents. Traditionally, the warriors did not wear feathered warfare headdresses, although the Plains Apaches adopted their headdresses from their Kiowas friends. Most Apache tribes wore leather or cloth tiaras. Apache people used to wear wooden masks and special headdresses for religious ceremonies. The face paint would depend on the sort of ceremony, and they would differ if they were going into battle. Whenever a tribal chief was chosen, it was done democratically. The Apache's decision to choose their leadership was based on respect for each candidate. If the candidate did not enjoy the respect of many in the tribe, he would lose his position. For the Apache, a strong trust of the tribe's members in their leader was important. The Apache tribes have a steep history of fighting for their territory. They fought against the Spanish and Mexican invaders during the 17th century and the Americans during the 19th century. The bravery of these indigenous warriors are mirrored in the very name by which they are called. The term Apache probably comes from the word Apachu, which means enemy in the Zuni language of the indigenous people who lived west of New Mexico. When the horse and gun trade concentrated in the Central Plains around 1750, Indian raids by formerly nomadic groups, such as the Comanche, increased significantly. The Apaches who lived on the plains were severely pressured by the Comanche and had to retreat to the south and west. Eventually, these displaced Apaches escalated their raids against other Indians and settlers for food and livestock. Apache raids against settlers and migrants crossing their land continued during the westward expansion period of the United States and the acquisition of New Mexico by the United States in 1848. There were three Apache tribes that stood out: the Chiricahua tribe, the Jicarilla tribe, and the Mescalero tribe. The Chiricahua were the Apaches of the Great Mountain, named so after their ancient home in the foothills of southeastern Arizona. They were the most pugnacious of the Arizona Indians. Their raids extended into New Mexico, southern Arizona, and northern Sonora, Mexico. Some of the most notable leaders were Cochise, Naish, and Geronimo. The Hickoria were one of 6 groups that migrated out of Canada between about 1300 and 1500 AD. Heading south, they settled in the southwest, where their traditional homeland covered more than 50 million acres in northern New Mexico, southern Colorado, and western Oklahoma. The Mescalero were one of the most vicious Apache groups in the southwest when defending their homeland. Nomadic hunters and warriors, they moved from place to place riding their wickiups in Texas, Arizona, and Mexico. Between 1700 and 1750, many Mescalero groups were dislodged from the southern plains in central Texas by their Comanche enemies. By this time, they had taken refuge in the mountains of New Mexico, West Texas, and Mexico. In the late 1800s, the Apache fought multiple battles against the United States government. They were trying to fight back against the aggression and conquest of their lands. Several great Apache leaders came into being, such as Cochise and Geronimo. They fought with ferocity for decades, but ultimately had to surrender and were forced to set up reservations. In 1849, gold was discovered in San Francisco, leading to the California Gold Rush. Many American citizens living in the East began to migrate to California. As a result, they would often cross in and out of Apache lands. The tense relationship between the Apaches and the Americans began to turn hostile. These became known as the Apache Wars. When the American Civil War broke out between 1861 and 1865, the westward migration flow was curtailed. However, the Apaches continued to defend their land. They did not choose a side and fought against the Union and Confederate Army because they believed they were encroaching on their land. After the war, the United States breached several treaties they had with the Apaches and continued to drive them off their land. This heralded the beginning of many years of clashes between the United States military forces and the southwestern native peoples. The root causes of the conflict included the Apaches' unwillingness to live on the Indian reservations created by the U.S. government. They were also related to the expansion of gold, silver, and coal mining operations in the Apache territories. The last of the Apache Wars ended in 1886 with the surrender of Apache chief Geronimo and his few remaining followers. The Chiricahua tribe was evicted from the West and held as prisoners of war for 27 years in Florida, Alabama, and Fort Sill, Oklahoma. In 1913, members of the tribe were given the option of taking land plots in Oklahoma or living in New Mexico on the Mescalero Reservation. In a 2000 cultural census carried out in the United States, about 57,000 people identified themselves solely as Apache. Another 40,000 people reported being part Apache. Today, many Apaches live on reservations in Arizona and New Mexico. Farming, ranching, and tourism-related businesses are significant economic activities for these people. Although they live in modern times, they still keep their ancestral beliefs and traditions alive.
The ancient Egyptians built one of the greatest empires in history, and despite facing many difficulties, managed to maintain their sovereignty over almost the entire Nile River Valley. But Africa has always been a gigantic continent, inhabited by many different peoples. Some wanted to conquer the fertile lands of Egypt. Kingdoms and tribes with origins in Libya, Syria, and Turkey were constantly fighting against Egypt. But there were a people whose tenacity and courage frightened even the powerful Egyptians. The Nubians were an African people who lived in the Nubia region, in today's Sudan. The Nubian people have been living in that region for a long time. By 3100 BC, there would be Nubian villages along the River Nile. During much of their history, the Nubians did not develop any writing. Much of what we know about them is in the records left by the Egyptians. The Nubia was a region rich in gold veins, semi-precious stones, ebony wood, incense, and ivory. This wide range of resources encouraged the Egyptians to invade that region in search of extremely useful raw materials. The Nubians resisted the Egyptian invasions as much as possible, but they were militarily inferior and were progressively pushed south. Due to the various periods of instability in Egypt, the Nubians were able to organize more effective defenses. During periods of peace, Nubians and Egyptians traded and shared different forms of knowledge. During the reign of Pharaoh Thutmose I, the Nubians were part of the Egyptian Empire, but that dominion quickly collapsed, and the Nubians established a unified kingdom, with Napata as its capital. The Nubians thus founded the Kingdom of Kush, which would become a respected African power. The term Kushite Kingdom comes from the Egyptians, who called the Nubian Kush. The founder of this new kingdom was a tribal leader named Alara, who became king of all the Nubians. With the Kushite kingdom established, the next step was to ensure its defense and economy. For this, Alara's successors reigned successfully, strengthening the kingdom and expanding their domains. The Kushites began to trade with Egypt through the Nile. They also established contact with the Arab kingdoms such as Nabatea and Sheba. The riches of the Kushites were extremely popular. Their leaders, priests, and even farm animals, like horses, were always embellished with pieces of gold and rubies. Over time, and due to the periods of instability in Egypt, the Kushites started to conquer Egyptian cities, including the city of Thebes. At the height of their power, under the command of King Paye, Egypt was fully conquered by the Kushites. King Paye declared himself the champion at the command of the god Amon. He joined his army, warred for over a year against several Egyptians, defeating everyone in his path. The phase of the Kushite and Egyptian history took place during the Third Intermediate Period of ancient Egypt, which began around the year 1070 BC. It is a period also historically known as the Nubian dynasty. The coexistence between Egyptians and Nubians originated marriages between the nobility of the two kingdoms. Both cultures influenced each other in religious and social matters. After consolidating the dominion in Egypt, King Paye returned to the city of Napata, capital of the Kushite kingdom, leaving his brother and successor to rule Egypt and its cities. Egypt remained under Kushite rule until 656 BC, and only weakened due to the Assyrian invasions, which conquered almost all of Egypt, causing turbulent pharaohs' lands. The Assyrians were fearsome warriors, much superior militarily. They already used iron weapons and armor, besides siege weapons and a well-trained cavalry. The Kushite rulers had to retreat to Napata. Sometime later, they founded the city of Meroe further south. Meroe became the new capital of the Kushite kingdom. The Kushite rulers adopted the Egyptian custom of erecting pyramids, being buried in those built in the city. During this period, the Kushites began to develop their writing, the Meroitic script. The Greek historian Diodorus Siculus claimed that the Kushite kings reigned until they received an order from the priests of the Golden Temple. When this happened, they committed suicide and passed the power to the next sovereign. This strange custom lasted until the reign of the leader Ergomenes, different from most of his compatriots. He was an educated man, having studied with Greek teachers and learned philosophy. When Ergomenes was ordered to commit suicide, he was furious. He sent his soldiers to the temple to kill the priests, putting an end to this custom. Women also had important roles in Kushite society, having an active voice in everyday matters. For several times, Kushite queens reigned without the interference of male companions. There are even reports of Kushite women who fought in battles and commanded troops. The king's mother was given the title of Candace, which means Queen Mother. She was the king and queen's advisor. On some occasions, she participated in political negotiations and could even take full command. One of these powerful women, and perhaps the bravest of her people, was Amani Shaketo, who reigned in Kush when Rome had already conquered Egypt after the defeat of Mark Antony and Cleopatra. Rome demanded that the Kingdom of Kush pay tribute to the Republic. Amani Shaketo did not accept this demand and considered it an offense, declaring war against Rome. Her soldiers advanced to pillage Egyptian cities under Roman rule. In 24 BC, the Kushites sacked the cities of Aswan, Philae, and Elephantine. They returned to Kush with prisoners, valuable objects, and Roman statues. Even the head of the statue of the Roman Emperor Augustus was taken by Amani Shaketo, in a gesture of contempt against the enemy. Upon learning this, Augustus sent Roman general Petronius and his soldiers to punish the Kushites. There are few details about the battle, but Petronius may have said that the Kushites had more than 30,000 warriors and were fighting with frightening fury. Amani Shaketo was described as a corpulent and rough woman. She led her troops and became blind in one eye and being wounded by a Roman. After more than 3 years of fighting, the Romans finally proposed a peace agreement. In the year 20 BC, Romans and Kushites signed a peace treaty. The Roman Emperor recognized the Kingdom of Kush as an independent power, without being obliged to pay taxes to Rome. The Kingdom of Kush lasted until AD 350, but due to a lack of resources and trade, the kingdom was very weakened and dispersed. The once rich and proud Kushite kingdom ended up dominated by the Aksum Empire, which expanded its borders from the region of Ethiopia. The Kushites were an incredible people with brave warriors, skilled craftsmen, and wise merchants. Their history shows us the strength and perseverance of the African people, capable of repelling even the powerful Roman Empire.
The Kingdom of Aksum, also known as the Aksumite Empire, was an ancient state that flourished in the region that currently includes Eritrea and the northern part of Ethiopia. The kingdom was of great economic and political importance in East Africa, one of the first African states to adopt Christianity as its official religion. The Kingdom of Aksum was founded around the 1st century AD by the Semitic peoples of the region. The fertile agricultural land allowed the inhabitants of northern Ethiopia to cultivate and trade wheat, barley, and millet, as well as raising goats and sheep. This trade network included links with Egypt to the north and southern Arabia. Wealth acquired through trade and military power added to this prosperous agricultural foundation. By the end of the 1st century, a single king came to replace a confederation of tribal chieftains, forging a united kingdom that would dominate the Ethiopian highlands for the next 6 centuries. The Kingdom of Aksum peaked between the 3rd and 6th centuries AD. The kingdom's location was strategic, as it stood at the crossroads of trade routes that connected the Red Sea to the Mediterranean and the Indian Ocean. This allowed Aksum to become an important trading center, exporting products such as ivory, gold, spices, incense, and even slaves. Traditionally, the Kingdom of Aksum was ruled by a king with vast political and religious power. The monarch was considered a direct descendant of the legendary King Solomon and the Queen of Sheba, which gave his rule a divine legitimacy. Besides the king, there was an aristocracy with great power and wealth, and a system of serfdom that allowed the rural population to work the land in exchange for protection and benefits. During the 4th century AD, the Nubians, who had previously formed the Kingdom of Kush with its capital at Meroe, attacked the Kingdom of Aksum. This dispute was over control of the regional ivory trade. The King of Aksum, Ezana I, responded to the attack with great military might, plundering the city of Meroe. The once powerful Nubia, now in serious decline and weakened, was promptly conquered and divided into 3 states: Faras, Dongola, and Soba. This collapse allowed the Kingdom of Aksum to dominate the entire region. One of the greatest achievements of the Kingdom of Aksum was the adoption of Christianity as the official religion in the 4th century AD. According to tradition, King Ezana I converted to Christianity after having a dream in which an angel gave him this command. The Christian conversion was a crucial factor in the kingdom's unification, as it now had a single religious identity, distinguishing itself from its Muslim neighbors. Christianity also brought new forms of art and architecture, such as the famous rock-hewn churches that are still a symbol of Ethiopia today. They are an example of the mastery of Aksumite architects in carving monumental structures in stone, creating sacred spaces that are still considered landmarks of Christian architecture today. These churches, which date back to the 4th and 5th centuries AD, include the Church of St. George in Lalibela and the Church of Our Lady Mary of Zion in Tigray. Judaism also had a substantial impact on the Kingdom of Aksum. A group of people from the region known as Beta Israel or Ethiopian Jews adhered to the beliefs and practices set out in the Torah, the scroll that makes up the first 5 holy books of the Jewish religion. Although the scriptures and prayers are written in the Ge'ez alphabet rather than Hebrew, the religion shares a common ancestry with modern Judaism. The Kingdom of Aksum also played a key role in the history of African writing, having created its own Ge'ez alphabet used to pen religious texts and official documents. Ge'ez influenced the writing of other peoples in the region, such as the Amharic people, who still use an adapted form of this alphabet today. The decline of the Kingdom of Aksum had multiple causes, among them the changing of trade routes and the weakening of trade with the Middle East and India, pressure from invading peoples from southern and eastern Africa, and the loss of power of the kings at the expense of the aristocracy. The end of the kingdom is generally dated to the 10th century AD, when it was overrun by the Agao and Zagwe peoples. The legacy of the Kingdom of Aksum can be seen today in Eritrea and Ethiopia, countries that have inherited some of this culture and traditions. For example, the Ethiopian Orthodox Church is a continuation of the Christian tradition established by the Aksumites. The Amharic language spoken in Ethiopia originates from the Ge'ez alphabet. In addition, the history of the Kingdom of Aksum is celebrated in traditional festivals and ceremonies in the region, such as Timkat, commemorating the baptism of Jesus Christ in the Jordan River. One of Aksum's most famous landmarks is the Obelisk of Aksum, one of the tallest in the ancient world. There are also other obelisks and stelae that bear witness to the greatness of the city at its peak. These structures are made of large stone blocks and embellished with inscriptions in ancient Ethiopian languages. Also, Aksum is known for the place that housed the kingdom's rulers. The site is an important tourist and archaeological attraction. Many visitors go to Aksum to explore the ruins and learn about its enthralling history. Established in the 13th century in West Africa, the Mali Empire became one of the most successful and influential empires in the region. Arising from the rich lands of the Niger River, it grew under the leadership of notable kings such as Sundiata Keita and Mansa Musa. At its peak, Mali not only ruled over vast territories, but also became a crucial pillar in trans-Saharan trade, especially in gold, salt, and other valuable goods. The Mali Empire came from complex origins, profoundly rooted in the changing dynamics of West African societies and in the transformations that occurred before the empire itself emerged. Prior to the rise of the Mali Empire, the Ghana Empire was the main force in the West African region. This ran a dominant role in trans-Saharan trade, but began to decline in the 11th century as a result of internal and external circumstances, including pressure from nomadic groups and perhaps overexploitation of resources. The origin of the Mali Empire is closely tied to the Mandinka people and the tale of Sundiata Keita, a semi-legendary leader who is often portrayed in oral traditions as a hero of his people. He belonged to the Keita clan of the Mandinka ethnic group. According to the popular story called the Sundiata Epic, which is often passed on by storytellers, Sundiata faced great hardships in childhood. Born lame, he could not walk until later in his youth, according to tradition. Following his father's death, King Nari Magan Konate, Sundiata and his mother were sent into exile due to the machinations of Queen Sasuma Barete and her son, who saw Sundiata as a contender for the throne. During his exile, Sundiata acquired experience, allies, and prestige. He was called back to his homeland to free the Mandinka people from the tyrannical rule of King Sumaro Kante of the Soso Kingdom. During the Battle of Karina in 1235, Sundiata defeated Sumaro and established the foundations of the Mali Empire. Sundiata set up Mali as a federation of tribes and cities under a single authority. He brought in laws known as the Constitution of Kurakan Fuga, which laid down the rules of government, social rights, and good governance practices. Mali expanded under his leadership, controlling important trade routes and cities. Sundiata also set up the capital in the city of Niani. Led by Sundiata and his successors, the empire expanded rapidly, absorbing large areas of present-day Mali, Senegal, Gambia, Guinea, Niger, and other surrounding territories. In its heyday, it was one of Africa's richest and largest empires, based on the trans-Saharan trade in gold, salt, copper, slaves, and other goods. The area where the Mali Empire was founded was wealthy in resources, especially gold. Sundiata and his successors' savvy in controlling and taxing the gold trade routes meant that the empire could amass wealth and expand its territory. Mansa Musa was one of the most famous leaders of the Mali Empire. Under his reign, it reached its peak in wealth, territory, and influence. Mansa Musa's pilgrimage to the city of Mecca in 1324 is fabled, not least for the vast amount of gold he distributed along his journey, destabilizing local economies for a short time. Mansa Musa also became a leading patron of the arts and education. He commissioned the construction of the great Djinguruber Mosque in Timbuktu, one of the most prominent cities in the Mali Empire, which became a central hub of Islamic learning. Timbuktu's University of Sankore was one of the most prestigious of its time, attracting scholars from all over Africa and the Middle East. The griots, or bards, had an essential role in preserving and passing on history and traditions. They were highly respected and acted as storytellers, musicians, and advisors. Malian architecture, especially the building of mosques such as the Great Mosque of Djenné, is outstanding. There was also a strong tradition of wood carving and metalwork. Malian society was hierarchical, distinguishing clearly between the nobility, merchants, craftsmen, farmers, and slaves. The Mansa, or king, topped the hierarchy. Mali's economy was boosted by trans-Saharan trade. Mali's well-established commercial routes and strategic location made it extremely prosperous. Although the Mali Empire embraced Islam as its main religion, this adoption was frequently syncretic. Many of Mali's rulers, notably the famous Mansa Musa, were devout Muslims. Many traditional African practices and beliefs continued to thrive alongside Islam. Malians often practice Islam in combination with local beliefs, such as the worship of ancestral spirits. One of West Africa's largest kingdoms, the Mali Empire experienced several military clashes during its existence to expand, consolidate, and defend its territories. During Mansa Musa's reign from 1312 to 1337 and that of his successors, the Mali Empire frequently came into conflict with the Mosi kingdoms to the south. While Mali managed to repel raids and maintain their influence, they never managed to completely subdue the Mosi. In the late 14th and early 15th centuries, the rising Songhai Empire, previously a Malian vassal, began to challenge the Malian Empire's rule in certain regions, especially around Timbuktu and Gao. The Songhai Empire forces, commanded by Soni Ali, seized the city of Timbuktu, greatly reducing Mali's influence in the region. The Mali Empire's collapse followed a combination of internal and external factors that undermined its influence and power in the West African region. The Songhai Empire started to expand in power and influence. The Tuaregs in the north frequently invaded and took over areas controlled by Mali, undermining its influence in the Sahara region. Added to these events, the Mali Empire faced numerous internal power struggles and succession squabbles that greatly enfeebled the central administration. With time, the peripheral regions of the empire started to seek more autonomy, weakening the central power of the king. The decline in control over the trans-Saharan trade routes, partially as a result of the rise of other powers and changes in trade routes, meant that less wealth flowed into the empire. While Mali was overwhelmingly Muslim, the influence of Islam grew deeper and more orthodox with the expansion of Islamic learning. This, at times, led to strains with traditional practices and beliefs. As new trade routes developed, particularly those that skirted the Sahara and focused more on the African coast, Mali's prominence as a trading center began to wane. These factors in combination over the course of the 15th and early 16th centuries meant that Mali lost its position as the main regional power. Its territory splintered, with many areas either becoming independent or coming under the control of the Songhai or other forces. Towards the end of the 16th century, the remnants of the Mali Empire had been limited to its original heartland around the capital in the city of Niani. Soon, even this area became vulnerable to attacks and raids. The Mali Empire has been one of the largest and most influential civilizations in African history, having a key role to play in the rise of Islam, the fostering of education, and the trans-Saharan economy. The Mali Empire is also known for its rich cultural tradition, literature, and contributions to science and learning, influencing many of the empires and kingdoms that emerged in West Africa in subsequent centuries. The Ghana Empire, otherwise known as the Empire of Gold, was an ancient civilization that thrived in West Africa between the 4th and 13th centuries AD. This powerful empire had a major role to play in West African history, establishing itself as an important trading and cultural hub, while its complex and sophisticated society had an enduring regional legacy. The Ghana Empire's roots are steeped in mystery and legend, with the bulk of historical knowledge stemming from oral and archaeological records and the writings of Arab travelers of the time. The Ghana Empire was in what is now southeastern Mauritania and western Mali. It established itself as a cluster of chiefdoms, which eventually became unified under a central leadership. The term Ghana traditionally means the title of the ruler, rather than the name of the empire itself. The empire's name and the area it covered were different from the current nation of Ghana. Oral tradition holds that the establishment of the empire was ascribed to a mythical figure called Dinga Sisa. According to some traditions, Dinga Sisa is portrayed as a semi-divine or heroic figure with supernatural abilities that allowed him to assert his leadership and found the empire. During the 1st centuries AD, when trans-Saharan trading picked up momentum, the North African Berbers and later the Arabs built up contacts with the region. The accounts of these travelers provide some of the first written references to the Ghana Empire. These encounters partly influenced the growth and consolidation of the empire. The Ghana Empire's geographical location meant that it could control the trans-Saharan trade routes. The region abounded in gold, and controlling this precious resource, along with the opportunity to mediate between the northern salt-producing areas and the southern gold-producing regions, positioned the Empire of Ghana as a dominant trading force. As it grew in wealth and influence, the Ghana Empire started to annex neighboring territories and subdued various ethnic groups and tribes, cementing its position as the region's dominant empire. Society in the Ghana Empire was structured hierarchically, topped by the king, known as the Kayamagan. The nobility, wealthy merchants, artisans, farmers, and slaves were underneath him. The king enjoyed near absolute power and was considered a semi-divine figure. He oversaw maintaining order, justice, and the well-being of the kingdom. Although the king's power was highly centralized, there was a well-established bureaucracy to help run the empire. The conquered territories were ruled by appointed governors, whereas the central territories were more closely administered. The main city and capital of the empire is believed to have been Kumbai Sala, an important trading and political center. In fact, it was divided into two parts, a royal area and a commercial district, with the latter predominantly held by Muslim merchants. Whilst traditional African beliefs prevailed in the Ghana Empire, Islam also had a strong foothold, especially among the elite and merchants. This targeted acceptance of Islam allowed the Empire of Ghana to develop favorable trade relations with North African Muslim states. This coexistence of African traditions and Islamic influences in Ghana made for a diverse and prosperous society, where trade and diplomacy were as important as tradition and religion. The social and political legacy of the Ghana Empire continues to be a crucial piece of West Africa's complex tapestry of history. The Ghana Empire was a dominating authority in West Africa for several centuries, and was often embroiled in military campaigns, whether defensive or expansionist. Towards the end of the 11th century, the Almoravids, a Berber religious and military movement from the Sahara, started to expand southwards. It is widely acknowledged that some kind of clash or series of skirmishes took place between the Almoravids and the Ghanaian Empire, but the specific details are the subject of debate among historians. Some believe that the Almoravids did invade and occupy Ghana, while others argue that their impact was more mercantile and religious than military. The consensus, however, is that these confrontations with the Almoravids and the subsequent commercial developments contributed to the gradual decline of the Ghana Empire. As well as the Almoravids, other burgeoning groups and empires in the region, such as the Mali Empire, started to exert pressure on Ghana. Eventually, Mali in particular overshadowed Ghana in power and influence in West Africa. The decline and subsequent demise of the Ghana Empire did not stem from a single event, but rather from several internal and external factors that took place over the course of centuries. The Ghana Empire's economic system depended heavily on the trade in gold and salt. As time went by, new trade routes began to emerge, undermining the role of the Ghanaian Empire as a crucial go-between. Evidence has shown that climate change may have affected the region, with the Sahara Desert spreading, rendering some areas less hospitable and impacting on agriculture and trade. The gradual embrace of Islam by the elite and merchants influenced the empire's political and social dynamics. Whilst Islam offered a bridge to North Africa, it also brought new ideas and practices that may have upended established traditions and governance in Ghana. The Ghana Empire had been effectively supplanted by the rising Mali Empire by the end of the 13th century. Whilst the Ghana Empire no longer existed as a dominant political entity, its political and social legacy continues to be a crucial part of West Africa's fascinating and fertile history. Located in what is today the South African province of KwaZulu-Natal, the Zulu Kingdom was once a mighty African entity that distinguished itself by its swift ascent and its contributions to African culture and history. Guided by the charismatic and military-savvy King Shaka, the Zulus excelled in innovative warfare and solid organization against European invaders. The Zulu Kingdom's roots lie deep in complex interactions and migrations of multiple tribes and clans in the southern African region. Preceding the rise of the Zulu Kingdom, the region known today as KwaZulu-Natal was populated by several small clans and groups. The Nguni, an ethno-linguistic group to which the Zulus belong, migrated to this region from more northernly areas in southern Africa over several centuries. Originally, the Zulu clan was not especially powerful or distinct from the different Nguni groups. In fact, they were a small clique, led by a chief named Senza Kakona. Shaka, who would become the most famous Zulu leader, was born in around 1787. He was the son of Senzan Gakona and Nandi, a woman from the Lungeni clan. Owing to having been born out of wedlock, Shaka and his mother were ostracized and endured a great deal of hardship during his childhood, having to live in several clans. Shaka and his mother endured rejection and adversity in several places during their youth, before finding shelter with Chief Dingiswayo of the Mthithwa clan. Under Dingiswayo's guidance, Shaka developed into an important warrior. When Shenzangankona died, Shaka, aided by Dingiswayo, returned and took over the leadership of the Zulu clan, cementing his power and launching a series of military reforms that would transform the clan into a leading force. Shaka started using new combat techniques and weapons such as the Ikulwa, a short spear with a broad blade, better adapted to hand-to-hand combat than traditional throwing spears. He also introduced the large shield and revamped the tactical combat formation known as the ox horns, where experienced warriors made up the core of the formation, while younger warriors shaped the side horns to surround and flank the enemy using a pincer formation. Shaka consolidated power and spread the clan's territory, either incorporating or displacing other groups in the region. Through his innovations and territorial sprawl, the Zulu clan became the Zulu Kingdom, one of southern Africa's largest and most powerful nations during the first half of the 19th century. The expansion and displacement led to the phenomenon known as Mifekane, meaning the crushing, leading to several wars and migrations involving multiple ethnic groups in southern Africa. But Shaka was murdered in 1828 by his half-brothers Dingane in Malangana. Dingane seized the throne after Shaka's assassination. His reign was marred by substantial turmoil. He attempted to entrench his power by wiping out would-be rivals and established his new capital at Umgungundlovu. During Dingane's reign, the Zulus found themselves at odds with the Voortrekkers, Dutch-speaking settlers who traveled in wagon trains from the Cape Colony to the southern African interior, starting in 1836, looking to live beyond the Cape's British colonial administration. The well-known Battle of Blood River in 1838 saw a small group of Voortrekkers fend off an attack by a much larger Zulu army. The Voortrekkers' triumph was a turning point, and Dingane was forced to retreat. Following internal and external disputes in 1840, Mpande, Shaka's other half-brother, defied Dingane and, supported by the Voortrekkers, overthrew him. Mpande reigned for almost 30 years, and this was a time of relative peace and stabilization for the Zulu Kingdom. Ketshweo, Mpande's son, took over as king in 1872. His tenure was best characterized by his confrontation with the British Empire. The Zulu and the British entered into conflict in the Anglo-Zulu War in 1879. This war was particularly noteworthy both for the Zulus' astounding military performance, which meant they temporarily defeated one of the world's most powerful colonial powers, and for the British resolve to annex and control the Zulu region as part of their South African colonial strategy. The British Empire was bent on consolidating the many independent states and republics established by the Dutch-speaking inhabitants of the Cape Colony, along with other native nations under its control. This resulted in a confederation policy that jeopardized the Zulu Kingdom's sovereignty. On January 22, 1879, the Battle of Isandlwana produced one of the greatest losses suffered by the British during the colonial wars, as a Zulu army commanded by Ntsingiwe Koja decisively defeated the British forces. Employing bullhorn tactics, the Zulu army encircled and overwhelmed the British contingent, inflicting heavy casualties on the European invaders. In the wake of their defeat at Isandlwana, a small British detachment managed to successfully defend the Rorke's Drift mission against a large Zulu force. Their efforts were outstanding, and 11 Victory Crosses were awarded to the defenders. The British bolstered their troops after these initial clashes and conducted a series of incursions into Zulu territory. On July 4, 1879, the Battle of Ulundi became the final and defining engagement of the Anglo-Zulu War. Following the shock British defeat at the Battle of Isandlwana and the successful defense of Rorke's Drift, the British drew significant reinforcements from Britain and its colonies. They were adamant to complete the campaign against the Zulus and cement their control over the territory. Under Frederick Thesiger, 2nd Baron Chelmsford, the British army drew close to Ulundi, the Zulu royal capital. He led a force of around 5,000 men, including infantry, cavalry, and artillery. Against them was the Zulu army, consisting of around 15,000 warriors, under the command of King Cetshwayo. The British, realizing the Zulus' ability to quickly encircle their forces, established a large defensive square with infantry and artillery. The cavalry was stationed outside the square to provide a rapid attack unit. The Zulu warriors boldly advanced against the British square. Nevertheless, coming under intense fire from the infantry and artillery, they took significant casualties. The British cavalry followed up with a string of attacks against the Zulu lines, adding to the losses. The battle ultimately resulted in a decisive British victory. The Zulu army was scattered, and Ulundi was burned to the ground. This remarkable rout effectively ended the organized Zulu resistance against the British. The Ulundi defeat spelled the end of the Zulu Kingdom as an independent entity. King Cetshwayo was captured in August 1879 and went into exile. The Zulu Kingdom was split into 13 smaller monarchies to curb the power of the Zulu Nation and hinder any further rebellions. But this only resulted in more regional upheaval. The Zulu Kingdom was finally annexed to the British colony of Natal in 1887. The last major Zulu uprising against British rule was the 1906 Bambatha Rebellion. While the riot was suppressed, it remains a symbol of Zulu resistance against colonial rule. The Zulu Kingdom made its mark on southern African history. The Zulus are now South Africa's largest ethnic group, and KwaZulu-Natal is still a vital region. The Zulu Kingdom's history is both one of resistance against colonization and a prime example of the complexity and dynamics of pre-colonial African states. During the ancient Roman Empire, many men wrote their names in the eternity of history. Some will be remembered as brave and astute commanders. Others earned fame for their cruelty and cowardice. But one name still echoes century after century: Gaius Julius Caesar. Julius Caesar was born on July 13, 100 BC. As a child, Caesar already proved himself as an adventurer, as he was an active and good-spirited boy. But at just 16, his life changed abruptly. His father passed away, and Julius suddenly became the head of his family. Julius was the nephew of Gaius Marius, a great general and politician. He became famous for his military victories and for reorganizing the model of the Roman legions. Marius was known for his magnetic personality. Also, he was immensely respected by the soldiers who fought alongside him. That influenced the character of the young Julius Caesar. who saw in his uncle a model to be followed. But during Julius's adolescence, his uncle waged a civil war against ambitious Lucius Cornelius Sulla. They fought for the control of the city of Rome. In the midst of this civil war, Julius Caesar married the daughter of his uncle's political ally. His beloved's name was Cornelia Cinna. Together, they had a daughter named Julia. Marius lost his life during a battle, and Cornelius Sulla assumed the position of dictator, something that placed him above the Roman laws, with almost absolute power in the city. Although Julius Caesar had no direct involvement in the conflict, he felt threatened by the new dictator and his uncle's executioner. Seeing no other alternative, and in an attempt to get away from Rome as quickly as possible, Julius enlisted in the army, where he fought in distant Turkey. Julius served in the army with great prominence, even receiving the civic crown as a reward for his heroic acts. He was promptly recognized by his superiors and veteran soldiers, showing a promising future as a military commander. But in 78 BC, Julius received the news that his rival had died. Cornelius Sulla had died suddenly. For Julius Caesar, that meant a chance to come home. After fulfilling his contract in the army, Julius returned to his home. However, to his misfortune, his inheritance had been confiscated by Sulla's abusive government. To survive, Caesar used his powerful voice and his oratory skills to become a successful lawyer. And by working hard, Julius Caesar was able to rebuild his family's social status. When Julius was about 25, he traveled across the Aegean Sea. The vessel was attacked by pirates, and the largest of the crew was killed. The few survivors were captured to be sold as slaves. And for those born into wealthy families, a high ransom was demanded. Further away from home, and in a desperate situation, the future seemed uncertain and bleak for Julius Caesar. The days passed slowly while Julius Caesar was kept as a prisoner on a pirate ship. When the pirates discovered that Julius was part of a wealthy family, they demanded a lot of money to free him. The pirates demanded plenty of silver coins in exchange for Julius's life. At the time, it was considered an absurd price. But Julius Caesar was always a proud and fearless man. He told the pirates that they should demand even more coins in exchange for his life. But he warned that as soon as he was free, he would travel the seas to get back at them. The pirates mocked Julius. Throughout the journey, they ridiculed his arrogance. But at last, they accepted his cash offer. When he was finally free, Julius used his oratory gifts to attract sailors and warriors to his cause. And using the rest of his fortune, he set up a fleet of ships. Caesar spent several months sailing and facing pirate ships. His victories allowed him to make a profit by plundering the captured ships. When Julius finally found the pirates who had kidnapped him, he defeated them in battle and had the survivors crucified. The pirates paid a high price for mocking Julius Caesar. That increased Caesar's fame. His name was already popular on the streets of Rome. When he returned home, he was summoned into the army. Again, he left to fight in foreign lands. Julius stood out again on the battlefields, thus conquering the position of military tribune. This guaranteed him the right to command many soldiers and run for political office. Julius Caesar returned to Rome in 69 BC. That year he began his political career, taking up a new post in the Roman Senate. His wife Cornelia had become pregnant again. Everything in Caesar's life seemed peaceful. But to Julius's misfortune, his beloved wife died that year, due to a birth filled with complications that stole her life and that of her baby. Shortly after his wife's funeral, Julius was sent to serve militarily in Spain. He was the administrator of the territories controlled by Rome. One day, Julius decided to get to know the city of Cadiz better, where he was living. After traveling some distance, he found a statue already worn out by time. When Julius approached, he noticed that it was a statue of Alexander the Great. As he approached the feet of the statue, Caesar felt an enormous torment and began crying. He was already 33 years old. He felt he had not conquered anything great in his life yet. On the contrary, Alexander the Great at that age had already conquered an empire. At that moment, Caesar swore he would not rest until he was equal to Alexander in his conquests. Julius Caesar fulfilled his role in Spain. He gained fame as a good governor and subdued 2 local tribes who had revolted against the Roman occupation. But Caesar was not happy to spend so much time away from Rome. After completing his service in Spain, he returned to his hometown. Upon his return to Rome, Julius focused his efforts on achieving new political positions. Julius wanted to be Pontifex Maximus, the highest priest of the Roman religion. But he was running against 2 other reputable senators. To support the campaign, Caesar spent most of his personal fortune. Julius Caesar knew he could not fail to win this new position. If he failed, his political career would be over, and he would be broke for the rest of his life. To get around this problem, Julius allied himself with Marcus Licinius Crassus, known for being the richest man in Rome. Crassus paid off half of Julius Caesar's debt and secured the remainder, proving to be a valuable ally. Julius was able to win the election and take on the position he had hoped for, but he needed to pay off a huge debt to Marcus Crassus. That alliance was not ignored by other powerful men. General Pompey had importance in the Roman Senate. He was respected and even feared by other senators. Pompey did not like Julius Caesar's growing ambition. He started watching that man, who seemed to stand out from the crowd. The years have passed. In 60 BC, Caesar was elected consul, the highest office in the Roman Republic. As a consul, Julius Caesar obtained great authority in the city of Rome, to the point where he could even be immune from the laws of the city and be acquitted of any criminal charge. Caesar won the election again, and as consul, he proved to be a dangerously ambitious man. That year, Julius married Calpurnia, who would be his wife for the rest of his life. General Pompey publicly showed his aversion to Julius Caesar, and also his discontent with Marcus Crassus. To solve this issue, Julius met with Pompey and Crassus to form a new political and military alliance. This alliance became known as the First Triumvirate, in which the 3 most powerful men of Rome would work together to rule Rome. Pompey increased the number of soldiers on the streets of the city, providing more security to the population. Crassus bought a large naval fleet and wanted to establish trade routes in distant lands, such as Syria and Egypt, increasing his personal wealth and bringing new products to the demanding Roman markets. And Caesar took the military command to conquer new lands for Rome. Julius Caesar's fortune seemed promising again. He would not waste the opportunity to immortalize his name in history. Julius Caesar was elected to the post of Roman consul, gaining great authority in all the territories conquered by Rome. But to achieve such an important position, Julius Caesar needed to incur a gigantic debt to Marcus Crassus, the richest man in Rome. Caesar had not yet forgotten that day at the foot of the statue of Alexander the Great. The desire to match Alexander in his conquests was still alive in Julius Caesar's heart. The best way to achieve his goals was to conquer new territories for Rome, thus confiscating the riches and receiving part of the taxes of the conquered cities and villages. It was there that Julius Caesar focused his attention on Gaul. Gaul was an ancient region, classified by the Romans, comprising territories where France, Belgium, and part of Italy and Germany are located today. For the most part, Gaul was a wild territory, full of forests and inhabited by several very hostile Celtic tribes. With these obstacles, Gaul was not easy to invade, much less to conquer. Because it was a difficult task, Julius Caesar made Gaul the main target of his ambitions. In April 58 BC, Caesar marched towards Gaul in command of 4 legions, some 24,000 soldiers. Julius knew he could not simply enter the Gaul territories. It was necessary to plan his actions carefully, otherwise he would lose everything for which he fought so long to conquer. Despite its apparent military strength, Gaul was divided into several kingdoms, which were constantly fighting each other. These kingdoms were commanded by tribal chiefs or self-proclaimed kings. They often declared wars to conquer new agricultural lands, or to avenge old blood feuds between tribes. Taking advantage of this instability, Julius Caesar sent emissaries to talk with the leaders of the different tribes, seeking to establish political and military alliances. In his letters, Julius offered the military support of his legions in exchange for permission to enter Gaul territory and food provisions for his soldiers. The first alliances were quickly formed, and Caesar finally entered Gaul. The first conflict between Caesar's legions and the Gauls took place at the Battle of Bibracte, where the Romans found a far greater number of enemies. The Gauls were part of the Helvetians tribe, who were migrating in Gaul, attacking other tribes and leaving a trail of destruction. Julius Caesar organized part of his legions on top of a hill, gaining a strategic position against the Gauls. The other parts of the legions were hidden on another hill, covered by trees. The Roman legions managed to stop the Gauls' initial advance. It was the start of a long and arduous struggle that would last almost a whole day. At the ideal moment, Julius ordered the hidden legions to attack the rear of the Gaul army. The Gauls resisted for some time, but the discipline and determination of the Roman legions defeated the numerical advantage of their enemies. The Helvetians surrendered. Julius allowed many to be freed, provided they returned to their lands and agreed to work the crops to feed the legions. Others were not so lucky. They were sent as prisoners to Rome, where they would be sold as slaves. This heroic victory marked the beginning of several conquests in Gaul. Soon after, Caesar and his legions fought the Germanic tribe of the Suevi and achieved another major victory. In the years that followed, Julius Caesar continued to advance in Gaul territory, establishing new alliances, subduing tribes, or, when necessary, destroying cities and settlements. Obviously, the Gauls did not peacefully accept the Roman occupation. At times, some tribes rebelled, which provoked new battles. After suffocating a rebellion by the Belgian tribe in 55 BC, Gaul had been almost completely conquered by Julius Caesar. Caesar had accumulated enough wealth to pay his debt to Crassus, and after that, he would have enough to live in peace. His term as consul was also nearing its end. After that, he would have to return to Rome. But that year, one of his legions in northern Gaul sighted a strange island on the horizon. That island was Britain. Caesar had already read about the existence of that island in ancient Greek manuscripts. Upon learning of its location, he again felt the ambition and desire to reach where no other Roman had been. To cross the sea and reach Great Britain, Julius Caesar needed two things: boats to transport the soldiers, and time. Caesar ordered the construction of some boats, whose completion would take many months. Impatient with the slow progress in the construction of the boats, Caesar decided to take a risk. Only part of his legions would cross the sea to build a fortified camp. But he did not anticipate the disaster that eventually occurred, for that region is often affected by storms. During the crossing, a strong storm pushed the Roman ships against the cliff rocks. The few survivors who reached the beach were surprised by the Breton war chariots and retreated to their boats. This defeat did not affect Julius Caesar's resolve, but it took him a long time to get the necessary boats. In 54 BC, Julius Caesar finally arrived in Great Britain, where he initially set up a fortified camp near the beach. The Bretons did not peacefully accept the Roman occupation. Caesar spent over a year in Britain, warring and subduing the numerous tribes of that territory. This new conquest further enhanced Julius Caesar's reputation. The people in the city of Rome extolled his accomplishments, which concerned even more some members of the Roman Senate. During the time Julius Caesar spent in Brittany, new problems began to arise in Gaul. Tribal leaders asked their warriors to gather and expel the Romans from Gaul. Caesar knew this threat was serious. If Gaul united under a single flag, it would be virtually impossible to recover the conquered territories. One of those insurgent leaders was the famous Vercingetorix, prince of the Arvinus tribe. Vercingetorix was able to bring together many tribal chiefs and warriors under his command to attack the Roman garrisons in Gaul When Caesar returned to Gaul, Vercingetorix was forced to retreat to avoid a direct confrontation with the Roman legions. In his escape through Gaul territory, Vercingetorix's troops destroyed everything in their path, burning villages and plantations to leave no food for the Romans. The strategy was working. The situation of Caesar's legions was not positive. Soldiers began to succumb due to hunger and effort caused by the long march. Julius Caesar again used his persuasion and began to intimidate and bribe the tribal chiefs who were not yet allies of Vercingetorix. Caesar managed to confiscate precious provisions to feed his soldiers and continue the pursuit of Vercingetorix. Some battles were fought along the way, and Julius Caesar proved his worth again by getting off his horse and joining his soldiers in the vanguard of the most chaotic battles. The legionaries felt an enormous pride and admiration for the general. Many fought to the end to defend Caesar's life and dreams. Finally, Vercingetorix was forced to retreat to the city of Alesia, built on top of a hill and a good place of defense against the Roman legions. The siege of Alesia was one of the most famous in history. Julius Caesar and Vercingetorix needed to make the most of their skills as commanders. Caesar surrounded the city of Alesia. He knew that if he tried to force his way into the city, it would cost the lives of many of his legionnaires. The other alternative was to force those inside the city to starve and thirst, forcing them to surrender. But Caesar did not have much time. He was aware of the approach of a Gaul army, whose mission was to rescue the inhabitants of Alesia. If this Gaul army arrived in time, Julius Caesar and his legions were surrounded by two enemy forces and would have no chance of victory. The solution was to build two wooden walls around the city. One would keep the inhabitants of the city trapped inside. The other would be able to contain the approaching army. The strategy was successful. When the Gaul army arrived, the Roman legions showed their worth again, defeating a far greater number of enemies. After witnessing this great victory, Vercingetorix surrendered to Julius Caesar. On a historic day, Vercingetorix proudly put on his armor and rode alone to the Roman camp. He stood face to face with Julius Caesar, and without saying a word, threw down his arms in a sign of Gaul's surrender. With the conquest of Gaul, Caesar achieved everything he had always desired. His name was admired and feared among the Romans. His wealth was vast. He felt ready to return triumphantly to the city of Rome. Julius Caesar performed the incredible feat of conquering Gaul, and even the Bretons on their distant island fell to their knees before the Roman military power. Many years had passed since Caesar left his beloved Rome, and he longed to return to his birthplace. However, many things changed during his absence. One of his most important allies, the consul Marcus Crassus, had his legions defeated during the dismal Battle of Carrhae, where the Romans encountered the powerful army of the Parthian Empire. Marcus Crassus was an outstanding merchant and negotiator, but his skills as a military commander were not as sharp as those of Julius Caesar and Pompey. Crassus perished in that battle, and with that, the triumvirate alliance was broken, allowing General Pompey to take political control of Rome. The emerging famous and wealth of Julius Caesar deeply concerned General Pompey, who, right from the beginning, already had a great contempt for him. Without the presence of Marcus Crassus to support Julius Caesar in the Roman Senate, General Pompey no longer saw any reason to tolerate Caesar's existence and began to make serious accusations against him. Pompey claimed that Julius Caesar had extended his campaign in Gaul for too long, whose original deadline was just 5 years. Pompey knew this was not true. He had secretly met with Marcus Crassus and Julius Caesar to decide the city's politics, and in this meeting, they agreed to give Caesar 5 more years to conquer Gaul. Another accusation was that Julius had used the strength of the legions for his own benefit and made his fortune in the Roman Senate. Pompey issued an order to Julius Caesar. He would have to disband his legions and return to Rome, where he would face a trial in the Senate. At that time, there were few in the Senate with enough courage to oppose Pompey's demands. Julius knew that, if he abided by that order, his life would be over, and everything would be lost. He then decided to march to Rome with his legions and demand respect, even if this had to be done by force. And so, in the year 49 BC, Julius Caesar and his legions were declared enemies of Rome, in an event that has been recorded in history as the Second Civil War of the Roman Republic. Caesar was not concerned when the news reached him. He already knew about Pompey's aversion to him, and a direct confrontation between the two was unavoidable. Julius Caesar found himself facing the sad reality that, in order to return home, he would have to attack his own city. Pompey was an experienced general, and knew that Rome could not hold out long against the veteran legions of Gaul. He needed to amass more soldiers to defend the city, and to achieve this, he called in the legions that were serving in Greece and in the nearby territories. And a race against time then started. Pompey anxiously awaited the arrival of more soldiers, while Caesar marched as fast as possible to reach Rome before Pompey's reinforcements. To make Caesar's situation worse, he had the Rubicon River in his path. The Roman generals were expressly forbidden to cross the Rubicon with their legions on their way to Rome. Caesar knew that to cross the river meant no turning back path. In this context, Julius Caesar uttered one of his most renowned quotes, "Alia jacta est," luck is cast. Crossing the river with his legions would take a massive amount of time, and Caesar did not have that. He decided to take his chances and move forward with only one legion in a forced march. The other legions would follow immediately behind at a slower pace, preserving their strength for the upcoming battle. Both captains experienced anguishing days, but Caesar's legions again proved their worth and arrived in Italy with remarkable speed. Seeing no other alternative, Pompey gathered his personal guard and, together with some senators and allies, left the city of Rome shortly before Caesar's arrival. Pompey headed for the Roman city of Brundisium, from where he embarked for Greece, with the plan to meet with the local legions to set a counterattack against Julius Caesar. When Julius Caesar finally entered the city gates, the streets were basically deserted. The Roman citizens were unsure of Caesar's intentions. Perhaps he would return as a hero, or, in alternative, as an enemy, seeking revenge for having been exiled from his city. But they had nothing to fear. Caesar did not allow his legionnaires to attack the population nor to plunder the city. When the weather in the city got milder, Caesar made a public speech, reassuring the population. He appointed one of his most trusted men to take charge of the city. The chosen one was Mark Antony, who had served with Julius in Gaul and proved himself as an excellent military commander. Caesar still had to wait some months to carry on with his persecution against Pompey. New boats had to be built to carry the legions across the sea. While the boats were being built, Caesar restored order to the city of Rome by passing new laws, electing new senators, and taking care of the city's financial affairs. Still waiting for the boats to be finished, Caesar went to Spain. There, he defeated Pompey's supporters, ensuring that Rome would not be attacked while he was heading for Greece. In 48 BC, Julius Caesar and Pompey finally fought their first conflict in the Battle of Dyrrhachium, which took place in a region in northwestern Greece. Much to Caesar's surprise, Pompey assembled a remarkable army of about 36,000 infantry soldiers and 7,000 knights. Julius Caesar feared that new reinforcements would arrive for Pompey. He decided to act quickly, setting up a fortified camp with only 22,000 men ready for the battle. The result was nothing short of disastrous for Caesar. Pompey attacked a weak point in the wooden wall that protected Caesar's camp, and the chaos spread quickly. With fewer soldiers and having his defenses compromised, Julius had no alternative but to order a total withdrawal. This defeat reminded Julius Caesar why Pompey the Great was one of the greatest generals of his time. He could not be underestimated again. Caesar retreated to a new camp, but had little food and drinking water for his men. With his provisions almost ending, Julius Caesar needed to act quickly. On August 9th, 48 BC, the Battle of Pharsalus was fought in the region of Thessaly in central Greece. The fight got off to a slow start, with both generals carefully studying the opponent's movements. A fight between two Roman armies, trained with the same formations and tactics, could not have a simple conclusion. The battle was extremely aggressive. Both sides attempted to outflank their opponents. Pompey benefited from a larger cavalry, but Caesar's veterans had already faced all sorts of challenges and could not be easily dominated. Even being at a great numerical disadvantage, Caesar's legions managed to withstand the enemy cavalry and outflank the infantry, gaining total control of the battle. Pompey saw his army being destroyed before his eyes. He understood that he was not facing an ordinary man. Pompey was defeated and had to withdraw as quickly as possible. After that defeat, General Pompey found himself in a dreadful situation. Most of the senators who had left with him for Greece were now fleeing to other Roman colonies. Some even went to meet Caesar, begging for forgiveness. Pompey fled to Egypt, which, at the time, was part of the territories ruled by Rome. He sought refuge among the Egyptian nobility, but he did not expect a cruel twist of fate. Some members of the Egyptian elite feared that if they protected Pompey, they would be enticing Caesar's fury, who was already heading towards Egypt. Pompey was attacked and killed as soon as he set foot on Egyptian soil. A great Roman general had found an unglorified end in foreign lands. When Julius Caesar arrived in Egypt, he was received at the royal palace of Ptolemy XIII. As soon as he asked about Pompey's whereabouts, only the remains of his former rival were handed to him. Caesar was enraged. He planned to forgive Pompey and bring him back to Rome. He would even allow him to occupy a seat in the Senate. The disrespect was even greater when considering that Pompey was a Roman consul and had been murdered cowardly by foreigners. It was too late for Pompey. Julius Caesar, now in Egypt, found himself a conspiracy target in the land of the pharaohs. The days were hot as usual in the Egyptian lands. Even for a Roman used to the demanding weather of the Roman Republic's capital, the Egyptian heat caused great discomfort. Also, the customs of that exotic people were nothing short of odd for Julius Caesar. After the long and exhausting persecution of Pompey, Julius Caesar and his soldiers needed a well-deserved break. With that intention, Caesar decided to spend a few days in Egypt, staying in the royal palace in Alexandria. In Rome, Caesar was elected to the position of dictator, the most powerful role in the Roman Republic. Caesar would remain in office for 1 year. Julius Caesar finally reached the top of his political and military career. However, peace never lasted long in Julius Caesar's life. In 48 BC, Egypt was going through a civil war. The renowned Cleopatra wanted to claim the royal throne from Ptolemy, her younger brother. Julius Caesar did not like Cleopatra's brother. After all, Ptolemy was one of those responsible for Pompey's death. Knowing this, Cleopatra started to devise a plan to meet Caesar. Using a creative plot, Cleopatra managed to enter Caesar's room. That unusual presence caught the attention of the Roman, and Cleopatra explained to him the political situation in Egypt. People claim that on that very night, Julius Caesar and Cleopatra became lovers. Caesar supported Cleopatra's ascension to the throne, securing the military support of her legions and fighting Ptolemy's troops. A sequence of battles was then fought, which became known as the Siege of Alexandria. Finally, Ptolemy was defeated in the deadly Battle of the Nile in 47 BC. This battle's key conflict was fought in the Nile waters, where Julius Caesar's war galleys faced Ptolemy's vessels. During the fight, Julius Caesar's ship eventually capsized, forcing the great Roman general to swim to the riverbank to save his own life. Ptolemy's boat also sank during the fight, but he was not so lucky. He drowned in the Nile. After this battle, Cleopatra took command of Egypt, and her romance with Julius Caesar was already the subject of much gossip and unhappiness in Rome. Mark Antony, in command of the city of Rome, was struggling to maintain political order and cover up Caesar's delay in returning to his Senate duties. And even though he was a target of harsh criticism, Julius Caesar decided not to keep his romance a secret. He opted to bring Cleopatra to see Rome. something that was interpreted as a major insult by many noble Romans. Julius Caesar also traveled to the Middle East, where he obtained a landslide victory against King Pharnaces II's army. The victory against King Pharnaces II was so rapid and easy that it inspired Caesar to say one of his most famous quotes, "Veni, vidi, vici." I came, I saw, I conquered. Time passed, and the loving relationship between Caesar and Cleopatra caused great distrust among the Roman magistrates. Some rumors mentioned Cleopatra giving birth to a son of Julius Caesar. The couple's supposed son was named Ptolemy XV Caesarion. Nevertheless, Julius Caesar never officially recognized the child, although Cleopatra claimed that she was sure that Caesar was the father. Many senators started to fear that Julius Caesar was trying to make himself emperor, and by having a son with the mighty Queen of Egypt, he would be beginning a line of heirs with rights to command both the Roman and Egyptian territories. Also, some senators and Roman noblemen did not like Julius Caesar and were always looking for reasons to criticize him. Some of these senators were former supporters of Pompey. Although they had chosen the enemy side, they were forgiven by Caesar. To make things worse, during a festival known as Lupercalia, Mark Antony tried to crown Caesar's head with a golden diadem, typical of Greek kings. The gesture was supposed to be a joke, but this was interpreted as an insult by those at the party, even though Caesar tried to quickly remove the item. Julius Caesar did not seem to care much for the opinion of his opponents and started delegating political positions to friends and relatives. He also started to create laws that were approved without the senators' consent. Caesar kept augmenting his power and his sphere of influence in the city. Even with all his achievements, Caesar still wanted to start a new military campaign against the powerful Parthian Empire, which remained strong against every Roman onslaught. In 44 BC, the Roman Senate appointed Julius Caesar as perpetual dictator, guaranteeing him the right to hold office for the rest of his life. When he was 55 years old, Julius Caesar remained as ambitious as ever. This increased the fears of his opponents in the Senate, who began to devise a plan against the great general's life. The main supporter of the conspiracy against Caesar was Senator Gaius Cassius Longinus, who spared no effort to convince other senators to join his cause. On March 15, 44 BC, Julius Caesar went to the theater of Pompeii, where a session of the Roman Senate would take place. That same day, Mark Antony became aware of the plan against Caesar and ran to warn him of the impending danger. Upon entering the Senate, Caesar was amicably welcomed by the senators, among whom was his nephew, Marcus Brutus, for whom Caesar held in great esteem. In order not to arouse any suspicion, one of the senators handed over a parchment with a petition for Caesar to assess. The other senators walked to him, pretending to be interested in reading what was written. Then, the nearest senator drew a dagger that was hidden in his own cloak and grabbed Caesar's robe. Julius Caesar tried to dodge his attacker, but the senator started yelling for help, demanding the other members of the conspiracy to advance. Caesar was attacked by 60 senators, being mortally wounded by about 23 dagger wounds. One of the last to do it was his own nephew Marcus Brutus, who dealt the fatal blow. In an ironic touch of fate, Caesar fell at the feet of Pompey's statue. When he looked up, he saw the face of his nephew, and with his last bit of strength, he pulled a part of his cloak to cover his face, avoiding the shame of looking into the traitor's eyes. Julius Caesar survived countless battles and challenges in his life, but now he lay motionless on the cold floor of the Roman Senate. There are no accurate accounts of Julius Caesar's last words. Some believe he said to his nephew, "Et tu, Brutus?" But this sentence was written by William Shakespeare and immortalized in the play in which he portrays Julius Caesar. But the writers Suetonius and Plutarch believe that Caesar did not say a single word at the moment of his death. After Caesar's assassination, most of the senators fled from the Senate, fearing they would be caught by the soldiers who were guarding the city. The conspirators believed that Caesar's death would bring the city's political power back into the hands of the Senate. However, they did not expect the emerging popular uprising. Caesar was seen as a hero by the majority of the population. When the news of his death spread, The citizens of Rome began to gather to protest against it. Julius Caesar's body was brought to be cremated in a public place. According to the tradition of the time, a massive number of people attended the ceremony, and as a farewell gesture, they threw wood and personal objects to the funeral pyre, causing the fire to rise to such an extent that it damaged the Senate building. The crowd ran after the conspirators Cassius and Brutus, who, amid that confusion, managed to flee to Greece. Brutus, perhaps consumed by regret, ended up committing suicide in 42 BC. Queen Cleopatra and her son Caesarion were in Rome at the time, but they returned to Egypt a few days after Julius Caesar's death. In a public square, Mark Antony read the will of Julius Caesar. He pointed out his great-nephew, Gaius Octavius, as his successor, and gave him the right to use the name Caesar. Gaius Octavius changed his name to Gaius Julius Caesar Octavius, and, a few years after his uncle's death, he was crowned as the first Roman emperor. The following Roman emperors began to include the surname Caesar in their own names. The great story of Julius Caesar came to an end, but the name of this remarkable man became synonymous with greatness. Rhea Silvia was the daughter of Numitor, king of Alba Longa, when her father was deposed by Amulus the usurper. Rhea was forced to serve among the Vestal